It is time to remove the mask as we have Deadlock Night Shift, and we're going to Itanilo San all the way down to the lanes. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, once again to get some Deadlock Night Shift on the way. My name is Kalaris, once again guest hosting after last week's a phenomenal success. We have got ourselves good old DD. Shut up, Blank. We've got DDK and we've got Blank to join me for everything that's going to be going on. DDK, I haven't seen you for what is literally a decade. I'm so excited to be with you again, my friend. How are you doing?
I'm doing great, and before like a decade ago when we met in Taipei, I wanted to meet you for ages because I was always watching StarCraft for years. I was like, oh my god, it's Kalaris from StarCraft 2. Let's go, come on! And I got to meet Todd as well. I watched The Big Shorts in cinemas in Taipei with Todd. That was cool as well. No one's probably gonna know who Todd is, but yeah, it just come out fresh off the whatever. I don't know. Yeah, I'm kind of derailing the start of the show, so. Let you continue, that. I guess.
Big Short with Todd. Yeah. It's a good film, though. It's a good film. I do like that film. It's a strong one.
Well, of course, we have Blank as well. My lovely friend in crime here over to the far. He was on the week before me, so he kind of beat me to the punch, really. You excited for today, my friend?
I mean, I think DDK was actually making a joke because it's like, I'm the big and then you're the short, right? Because, I'm tall and then you're really small. Yeah.
Wait, did The Big Short start the hot tub meta? By the way, streaming.
I think he did. Yeah, I think he did. I mean, that's where it kind of all kicked off. Yeah.
Is it? I can't. I haven't seen this film. I'm so sorry. So it's really flying over my head. But I'll tell you who might have seen this film. Good old Zergy with the big raid to start off the Deadlock Night Shift. Thank you to Zergy for joining on in. Everything's going to be exciting. We've got a good time. Last week, as DDK, we hit something close to 10k viewers alongside with all the co-streamers as well. I'm expecting similar things here today. What do you think?
Yeah. In fact, if you also do the addition of the YouTube viewership, well, I think we're at like 13,000 people that are tuning in for Deadlock Esports, which is pretty sick.
Yeah, very impressive stuff. Very, very strong stuff. Of course, Blank, looking at how things are going to go here today, we are thinking about not only some patches that have happened, not only potentially here in Europe, the potential for Abrahams to continue their dominating run here as we take a look at the brackets that do kind of lay ahead of us. Now, we've got Loki W going up against Leviathan to start things off. Unfortunately, Blank, Fearless Furies was going to be taking that place, but something's happened.
Yeah, this is a bit of a self-destruct happening behind the scenes, apparently, which I'm a bit sad about. I'd hope that they will continue. I mean, it's good that we got Loki W in, though. Big shout out to them jumping in. I think they do have a replacement today. It's Captain coming in for Sharik instead, so they don't have the full roster. But it's a bit rough. That's a bit rough losing Sharik.
Yeah, definitely. Sharik's obviously a phenomenal player. DDK, we've been able to watch him quite a lot. For Loki W, that kind of came in on the tail end of things, kind of disrupting that kind of second place constantly of Leviathan. But then last week, Leviathan brought it back to be able to go up against Abrahams once again.
Yeah, it's nice to see the scene stabilizing a little bit behind Abrahams because, we used to have EUB, this very consistent rivalry with Abrahams and buff enjoyers. And I think, we've been trying to get back to that point. And I feel like we're the closest we've been there with some of the competition we have from Leviathan and Loki W. So loving the improved level there, and also loving the fact that we always get different looks between on the meta between EU and NA. And so yeah, super excited to see what the players have been cooking, especially with these updates.
Yeah, definitely so. Of course, later on, we'll have the NA matches going on as well. Floormen and No Earnings going up against one another to fight off against the mighty Melee Creeps in the final there. Blank, any thoughts before we kind of roll back into what we're doing for EU?
Yeah, I just like what Melikus is currently doing. They're looking good. Floormen obviously have the best logo in the damn world for Deadlock, so you can't really fault them there.
No, I can only agree with that. It's for a little while I was figuring out what it was, and then I was like, oh, it really is. Okay, it's just Floormen.
It's Floormen.
Yeah, the good old Floormen. Very nice, very nice. But let's focus on what we've got coming here for now, DDK, of course. I think one thing that is kind of a real focal point for a lot of people for this week, of course, is the introduction of Apollo and kind of where he sits, right? I mean, we're going to get to be able to break him down a little bit later on, but that's going to be exciting to see if he gets through the draft. I mean, considering we think maybe Celeste is going to be one of the main bans, maybe he will.
Yeah. Again, like you say, we'll probably take a look at some of the numbers, but Apollo just recently got nerfed just across the board. Everything got dialed down. It is curious whether that's enough, because the mechanics are still the same, and the mechanics are pretty strong that he has, and so it kind of feels like he's still, I would expect that he's still very strong, and I am curious what the interpretation is for these top teams, because Celeste is still pretty insane. Like the fact that the ultimate has not been touched yet is pretty sus.
Yeah, it's potentially very, very scary. We'll talk about it in a bit, Blank, here, but let's also shout out our Patreon supporters as well here for the Deadlock Night Shift and take a look at that top tier, because we still got those board members joining on here for Afax. We got Tezio, we got Matthew S, and we've got Damo here as well. So thank you to all of these guys for joining. And DDK, you'd be better talking about this Patreon and where people can support here than Blank, because we're just guests. Talk to us, man.
Yes. Well, you can go to the Patreon, patreon.com/Deadlock Night Shift, and you'll be able to add yourself to this beautiful board of supporters. And in addition to that, you'll be rewarded with being able to access some additional content. We do the Graveyard Shift every week, where we'll get players and we'll be able to interview them. But what's special about it is that it's kind of like a post-show kind of vibe. Everybody's got their hair down, the ties are they go off, and we get relaxed. You get a drink, and you guys can ask questions to the people that we are talking to. You can ask us questions. So it's a much more open and chill format that we offer to you guys who are supporting us via Patreon. So thank you very much.
And thank you to all the support of the subscribers coming in as well. There are so many names flooding already. Gweb5 coming in with a sub. We've got Cova1 JZ as well with another subscription. The Grimbley, I could keep going on. But as the night, the Grimbley, ooh.
That's a good one.
But I mean, as the night goes on, of course, keep being able to kind of support everything that's going on, because a lot of that will also go to the prize pool as well for these players, Blank, which is always exciting. Last week, I think we got up to a brilliant number, and I think we can smash that. We can go further. We can go even further.
Yeah, I think last week was awesome. I think the support from the community for Deadlock has been absolutely insane. And even just watching and not being on the show last week, I was astounded by the support that came through from everyone. Really, really cool. I mean, going straight into NA and then looking at that prize pool just continuing to shoot up. But yeah, all that money does go to support the players who right now, it's a small scene. There's definitely other very cool little Deadlock tournaments going out there, but it is still a small scene. So every little dollar, penny, pound, whatever, it all counts. It all counts to keeping it alive.
Oh, for sure. I mean, the starting prize pool for Night Shift that chips in is, of course, that $600 base to start things off. And then from there, as we mentioned, you can use the ! donate, continue to be able to funnel forwards and be able to support these players in every way you possibly can. Because DDK, I mean, a lot of these names, they've been through with the fight nights, they've been through the night shifts here when it comes to playing these games in and out. We've lost some names here and there, but we've still got some constants who are performing at the very top level for people to enjoy.
Yeah, and I mean, just by tuning into the show every week, people get a sense of that continuity, I think, of seeing these stories develop over time. What are the hero pools people become known for, the dynamics, the drama. There's always a bit of drama, and that might precipitate some of the explosions we see in some of the teams. But there's certainly, at this point, a lot of history already in the game, which is amazing, because it's like, you got to invite your friends closed alpha, beta, what is it? It's not, it's not even an open beta yet. So it's really cool that this is sort of the place to be to catch all the narratives as they form here in the pro scene.
Yeah, definitely. It's the true foundations that everybody's going to be able to look forward to being able to build the full house on the very top. But one of the final components of that house at the moment is Apollo, who has now been introduced into the game. He won 100% of the vote last week, so that was good job by him. Well done. And let's take a look a little bit closer at what Apollo actually does. Blank, I'll come to you for this one. Talk about the kit and kind of what you would see Apollo be doing for us potentially.
Being annoying, being very, very annoying. I think before the nerfs came through, Flawless Advance was just insane poke tool in lane. And then the healing aspect to it, as well as the spirit scaling, 60% bullet resist on lunge. It was all a bit much. Yeah, attack on top of that, riposte, which counts as a counter spell on a 15-second cooldown, disengaging sigil. There's just a lot here. I think that, again, we are getting some really cool hero designs, but a lot of them are very bloated. But I don't mind it. It's you. That's you right there. But I don't mind it. I like that. I like that Valve are releasing these really cool kits. And I do have faith that they'll improve them as time goes on. I do feel bad though, because I don't want to talk about it too much, but it feels like Apollo got beaten up on Celeste's behalf. Like, everyone's complaining about Celeste, so they took the hammer to Apollo. He definitely deserved it, but maybe someone could have been looked at first.
What do you think, DDK?
Yeah, I think Apollo oozes style. I think it's pretty incredible that we get like new mechanics really in all of these hero releases. And I mean, it's so funny that he was the last pick, because he might be my favorite now in terms of like overall design. Just really awesome hero, and it's going to be really interesting to see how he fits into the pro play, because his ability to pursue is really powerful. And so I'm curious what the builds are going to look like, and what the compositions might look like with an Apollo in the game, because he can be a pretty insane carry, and he's very hard to actually hit with shots. It's hard to like proc abilities on him. So when he's lunging around, so it just really brings something like super new in a frontliner that's kind of like able to do so much damage as well. They also, can curse, and it can curse like an enormous amount of players, because it's got a really wide like hurt box, if we're using fighting game terminology, I suppose. So pretty wild character. I'm really curious if people ban him today or not.
Yeah, I'd love to see him get through and see how it actually fares, considering, as you said, there was a lot of nerfs, and we'll see if those kind of have ramifications for if he does actually get through this as a whole. We did have some matchful donations coming through already, though. So Elizabeth Marciani, everybody who voted for Celeste, I hope you realize what you've done, as it scrolls down, and Silver was always the better choice. Thank you very much for that donation. Cullen HS as well with the 15, and of course the post lamp is back here for another week running, but it's a long message, so maybe later, because we've got to talk about the priorities that were coming on in. I see DDK is fixated on it, seeing what's going on over there, but let's talk about these priorities as well, DDK, right? Because I think for EU, I think there's some formulaicness going on a little bit towards the top. There's not as much, I would say, in my opinion, kind of experimentation than the crazy wacky North America, but it's still a very strong core front line we're seeing posed by Europe, as well as some big damage dealers.
Yeah, I think one of the biggest glow-ups that I'm actually seeing is Mirage, because Mirage, although not necessarily, I don't think there's anything like wrong with Mirage. He just went out of popularity for quite a while, and now he's kind of on the return. So that's a big noticeable one for me. Yamato, Abrams still like high priority, but Celeste obviously stealing the first ban slot is pretty interesting. Basically being deleted from drafts all last week. And Paradox also, Paradox has been one of the most immovable heroes in terms of high priority. And so it's like great to see that presence still there at the top.
Yeah, definitely. Blank, before I get your thoughts on this, I just want to go back to that post-lamp donation, because he's saying if there are upsets, it will be $200 each for those upsets. What? So that is a huge potential pledge. Let's see some of these teams throw for that money. That'd be great. But Blank, what do you think of the priorities?
I'm going to get Abrams on the line right now. I think Celeste is definitely going to be banned the entirety of the day as well. I don't think she's going to be seeing through. I think the nerfs were so minor that it just allows her to do so much. I mean, I've talked about before that you get some heroes that have incredible ults that warrant a ban. You have some heroes that have incredible rest of their kits that warrant a ban. Celeste has both right now. She does an incredible amount of damage with just her 3 abilities, and then her ult is just the cherry on top. It's very hard to deal with, and she's hard to counter as well. I think I was talking to you about this before, Kale, but she's a character you want to all in, but if you ever want to send more than one person to deal with it, you're at a disadvantage because of Shining Wonder. It's tough.
Yeah. The bouncing between, and never mind if you've got level 3 shield to be able to have even more bounces, targets to be able to bounce from if somebody actually moves away from it and everything like that. It's a terrifying prospect to go up against DDK. I think you're probably in the same boat thinking it's going to be full banned.
Yeah, it's again, I don't know how the pros are going to be interpreting Apollo. That's like the only thing that could really throw it into question for me. But otherwise, yeah, I genuinely think Celeste is insane. Just also, something we didn't mention on top of the ult is her ability to dive is super strong because of how her movement can glide. She maintains a lot of momentum, and then she can do insane burst damage, and you just can't escape as well. So
yeah,
another incredible pursuit hero in that respect that makes the early game very strong. So yeah. So that should probably get nuked again.
Nuked from space, and maybe not seen for a little while. Like it's a scary. I mean that potential to be able to engage is the same kind of potential she has to be able to run away, right? When you think you've got a kill on the Celeste, she's bouncing away just haphazardly, doing a little flips, throwing a little baton. You're like, God damn it, man, this is ridiculous. But anyway, let's take a look at our first roster and get you up to speed with what our first game is going to be. We're taking a look at Loki W, who are going to be stepping on in. And again, as previously mentioned, Blank, we do have a sub in for them, led here by the ever strong, ever veteran Listic, to try and get them a dub here against Leviathan.
Yeah, I think Listic is an incredible player, always has been. Kind of always been on Abrams jail, but has found some much fun in silver recently,
Yes.
which I have been glad to see. But yeah, captain also subbing in for the team over Sharik. I think Cosmetical's always been a really good player as well. Loved his shiv back in the day. Even his pocket was very, very strong. So I do have high hopes for Loki W. They're just getting back into the swing of things recently as well. So things could change. They could give Leviathan a run for their money. I think last week there was a horrendous play down towards mid-boss, which ended up in tears and disaster.
Oh, I know what you mean. Yeah.
But I think that was just a misread of ult economy that happened. And up until that point, Loki W looked like they were doing fairly well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely. If I recall correctly, it was the Warden and Billy on Leviathan's side that had their ults available, whilst Loki W had nothing, basically. And they go for it. They thought that they had like 3 picks or something to be able to convert into what was going to be our mid-boss, but it completely fell flat on its face. But DDK, what do you make of it when it comes to Loki W for this week?
Yeah, I think what's interesting is what are they able to build week to week, because obviously there were some of the roster changes. I think what we saw, of course, with Listic coming into the team, that it was like an immediate sort of bump in terms of ability, even though some of the roles were kind of having to kind of make it work a little bit in that respect. So I'm just expecting to see just the level slowly rise on this team, and going into this matchup against Leviathan, it's another very strong roster. They've got a lot of experience playing, so it's going to be fun. I think this is has historically been a pretty even matchup. So.
Mm-hmm. Well, we'll see if they can put up shut up here, going up against Leviathan, who was the victors of their previous tussle in the week, of course, as we take a look across their roster. Now, Blank, when I look at Leviathan, I think something that was really strong about what they went into for the draft last week against Loki W is that double Shiv Billy picks in the early portions of the draft, right? It felt like that as a start for the front line makes things pretty difficult for, anyone to really deal with in a draft.
Yeah, a lot of people, if you have second pick, you want to pick Shiv Billy. It's a ridiculously good front line. I think Shiv kind of both constitutes as a carry as well as a frontliner. You add Billy into the mix there, and suddenly you've got this massive immovable wall in the front. It's a really, really good pickup. And I think that did cause some problems for Loki W. Though this week, I'd be really excited to see if they still allow Listic to play the silver, because she received some buffs, I would say, overall. There was a little bit of adjustments here and there, but I think her laning phase is now ridiculously strong. But yeah, I want to see how Leviathan plays this out, because I think that the Mina silver lane is not as necessary anymore from Loki W to make that work. Yeah, I think for Leviathan, they're a good team. I think that the only thing is that their macro gets a little bit outclassed by Abraham's. But yeah, I do think that it's fairly even here. Loki W just makes way more mistakes.
Wow, to be honest about Leviathan here, DDK, it looked like they were doing pretty good against Abrams in game 2 of last week, up until the point where Empty Dreams kind of gets caught on a teleport play after they'd had mid-boss. They're trying to turn in an urn, but Abrahams knows how to go for those counter plays, right? And that's what made them shine against Leviathan that looked so good in that game too. Yeah,
Abrahams are just very consistent. It doesn't matter what position they're in, behind, ahead. They have really good fundamentals. So they're just the hardest team in the game to put down.
Yeah, it is difficult. So we'll see if Leviathan can get to that spot once again to go up against them, or if Loki W can maybe potentially cause a little upset here with a sub in to see if they can make something happen. We're getting ready for that 1v1, of course, though. I assume, Blank, we might have an Apollo off. What are you thinking?
We are having the Apollocalypse or something along those lines.
What were you trying to do there? What was that?
Apollocalypse, something like that.
Stop, it's awful.
We're allowing parries and ripostes as well this time, not only just the punches and the parries. So a little bit of addition, a bit extra, make it slightly more spicy.
Okay, what do you think, DDK?
I love it. The fact that we get the fencing is like very sophisticated. As a British person, it really appeals to my sense of aristocracy, and I don't know. I couldn't even finish the sentence. It's over. I honestly didn't see any of it, to be honest. So that was cool, guys.
Cool.
Yeah, who won?
Sometime.
Who won?
We were talking about fencing, having a great time. It's the draft. First
Rake
pick,
won.
Loki W.
Rake was the one who won.
Okay,
Thank you, CP.
He saved us. He saved us.
He did, yeah.
The Americans coming to save the Brits again. Crazy stuff. Well, anyway, let's take a look at how this is going to unfold. Unless somebody doesn't go for a Celeste ban at the beginning, you're expecting that second ban, Blank. What else are we thinking from the start?
I think Loki W dropping the Mina ban makes sense because you have first ban right. Then now the onus is on Leviathan to ban the Celeste, which kind of takes a ban away from you, right? But for Loki W, do they pick the silver here? I imagine they will pick the silver still. I think Listic will want to pick it, get it on board.
Interesting.
Show me the money.
Mina stock side, man. Holy moly. We're going to get Celeste. And I mean, I think you're right, Blank. Just locking in the front line is historically super critical. And Silver, I mean, it's your playmaker front. It's kind of like your front line. I've actually seen Ido running some really awesome builds with Silver. So I'm kind of curious to see what we see out of the play here from Loki W. But this has to be Celeste. Come on. Celeste has to be one of the two.
Celeste Billy?
Abrams,
No.
okay, you got your front line. Okay,
Yeah,
cool,
Abrams
cool.
Keeps coming.
But the Billy, the Celeste, the Apollo.
Celeste, Billy, something. I mean, you'd love to see a Celeste, wouldn't you? Really? Let's be. It just depends if anyone's been practicing it, or they're like, this is gonna get banned all night. So why would we practice it?
About to see something.
There you have it. Leviathan's got it. All right. So what we see here, guys, is a classic situation where Loki W now just loses.
Unless they have some sick Apollo tech. Now, as you said, though, DDK and Blank, like, it's very clear that Listic loves that silver, so he's going to be very comfortable on it. Venator, though, big carry potential here on the side of Venator, DDK.
Yeah, Venator is interesting because obviously his ult was kind of crazy off release, and then they kind of, brought it in line a little bit and just improved all of the other abilities. So yeah, very consistent damage output. Warden coming in as well is interesting. I think that teams should be picking Doorman more because, and this would be obviously a great spot to do it in against the Silver and the Werewolf form against the Warden in the ult form. Like, I feel like Doorman stock should be rising here. That's my prediction, but
You're under my protection now.
Mirage
I really like that point. I think Dorman's stonks are there because I think the denial from the ultimate is really, really good. Hotel Guest is fantastic. Like you say, it's shutting down Silvers. Even just taking a Celeste out the fight would be fantastic if you want to quickly get a play done. But you're right. I don't think that Dorman sort of fell out of favor as soon as you couldn't take the urn through the doors. Everyone just suddenly thought that he wasn't good anymore. I still think he's a good character. Got absolutely demolished by one the other day.
same. It's criminal overreaction.
Well, the Pocket's getting gone. He's no more affliction, and Rem gone as well. You don't want him bouncing around taking all those boxes that are just his, basically, unless Calico's going to do something about it, Blank.
Yeah, I mean, so Apollo's open now too, which is sort of expected. I didn't think we'd see an Apollo ban. I think with the nerfs, he's sort of brought a little bit more in line, where late game he falls off in a similar way to Yamato because of how strong Spellbreaker is. But we'll see if anyone wants to pick him up, because I still think his early to mid game is very good, and the amount of time he wastes is like similar level to a tank buff almost. Taking Page away, though, I think is a good pick from Leviathan, because you don't have Rem now. So what do you really pick up as that support on the side of Loki W?
What do you think, DDK?
Yes, good question. But I think I like the last pick because I think obviously it's going to be nice to deal with the Celeste. having that Death Slam threat is always nice. Drifter coming in, actually the Drifter stocks have gone up a little bit. His gun damage is really nasty, so have to see how that plays out. Obviously could cause problems for Celeste if he can get close to a Celeste, get the mark on her and so on, to the TP up to her. That can be a problem. So and also the underrated and Billy. I forgot Billy's even available.
He's made it so deep in this draft. That is crazy, Blank.
Yeah, I mean, Leviathan is kind of missing picks. So, I mean, I would probably round this out with a Paradox, probably, if I was Leviathan. I think that would be a strong pickup to grab. Sinclair, never mind, they don't care. I mean, if you play off the back of Chain Gang, maybe it doesn't matter so much, I suppose. It's sort of an all-in team, I would guess. For Loki W, like, where do they go with this now? Because the front line, Silver, if she gets locked down, she can get bursted. But we get
for the support.
Yeah,
kind of makes sense.
I think it works out. Yeah, like a kind of a gun support hybrid is fairly nice. Yeah, the draft is disgusting. It looks horrid. Yeah. I'm not sure how I feel about it right now.
It's an interesting one, right? I don't think it's really what we expected in terms of either the pick order or the fact that Celeste was able to get through, nor Apollo being able to shine on through. I think that if I was hoping that it would come through, I was thinking maybe in the position of the Drifter after Lash came through for a cheeky Death Slam into Etani Low Sand DDK, but that doesn't look to be what they want to do here.
Yeah, it's really interesting. Because I would have thought, okay, if Apollo's not picked, maybe it's because you don't know how to make it make sense with your comp. But then also these comps are very odd in themselves. Not having any kind of true kind of like pick and setup like you would have with the Paradox, for example. You can get obviously some of that with maybe like Billy with the Chain Gang, like you said, a Page, or maybe Sinclair's CC as well with the Hex. Also, it could be a way to just get some setup. But yeah, it's an unconventional draft. So I'm going to be very curious to see how it plays out. I don't know who to favor really here, except Leviathan, just because they have Celeste, basically.
Yeah, well, I mean, Leviathan's team just runs at you. It actually just runs at you. If you fight them, I think you typically would lose as well, because they've got the Celeste. Because you try and turn on them, you just get Shining Wondered, you get Chain Gang, Page Z, so you drop a lot of shields all over the place. I mean, Loki W, basically, they're playing the pick comp versus the all-in comp. So it depends how that early game goes. I would love to see a melee Venator in here somewhere. I don't know if we'll see it. I think it's starting to become a little bit more used recently. Dude, the blessed melee is kind of cracked. And with the gut shot changes now, you can get a heavy melee off during that. It does do a ridiculous amount of damage. And buying point blank is not a bad pickup on Venator anyway for his gun damage. I think Loki W is going to have a tough time. It's a tough game.
There's also, of course, I mean, the tier 3s on the side that you can all melee together as well. So technically, I mean, we have a friend who's just going, and as soon as that tier 3 comes up, DDK, he's going over there as Venator and meleeing all 3 of them at the same time. They are going down fast, especially with the grenade from Venator as well. So technically, there's little tricks that you can do here more recently that are scary in some of these games. You got to keep an eye on it.
Yeah, it's really cool to see all that extra tech, and I'm just curious like how the objective game is also going to go, like thinking about that too. If you're talking about farming some of the macro, it used to be the case that Ivy is kind of nice because you could get like really good value on urn play with the airdrop. But Celeste is insanely good at running urns because of movement mechanics too. So I still feel like the advantage is there with Leviathan for the objective game. But Sinclair, I think does maybe change that a little bit. I think Sinclair actually seems really strong in matchmaking. In my matchmaking games that I've been playing, I feel like his damage output is pretty nuts at the moment. I don't know if that's because like some of the stats are better than I thought, or what that is about right now.
Yeah, I mean, right now, if I was the Leviathan, I'm playing on Sinclair, genuinely considering playing gun Sinclair this game. Because you could steal Venator, you could steal Silver Wolf. That's like the perfect combination. You could steal Wardenal if you really wanted to. It's a little bit of a Sinclair game going on here for them. But we'll see what happens, because I always do like seeing the gun Sinclair games. But you're right, his damage is astronomical. And in terms of taking objectives, well, I think I've had certain players in my games that literally just play split push Sinclair, and they're destroying walkers in 10 seconds flat. And it is infuriating.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. He's scary if you're able to capitalize on it. I wanted to say before we get into this game, of course, as well, keep those subs rolling in. We've got Soraka's Big Banana, subbing with 5.6k viewers, nice, across all the co-streamers. And we've got Goopy Noopy subbing as well with a Prime, and Kiriname with a 7 at the end. So, without further ado, DDK Blank, bring us game number 1 here for EU Deadlock Night Shift.
All right, thank you, Kalaris. It is indeed a night shift you guys are tuning into. It's the only esports show kind of mostly here in Deadlock. And Blank, you know, with these lanes, as we start things off here, what are you liking? What are you hating?
I mean, Celeste Abrams lane is pretty oppressive, no? I think that's quite tough to deal with. I think if you to put anything against it, Ivy Warden might get dumpstered a little bit. I just don't really know how they deal with this, because if the Celeste goes in, she gets binding worded. She has, like you said before, so much aerial control that it's not that difficult to get out of it. And starting with 4 stam on this character being in bucket 1, yeah, it's tough to lock this character down in this type of lane. I think this is a tough matchup.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting for sure. It does feel like a very, very strong start. So we'll see. You know, Ivy and Warden, it's definitely able to play defensively really well. I mean, Warden, I think, is a good lane bully in general. But as you say, like against this combo, I don't know if they... It might just be about losing the lane well. So
yeah, gracefully.
That's all you can expect.
I do like Drifter Silver lane. That's a bit of a hobo lane over on blue, but it does a lot of damage and has fairly decent poke. Hard to all in them as well with Bowler, as well as Slamfire, and even just that one coming through from Drifter. That's difficult to deal with. But I do think Mirage and Sinclair have a lot of options to cancel a lot of that all in. Right now, nothing truly spectacular going on the map other than Sinclair, of course.
Yeah, it's a good point. I am really curious about that Mirage Sinclair combo, because in theory they've got the range advantage, the poke advantage, and some really strong burst damage. But Drifter and Silver are really good at, if they get on top of you, you're definitely in trouble. So moving into the final lane, so this is where we are right now. Can see a lot of action already. This is we'll be watching Drake on the Lash. Lash stocks really, I feel like at an all-time high at the moment.
I mean, this is insanely early roam, by the way, coming through from Listic on the Drifter, which we didn't expect. We expected Listic to be on the Silver. That's cosmetical picking that up. I have seen Listic's been playing a fair bit of Drifter now and again, and there's a new build sort of going around the block that just rushes Life Strike early on. But yeah, I do like this. I do like this.
Yeah, I didn't catch it at the beginning, whether it was like a box ambush or how that kind of kicked off. But yeah, lots of roam around. You know, Celeste, obviously, with her movement, insanely good at getting some of those box routes, and you can kind of see that on the minimap right now as we get all the souls absorbed by Ray. I never know whether to say Rayak, Rayesh, or so I just say Ray. I don't know where you're at with that.
Well, I think whenever I've looked at this guy, I always call him Rayek, which is so terribly wrong, but I just have to commit to it. That maybe you going Ray is the better move.
Yeah, I feel like it's the safest thing to do. But hey, we actually got this wave, a little bit of push here on this lane, but Abrams getting straight in there again, trying to take control of this. And that was possible because Celeste was running the boxes, but she's back on the lane, forcing the Ivy back so low. He's absolutely surely getting dived. Celeste with quite a lot of HP, but maybe some of the cooldowns there not looking favorable to go for a full dive.
I'm still fighting for this tier 1 camp. I mean, I respect it, but you're not having it. Let's be quite frank there. The Ivy getting out on 1 HP is very, very lucky, and then being able to get back into lane, grab some of that healing from the Trooper, keeps them alive a little bit longer. But right now, you know, free mocks on 3.1k to 2.7, 2.5. Like, that's quite a sizable lead for not too much happening other than that early kill going through, which was a nice roam from Listic, and it has affected what is quite a stomp lane too.
And now it's about sort of starting to think about, you know, how you get the next maybe wave after this push so that you can get that bridge buff control, because that's coming up soon. But look at the roam coming in again, Lash moving his way into this mid lane, seeing if he can get something going against the Mirage Sinclair, but not going to be happening. Again, 20 seconds for the bridge buffs. Usually we see that be a hotbed of early skirmishing.
I mean, to be honest with you, right now, Loki W has pretty damn good control over these Brid buffs. Say that as Leviathan immediately sends over Rake and was free mark. So they should pick that one up fairly easily. Gun on an initial strong gun start on Abrams is pretty terrifying to deal with.
Yeah, totally agree. Very nasty damage to that shotgun. It got nerfed a little bit, but it's still really oppressive, especially as it scales later in the game. And there's a big charge coming through to lock down the Ivy. Stoneform able to secure the escape. HP getting quite low, and in fact, this has got to be the deadest Ivy you've ever seen, surely. Trying to use a defensive Kudzu, but it's not enough. And just falling off with that one, looking pretty comfortable, Leviathan. And I mean, it's kind of what we expected. We expected that lane to honestly even maybe more kills potentially by this point. So honestly, not doing too bad, I don't think. Loki W, despite that death.
It's kind of unfortunate as well that he got gun buff. Out of everything he could have gotten, getting gun buff there was sort of the extra little bit of oomph that he needed to push that through. Has the mark on the Celeste here, so Rake isn't getting away, you'd hope. I had to use a little bit of movement tech there to get out, Ballistic will find the kill. And I think that was an isolated kill as well, so we'll get the 4% weapon damage, which is very nice.
Yeah, really nice gang timing. Keep the Celeste down, control the lane a little bit. And then mid-tier, like good evasion of the werewolf form there. Didn't do the Aru. Okay, I know someone's disappointed out there. I just forgot.
Hey man, we'll get him next time. We'll get him next time. And it was a double Awu as well, because it's the Sinclair copying the ult, which I think generally is a good way to counter a Silver. Is as soon as they ult, you ult, and there's a little bit of a no me moment.
Well, things looking pretty even. We've got the Sinners coming up in about a minute or so. And this could be a nice pickup. Beautiful stuff. Finished off by the Venator there in the distance. That was, I think, the ult that was used, I think, to lock that one in.
It is, dude. It's happening. It is happening. It is melee Venator.
Love to see that.
Let's see this.
Okay, so what is the... So run us through the tech here. If it's the first time you're seeing this, what is the melee Venator all about?
Well, pretty much it's all about gut shot, right? You can even gut shot into trap, so you get them in that trap for longer. But once you get the tier 5 in gut shot later on, it blesses your next melee. So it adds a portion of pure damage on top. I've seen melee Venators like chunking through half the HP of targets. So remember, pure damage is unmitigatable.
Disgusting character. She didn't even do anything, but I just wanted to say disgusting character.
No, it is true. It is true.
Absolutely gross.
I mean, I think that just shows you how brutal she is. Like, that lane wasn't horrendous by any means. I think the Ivy Warden, you even talked about it earlier, you have a shield, you have Stoneform. There's a lot of ways to get out and dodge should anything bad happen to you. But in that situation, they're just getting run over. They're absolutely getting run over by that combo.
Yeah, and another engagement here, which will deal with the Venator. So nice dive coming through from Leviathan. This lane was maybe getting slightly out of hand. They want to get that tower down, but just that death slam in at the nick of time. Straight onto the Guardian. Billy, though, pretty tanky, able to escape with this one. Rising Ram able to get him onto the rope, and the pursuit is continuing. Nice quick melee, and the flog to finish it off. That assistance there from Listic, who's having a hell of a start too on the Drifter. Drifter, you do want to snowball the Drifter to really have him be super relevant in the game, and Listic's off to a great start for that.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that there's more of these isolated kills he's getting, the stronger he's getting over time. We talked about this during the draft, is that Loki W just has to dominate this early game if they want to get anything done through towards that late portion of the match, because that's when the Mirage is going to start really popping off, and they've got the Celeste and the Abrams ability to sort of usher them through that mid game. But I'm super curious to see how this all pans out, because seeing melee Venator for the first time, I mean, I know Generic Ed's been playing it a lot. I've seen Ido even playing this. I'm excited. I'm very excited to see how this character works well towards that later portion of the game, because you had Silver as well as Drift. Oh my god, another onto Empty Dreams as well. So you had a lot of damage already. So I was kind of curious what position the Venator would be playing.
Yeah, it's actually looking like Loki W starting to really create problems take control of this early game. We're about to hit the 10-minute mark, so essential moment. It's the bridge bus spawn. We get the urns as well. The urn, only one. To get the objective play coming on through. And mid-boss as well, although no one's ever doing a 10-minute mid-boss.
We saw a couple of very, very early ones in the past, but that doesn't really happen as much anymore. I think not only that, though, is that Drifter really scales quite well towards that mid-game as soon as you start picking up superior duration, with a lot of people are doing now. And with the recent patch that sort of enclosed that space when you drop that ultimate, you're in a bit of a timeout once you get ulted.
Ooh, big charge onto the Drifter there to just really lock him away. Ivy with the save, though. And Seismic Slam to finish off the Drifter. Beautiful on the pursuit there, coming from a free mark. And they're going to get control of this lane. The urn has been stolen away, though, by Loki W, so they'll lose the Guardian and a life, but at least they grab the urn. They just have to maintain control on the right side of the map, which is not a given. So still, there could be more problems here for Loki W.
Yeah, I mean, Chain Gang is up, but you've got Death Slam just coming into the picture, and Drake is a little bit ahead right now at 9.6k, so he's doing well for himself. But that is the biggest ultimate available. Also, you have Eternal Darkness available on the Drifter, which is going to give you a lot of room to breathe in that engagement over the urn.
A lot of action here in the mid at the moment. As the end fight continues, Celeste dies, and that's always a nice kill to get. And back into mid here. Looks like this Guardian could be going down. I don't think he can bully Lustig away from this one. In the meantime, Loki W picking up that left lane Guardian as well. And still trying to be turned in here. 3 players on the right side for Loki W. They have the numbers advantage, so they shouldn't have too much of an issue getting this one in. In fact, Billy's in a very forward position there. Bob is just... he's out there at the moment. I don't know if he's going to be able to survive. He's got some assistance coming on through. Celeste off the rope. It's going to assist, but still, they're very cautious here, Blank, on the urn.
Yeah, it's kind of a horrendous delay here, DDK, and especially with Rake being able to get back to the fight. Now you have Shining Wonder in effect, so this is a tough team fight to go for. And honestly, for Trax, he's just going to take the urn away and deny it being placed in. You did use Death Slam there quite early, didn't find enough value out the back of it, which is a bit sad. Also, early knockdown investment from someone on the side of Leviathan, which is definitely ruining the day of Rake.
As the TP from Sinclair to get out of that fight. And we're kind of switching back to big pressure from Loki W. I feel like the initiative has really switched backwards and forwards in this game so far. And now that both mid Guardians down, we're going to enter sort of a new stage of the game here where it's going to be a lot about, beginning to, get better objective play, like really figuring out those team fights. It was interesting, and maybe some data for us that we saw. Maybe it was all about the Shining Light, the Celestial. That's why they were so cautious on that urn turn. And I feel like normally you would absolutely see them just be very comfortable to try to just test that fight, but they just completely gave it up, despite having the numbers advantage.
Yeah, I mean, you've got Billy there as well as Shining Wonder, which depending on how far Rake's leveled it up, you're getting dash distance reduction. So it's kind of a nasty combo between the Billy and the Celeste, where not only can you not get away from the chain gang, you're also taking multiple hits from Celeste's ult. So that's very, very tough to play against. So I think Leviathan's capability at team fighting is pretty disgusting. Now we've got Fremont coming in, who's fairly tanky at this stage. Battle Vest, Enchanter's Emblem, as well as Healing Booster. Getting this urn in shouldn't be too much of an issue for him. They're not denying it either. Nice hit.
Death Slam is ready, though. Surely that's going to be coming in on over the top here. There we go. Death Slam is on top of the urn. Grabs 3 players. Big damage done. There's the Shining Light bouncing between players. And it's going to be an absolute brawl here. But Leviathan looking very healthy. Everybody's still up at the moment. But for Loki W, they've lost 2. They are in a really bad spot here. They don't want to lose any more, but I don't think they have much of a choice here. They are getting hunted at the moment. A few players low here for Leviathan, but they still have everybody up fighting together, and they clean house. Big moment for Leviathan to take control in this game.
I mean, it's a nice little melee at the start there over towards Fremont to pick the urn off the top of him. But again, it's just The team fight potential from that team is horrendous. Like, you have the Knights, you've got Chain Gang as well as Celestial. So when you get the Chain Gang going off, you're pulling them all together. Those two kills back to back as well just look very demoralizing to the side of Loki W. How are you going to fight for Earn over this team? It's really, really hard. Like, the main thing you're relying on is Death Slam. Frey got a massive Death Slam off there, and they weren't able to do anything with it.
Yeah, it's a really, really good question. Because there's not really a counter to to the Shining Light. That's kind of the problem. You know, if you can maybe counterspell one of the 18 hits, you know, like, it's not much you can do.
Yeah, it's annoying because it counts as two different entities, right? Because the bounce and the debuff are very different things. So you can get rid of the debuff, but that just means it bounces off you quicker. It's hard. It's hard. And again, I think a lot of people are starting to build Dispel Magic into it, not for the ult, but just to dispel off the silence or the lifesteal she gets from putting Light Eater on you. All these things are tough. It's tough to play against Celeste overall. I find her a very, very annoying character to work against. Really good timing on picking up that Earn, though. They get the Earn on their side, drops them up to 84 to 85k, so it's not over yet.
Yeah, you're right. That really was perfect amount of soul discrepancy to be, or deficit to be, that comeback, and giving them an opportunity to not have to take a disastrous team fight. But like you say, it's going to be interesting to see how they manage that in the future engagements.
I am curious for Loki W where they went with their draft. Is that they basically were hoping that Leviathan wouldn't pick Celeste. And I think prioring the silver over Celeste there, slight mistake. But it is what it is. These things happen. But at least Loki W let us see what Celeste looks like in a pro format. And it looks like this. And it's nasty.
Good catch coming through, though. That's a nice pickup to get Empty Dreams is becoming quite fat, so need to deal with him. And then, well, a Walker there for Loki W is actually a huge find, but in the same token, we've got potentially an equalizer here for Leviathan. Sieging this Walker, it doesn't seem like there's any numbers here to get to this, and it is a split push. The mid Walker needs to be defended as well. It is getting defended with the bulk of the Loki W players, and he might be able to get a kill off of this. It's the Sinclair. Can he TP away? Doesn't look like he's going to be able to escape the flog, and Billy might be up for grabs as well, trying to escape there through the sewers. Down the stairs, back up again. Can he get any assistance from his team? Page is making a way across it, but the pursuit, they are fully committing to this one, Blank.
Yeah, they're not messing around. I mean, he's getting a lot of healing off blasted, but that is not enough versus 4 players whatsoever. Again, this feels like an okay moment to go for mid-boss. You don't have Sinclair for the Rabbit, and you don't have Billy with Chain Gang. And last week, Chain Gang was the thing that absolutely wrecked them. But they are going to go for a bait play instead, hoping that Leviathan's going to come straight in, and it is the Mirage, who doesn't have ult, so he's easily chased down.
This is really nice. Oh, if they can get the Celeste, mid-boss will be absolutely open for the taking. No worry about the ultimate. And there is the lockdown onto Celeste. She cannot escape. She's going to rip the ult there. And they're all going to just fan out and try to just make sure that ult can't do any damage. And they're in prime position now, dealing with 2 key players, dealing with the biggest threat for the mid-boss. They can actually finish this one off and actually put themselves in a really good spot here, Blank.
There is Chain Gang, there is Knights, so there's potential they try and come for this, but immediate disengage off this mid-boss every time. Right now, Loki W is just pouncing on the back of Leviathan. They are not getting away with them whatsoever. Mid-boss is just taking a break each time they head on down.
So cool to see the communication, how quickly the entire team reacts to swarm the intruders. And there we go, extra kills gained because of that. Quick response from Loki W. And now looking to go for the mid-boss, but in comes the Sinclair, looking for the parries. They're looking for a steal. Can't get a single one. And it will go down instead. And that's Leviathan now just... They were in prime position in this game. It seemed like every objective was just theirs just because of the Chain Gang Shining Wonder combo. But we kept asking the question, how does Loki W manage to overcome that? And they've just shown us.
Yeah, it's again, it's a lot of isolated targets, a lot of quick maneuvering. I mean, the speed at which their team gets around is very fast. Like, they have some great chase potential. And Captain's able to maneuver a lot of players out of pretty safe positions into very unsafe positions. The one thing that I'm really liking at the moment is the way that Listic's aggressively using Eternal Darkness to basically cause problems in the midst of a lot of team fights. Really be quite that confusing component on the team. And it's working here and there. Leviathan, though, they had a little problem where they haven't played against Ivy for so long. You wonder why exactly you don't try and go for a 2-player attempt on mid-boss steal when they have an Ivy. And that's right, it's because of Stone Form.
And yeah, it's really, really cool to see now how the game has shifted as well, because Venator and Silver are definitely a problem. They're in this spot now where they could get really ridiculous. So, you know, what's the counterbalance to that? You know, Silver, you know, is another hero that a lot of people probably feel should be still nerfed even more. But do you see it that way, Blank, as well? Like, do you think Silver's is kind of a problem, kind of OP?
Yeah, I think that I don't think they some of the things that they buffed, I think, were a little bit unnecessary. I mean, her fall off range, I don't think needed to go up to 20 meters. I think 18 would have been fine. I think the health increase was a little bit much. Lycan Curse build-up rate was kind of crazy. I think that she had her resist reduced, right? But does that really matter? Because now Silver's like, well, I'll just build a little bit tankier. It means I don't have to go full damage all the way through the game just because I could. I think that Silver is in a very, very strong place right now. Is it overpowered? That's the question.
Oh my god. Oh, styling on him. Sometimes you can just like pull them out of the air with a ground strike, but Lash here trying to really just create headaches for Abrams, who is going to be able to disengage finally. But look at the map control, though. Venator is just free farming the opponent's jungle. Leviathan losing some of that jungle, some of those sinners in their territory. And look how far up all of the Loki W players are at the moment. The map is fully under their control. They have an equal scenario on the walkers. And you'd have to imagine like split pushing and just taking away more resources is the main goal here for Loki W. They're in such a good position to do it.
Yeah, I think getting rid of as much of the jungle as possible. I was curious because Captain only half clears one of the camps, which I was sort of confused by. Usually you want to full clear a camp always because it's just more worth it to you later on to continue stealing that camp. I was wondering, just because they're playing such a snowbally comp, they just don't want to give any opportunity for Leviathan, even when they get control back over their jungle, to have that second camp available to them. But 2 walkers left. We saw Sinclair earlier on just absolutely donking on the blue walker, which was really rough to see. I think it went down to about 25% before it equalized once the right-hand side walker went down for Loki W. But this is way better cross-mapping, I would say, for Loki W this game as opposed to last week. And what we saw from last week was that when things started to go wrong, they weren't really sure how to deal with that. I think this week it looks a lot more fluid.
A treat seeing the movement here from Cosmetical. You know, you were calling out his pocket, rightly so, and you know it's interesting because Ido loves Silver and Pocket as well. You know, I wonder if there's like some kind of, you know, I mean, because the interesting thing, yeah, there's something in the water and there's something to the play style that Silver has and how high octane and, you know, bursty the damage is. And something that I know that Ido also does is gets the silence wave, which is interesting because we don't really see silence wave bot very much anymore. I would say so. Haven't seen that in this build, but you know, you can get on top of people, you bowler them, you silence them, and you have express shot, so your burst damage is ridiculous. It's very, very good for these like gags.
Let's go blue.
Yeah, I mean, even disarming haste works quite well on Silver, just for the shred on top of everything. You can really crush teams down. Track's getting chased down though at the moment. Does get a captivating read his way, which wasn't all that captivating at all. It just sent him straight to the Shadow Realm, apparently. But there might be a slight playback on this side with ZXC going down. But it looks like he actually escapes. He should escape. I mean, Drifter should be able to catch him. No.
Oh, gets extra damage to the mark. Get put on the belly.
Yellow Walker is under attack.
I'm not sure. I don't think so. Yeah, big aggression. on either Walker here. Left Walker and the right Walker as well. Both receiving full siege. Leviathan actually kind of falling off of this left side Walker prematurely there just because they don't need everybody. Trying to reposition it a little bit more efficiently. And can they roll into this mid Walker? That's kind of the question here. The bridge buffs are coming in about 15 seconds, so you'd expect both teams to be looking to control those. Might be a split here between the buffs.
Yeah, try and get at least one. I think the game state is still way in favor of Loki W. I mean, you always want to hold on to your blue Walker last. It's the one you want to keep control of because it's the hardest one to siege. It's the one that's easiest to get to on the map. So I think for Loki W, they can keep this Walker up for quite some time. They just have to be very diligent in protecting it because keeping this Walker up means that you starve a slot out from Leviathan. You desperately want to get to that late game where the Mirage can start doing big work.
Might be a catch here in the mid as well. There's a knockdown coming in on top of Cosmetical. Able to escape that. The urn is being ferried across. It's a comeback urn here for Leviathan. So Loki W just want to deny this one. Big Death Slam looking to come on through there. Multiple players connected. Both the frontliners there as the full-up damage comes through. Shining Light now bouncing between every Loki W player. Got to be cautious. The damage is pretty ridiculous. 1v1 last versus the Billy here as he's flying around and creating absolute problems there. Bob goes down. And now the pursuit comes in here for Celeste. But she has 3 teammates that are down right now. The numbers are 100% with Loki W at this point. The chase down continues. Mirage trying to escape. Celeste trying to escape. Looks like they'll get out of there, but look what's happened here. Just in time for that fight to finish. The mid boss is up.
Yeah, it's a good moment to go for this one, but Celeste going straight in, still has a shield available. That thing procs, gets a big silence out, Captain's down, and this is just Celeste gameplay to a T. Really gets some heavy work done. 18 seconds on the death timers. Can they get themselves back into position before then? Good immobilize coming through from the silver into the knockdown, and he's not going anywhere. Stoneform absolutely claps back on towards him. And that should be the mid boss. There is still a Sinclair ult in hand, but he's waiting to go for the rabbit. Do they have Stoneform still up? Are they just going to have to go on this one raw?
There we go. The drop down with the last stand. Just getting straight on top of it. And that's...
lackluster.
Yeah, it's lackluster. It's going to be 3 Rejuve Crystals there for Loki W. So a 25k advantage at this point. 3 Rejuve Crystals. The has been picked up there for Leviathan, but I don't know if they're in any position to go for this. I mean, this is a tough one. They've got to assume that Loki W can easily challenge this one. But yeah, they're also really behind, so it's a tough situation.
I'm not gonna lie, I'm very, very impressed with Loki W this game. It's been really wonderful to watch overall. I love like the fast-paced gameplay, and I think this is where I'll always struggle to replicate what the pros do. It's just the speed at which they're making these decisions. Even Drake in that last fight, what a wonderful death slam that was. The amount of time he delayed on it so they couldn't get the counter spell off really just won them that fight. Because if not for that, I'm pretty sure 2 counter spells maybe come through there, and then he doesn't get anything. Any value off of that death slam. So really good patience coming through from Drake. Because his death slam is the big ult for that team.
Yeah, that's a great point. And multiple catches again, causing problems. Massive burst damage. And it's got to be back to the base for the Leviathan crew. And they're not going to get the urn turned in as they wanted.
I see the enemy.
It's stolen now. Trax has picked up the urn there for Loki W. So they can happily turn this one in. There's really not a lot that it feels like Leviathan can do at this point. They are just on home arrest.
Yeah, they really are. They're in the compound right now, not doing too much with it. I think that definitely one of those games where I think the Leviathan has such an insane comp that you could make a big mistake and start to lose, but we're getting to that point in the game where Blob is consistently getting that farm on side. They are just funneling more and more cash into him, where the Warden is becoming more and more of the problem. And I do think that Trax is playing Curse as well as Knockdown, so he's going to be a fantastic tool for keeping Blob alive in these fights. So the Death Slam has really done a lot of work to get them through this mid-game, but Blob is definitely where a lot more of the eyes are going to be on towards these later minutes of the match, let's say.
So we're back at it again, just no map control for Leviathan to really play with. No way to really recover the soul deficit. I totally agree with what you've been saying about Loki W's ability to make quick decisions and And I think just the fact that they're like the Borg, you know, they're all just, you know, everyone's making the same decision at the same time instantaneously, you know, no delay, no latency, and that level of team play to me really feels like that's been the great separator, because that's what led to plays like insta collapse onto the people coming down to you for the mid boss bait plays and all the rest of it. So fast as a team.
Yeah, it's really nice. I mean, it definitely feels like the guys from Loki W learned a lot from last week of how they wanted to play this game out. Again, you only have one shot here in the challenges round before we head over towards the match versus Abrahams, which is a best of 3. So for Loki W, looks like they definitely did their homework. Yes, Sharik's not playing this week, but I think Captain has also done a great job of just filling into the team. I don't think he's made a huge amount of mistakes this game, and he's playing melee Venator, which is even harder to look good on right now because it is a fairly fresh playstyle.
Well, they can just make it work, man. That's the magic of these players. Never ceases to amaze me actually how good the level of the game is already. I think for a lot of people, because the game is still like not kind of released. But you know, let me hold that thought for a second here. We'll get what could be one last fight for glory, for honor here for Leviathan, trying to prevent the Urn from getting in there.
I mean, Chain Gang's just going to get taken out of the picture really quick there, down to 700 HP, and the Urn does get handed in the midst of all this. This is kind of an awful spot to hit a Shining Wonder. For Leviathan, it would have done a lot of work, but the amount of damage that has just been sunk into Leviathan, like the teeth from a werewolf, this is nightmarish. Man, this guy is chunking now. This is what I'm talking about. Blob's at a position in the game where he could carry on his lonesome. This has been a really, really fantastic match from Loki W. I've loved watching every second of this.
Oh my god.
This not so much. Wait, never mind. This so much.
Yeah, what an intercept. That was sick. I was like watching, like, I don't watch American football, but if I did, I imagine that's what it would look like.
Yeah.
Can anyone confirm?
Yeah, can we get a stat check on that one, please? Any football fans? It's not me, by the way.
The only time when there's just Brits on the like talent like call roster call here. So
yeah, Shrine's health did go down a little bit in the last patch as well, so these are a little bit easier to take down. But this should be a stage 1 patron drop. I don't think they have enough ultimates online just yet for them to continue into stage 2 here, so they're probably just going to back out, and once again, like you say, pill for all of the jungle.
well, I mean, it's been a really interesting game, and you know, like Celeste is going to have a 0% win rate, so do that, or he will.
Terrible hero, doesn't need any nerfs. It's in fact, buff that hero, guys.
yeah, give it some buffs, give it some love. Well, there's gonna be another couple efforts here in mid, but massive deficit. Mid boss is spawning, so we know what that means. After this fight, it's gonna be up for the taking there. Just absolutely mauled, the entire team getting deleted. Oh, it's kind of gross. It's just too much. They don't even need them. Of course they don't. They're just gonna run it down.
You gotta hit him. You gotta give one. You gotta give one now. We forgot. Drop one now. You gotta drop one right now. Give it your best shot. Like, yeah, that's it. That's it. That's the one. We actually don't have any creeps here. Rake's already left the game. He's had enough. And fair enough. You play Celeste. You give it a 0% win rate. That's a rough market to have.
Q Calaris. Hello.
Oh, it's me. Hi. Yes, that's right.
We turned him on. I found the button.
Yes. Activate third Brit. Yes, that's right. Loki W gets themselves the victory. I was just typing, looking at all the stuff that was coming in. Brilliant victory here for them. Was joining DDK and Blank back after seeing what I didn't think was going to be the victory here for them after seeing this draft go down. But it really felt like they dealt with Celeste pretty well. Didn't really give her a lot of opportunities to get off big ults here, Blank, and from there were able to do a lot.
Yeah, I think that for Loki W, again, it was the speed at which they played this game, which was the big difference maker. So fun to watch from Loki W. I love the early roams as well coming through from Listic, as well as Vrake. I think Vrake is 100% the top player of this game. Like,
Drake?
what a guy. Yeah. I mean, the Drifter was cool. The Silver was cool. I think Trax actually played a very, very nice Ivy. I think it was slightly underrated, but I think Drake was like the one piece of the puzzle that they absolutely needed to work out in that game, because if it didn't, it might have been over.
No, absolutely. Of course, we did have some other kind of donos come in whilst that was going on. Make sure you guys dono as well to contribute to the prize pool. The last one that came in was the Keeds, as well as the Postlamp even, sorry, that gave us another $5, who did promise that if we get those upsets. Was this an upset? I don't know. Like, it was, they're pretty evenly matched here, but we can take a look at the highlights as well. But the Keeds donates $50 and says, thank you for all the hard work putting on the show together for everyone. So thank you to that. We also had some subs coming in from Fiery Kaku, Dino Tank, Duck Films TV, Xbio TV, but let's watch these highlights, DDK, because they were awesome.
Yeah, we had some great action in this one. I mean, you know, one thing I gotta say, actually, that could be forgotten, so I'll mention it. I think Listic's ult on the Drifter was also really important in controlling some of the space around the team fights, and also helping to maybe make life harder for Ray to get off a good shining light, because obviously you got to see them to ult them. But with all that said, you know, we had a really sick action in this one. You know, Captain playing the melee build on the Venator, so first time seeing that is really special. But yeah, this is why it's disgusting, gross, so many sick death slams. I think you covered it so well, Blank, in the actual match as well. Just how smart some of them were, how good this positioning and timing was of these death slams.
Yeah, the guy was going off this game. I really have to commend Drake. And I mean, you're playing on a slightly older hero. We want to look at the Venators, the Drifters, the Silvers. But again, I think Drake just makes the old school look really good. And again, it's nice to see some of these builds here coming through from Loki W. Again, I do like Cosmetical's build over on the Silver. I like Express Shot. Not only is it very good for slam fire, also gets your fire rate up quicker whilst you're in the werewolf mode. Did Venator go... He went a little bit of melee and then went into Ballistic Enchantment, which probably was on the grenades there. But yeah, fun game. Very, very fun game.
I think when you look at these numbers, it's clear, DDK, that the front line and what was being kind of presented to the very front of Leviathan, like Cosmetical over on the Silver, like Drake being able to do so much on the Lash, just gave Blob so much room to just have the jungle to himself and then come and be a problem towards the end as well. It was really masterfully played in terms of like the map control as a whole.
Yeah, I totally agree. It was, especially after Loki W also got some of those initial advantages. They played the entire control game very effectively, where every single lane was pushed. They were just very aggressively stealing all of the resources, and you saw Captain and Blob both in positions where they were doing that, and just sort of like managing the macro there, because there are obviously other things in the map that they had to divert attention to at the same time. So really effective. Kind of, what do you do in your head? Get more ahead. They understand how to do that fundamentally, and that's a little StarCraft reference there, I suppose. Just for you.
Oh, just for me. Thank you very much. That's lovely. We actually did have another donation coming in, but I can't read this one. Blank, can you see this one, or are you blind?
I'm blind. I'm flying blind right now.
I'm not allowed to.
If you screenshot and send it to me, I can do it then. Yeah.
All right, I'll do it right now. Okay, wait 1 second.
Yeah.
1 sec. We're doing this live. It's in the chat right now. I'm not allowed to read that one.
Am I not?
I am. You are.
I will always be donating where Kalaris is killing it on the desk. Great production and great games and great casters like DDK and Blank from Cold Hot Cocoa.
He did say that last bit. Yes. Yeah. But thank you. And also, we have another post lamp coming in on the 5. First game in, and already I can tell this week is going to be peak. Glad I'm in my doorman costume for this one.
Oh.
Okay. All right. Well,
Which
I'd love to see a picture of that one, you DDK.
I'd love it. Yeah. Yeah.
Bring that one on screen.
I want to see Floormen cosplays. That's what I want to see. Like, us get to that point where some of the memes that have happened on this show become like, just immortalized into the culture of the game, and we're seeing the big Deadlock internationals or wherever it will be, and people are doing Floormen cosplays.
That would be awesome. Yes. Do we have to pick an MVP as well? Is that a thing?
Oh yeah.
I assume Blank is voting for Drake.
And I've put my decision in the chat. It's not obvious at all. It could be anyone, realistically.
I think, you know, across the board, though, like, really good to see them kind of pull out some things that I didn't really expect. I think that the Drifter early game looked disgusting and insane, DDK, looking at how Listic was able to play that. I was scared for them for the rest of the game, because that's what Drifter does to me.
Yeah, I think he got to plus 15 on the passive really fast, I think in the first 10 minutes or something. So a really good ganking coming on through, and especially on some of the more tricky lanes. I think on the Celeste lane, especially where it was needed, Listic was there. Where it was needed, he was showing up. So yeah, I think, again, just like looking at the effort from the team as a whole, everyone was really performing in their roles. But I do agree, Vrake does get that. He's got that extra special sauce on the lash today.
There it is! Wow! No, I love that point, though. I love that point, DDK. I think that talking about Listic on the Drifter and the amount of early roams and early ganks he went for is so important, because that's why Drifter's quite difficult to play in an esports setting, because you do move into a lot of that teamfight territory much earlier, and you're not really getting those isolated pickoffs as much anymore. And that's where he shines, to be able to get ahead, get that extra weapon damage on board. I think he ended up with like 20-25%, which is still quite a lot in the long run, on top of all the other items you have on board. But so important he did that early.
I was really hoping in these highlights we would see the death slam into the jump pad on the Abrams as well. But
I think we did see it. I think we did see it in the highlights.
I turned away. Bollocks. Anyway.
It was awesome.
This one was fantastic.
It's meaty.
Definitely. Really impressive stuff coming out.
The
and
Wagyu
I think
steak.
That it really is. Ooh, lovely stuff. I think when you also go back in this game as well and look at some of the potential turning. Did he parry as well?
He got the parry too.
But there was one moment that I was concerned about, Blank, which was when Leviathan was trying to turn the urn in, and obviously there was a great interrupt on that urn, but then they turned around the fight, and I thought that was going to be the moment where Leviathan started to try and snowball this game. Wasn't the case at all, though. Loki still held it down.
Yeah, I think that, honestly, at that point, Loki W sort of realized why they shouldn't be playing that way, which was that they were trying to play into full 6v6s, and I think Loki W's team just performs way better at picking off targets and then slowly crunching through the rest of the squad. And I think that as soon as they tried to go for that turn, they were like, damn, we're a little bit ahead, but they're still just crushing us. Like, maybe we shouldn't team fight Celeste in a small enclosed space like Ernhandin. So I think they took their time a little bit after that. It looked slightly shaky, but I think that the skill from Loki W kind of backed them up in the end.
Well, let's take a look at the bracket and see what we have confirmed and where we are going to be going, because we now have the toppling of Leviathan once again. It's so back and forth between Loki W and Leviathan, and now Loki W is going to go up against Abrahams. The question, DK, is can they beat the Titan? Because Abrahams looks almost unstoppable here in Europe.
Yeah, and I think if you guys just tune into that match, I mean, Loki W looked amazing, and they are amazing, but Abrahams is a level above everybody. But I do wonder how much that gap has closed, and we are going to find out in this best of three money match.
Yes, we are. And we do, in fact, have a follow-up donation from Cold Hot Cocoa that adds for DDK and Blank being the two best Deadlock casters. So, Blank, that's crazy that he said that twice.
We did it.
Isn't that insane?
Did it, guys. We did it. Fantastic.
Nice.
So nice.
Is he just Cocoa? Because if it's cold and hot, then do they cancel each other out? And then you're just like, what does that mean?
It's like a mild cocoa.
The marshmallows aren't going to melt.
It's been left out for a little bit. You can down it in one go. I think that's kind of one of the best cocos you can have, on the go.
Okay, right. Well, you could buy a lot of Hot Cocos for $50 from Niflation.
Oh, really?
How goes it, guys? Love the comp scene for this game already. I love giving up some dosh. Yes, love that, to the prize pool. Shout out to my man Gozzy, who's somewhere in the chat. Probably a much love for an unfortunately ill ex-Shiv one trick.
Oh, I mean, if he's ill, I feel bad for him. But he's also a Shiv one trick.
He's get him out. For him. Ban that man in chat right now. Ban him. If he's there, just don't talk. We'll save you. We'll save you. All right. Well, DDK, that is the game done here for the moment, of course. Now we're on the other side of this. We have this match coming up, but I'm excited to see how Loki W can kind of perform in this, especially with a sub on in. It's going to be a tough one, an uphill struggle.
I'm not sure if I was supposed to respond if that's the throw.
Is that
Is it a throw? The question? Okay.
The question.
All right. If you guys, so the OGs already know, but if you guys have not seen Abraham's play before, this is the first like show you're tuning into. And I'm saying this because obviously there's a lot of new people in the Deadlock scene at the moment. Abraham's is the barometer of professional Deadlock. So there you go.
Yeah, you're not wrong there. They are terrifying. They're on the other side of this break. We're going to go to that when we return. Abraham's here, the Titan of Europe, is going to go up against Loki W. Tune in right after this. All right, welcome back for the championship match here at the Deadlock Night Shift, because we have got the final boss in Abrahams going up against Loki W. Will they turn them into pancakes? Who knows? We'll find out in the draft. We'll find out in the games. I'm joined by DDK as well as Blank. It is time, DDK, to watch Abrams do what they do best.
Yeah, and I'm again like, what is the look that they're gonna, or how will they interpret the draft? That's like always the cool little question that we get to see, because that draft from Loki W was kind of weird, and it's not. It could have been less weird, and I don't know if it's weird because I'm just miscalibrated, right? Because these guys are, they're the ones that know how to play at this level. So, we're going to find out.
We will. Blank, do you think that DDK is miscalibrated? Because that draft was weird. He is correct.
I forgive him. I forgive him. I think I was in the same spot as well. Like, in my opinion, Leviathan had like an insane composition. I think what they lacked though was kind of pick potential, right? Like they wanted to get in on towards, and they got some Loki W. But if you're trying to get out in the open to get onto them, you're in big danger of the death slam, which came through as we saw. But I do think they also played that game phenomenally well. The Celeste, though, in the moments where she was popping off, Rake was doing unreal work on that character. But it never got to the point where we sort of saw it and was like, that's taking over the game. But again, I think that if you did give Abrahams Celeste, there's players on that team. I mean, together just hit 5,000 hours on Deadlock. So he's probably played quite a few games on Celeste at some point. Who definitely probably has. That guy plays everything. Not to mention Demov. So yeah, I don't think I would want to give Celeste Abrahams.
Yeah, crazy components to go up against. I calculated that 5,000 hours is about 208 days, which, by the way, right, like, excuse me, what is that? That's like leaving your PC on overnight or something. I'm not sure what's going on there, but that is wild. But I think when you talk about Abrahams and how they come in with a lot of power, I think it's very difficult, especially even in the draft DDK, to really deal with this team. I've been theorizing since last week. Okay, what if you take the Rem away from Saint or something like that? Because, you've got access to all those extra boxes that your opponents aren't going to have, but then you're kind of missing out on some more important bans. It's like, how do you go up against Abrahams, take away the heroes you want to take away, and then not leave them with what they want to play with anyway?
I don't know that it's all that possible. And the problem is Abrahams is one of those teams where, Hoot will just pull out the Talon and you're like, wait, do I need to first ban Talon now? So it just kind of like messes with you completely. So it's hard to read into it too much. But I would say though that you don't want Hoot to play Lash right now. I feel like Hoot's Lash is really insane, and obviously we saw how good Vrake was playing on it, so it would be kind of nice if that's something that they can get onto Vrake instead. But yeah, Hoot is normally the worry.
Yeah, definitely a bit of a competition for a hero like that. I think maybe even a bit of hero competition for things like the Silver Blank coming in, maybe even the Venator as well. We saw Sanyu Sniper playing that last week as well against Leviathan, looking pretty darn good on that too.
Yeah, I think Sanyu has played the more popular of the two builds right now, which is just the typical gun build, the M1 carry type of style, which I think worked out very, very well. I think Sanyu plays it incredibly well. Yeah, and I think in terms of like competition, you're right. Who can play a fantastic Lash and has been playing a Lash a lot recently. So does Vrake get that over him? We'll see what happens in the draft, because I think right now, if you are Loki W, you really want to get that Rem ban in again, because Saint on Rem is just ridiculous. 100% win rate on that character at the moment. And funnily enough, I mean, crunching the numbers, he's ending up around about 7k more souls on average than the rest of his team outside of the M1 carries, which is how on Rem. I mean, that's crazy. Everyone else is finishing around about 31 to 30k outside of position 1, and Saints ending on 37k on average on Rem. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, absolutely bonkers. I will repeat what I think. I think that those boxes uncontested down in the tunnels are a little bit strong, but again, it also gives you huge roam potential, huge reinforcement potential with something like Rem to be able to help things out. Now, on the opposite side, we've seen sometimes them try and control supports completely DDK with, going for the page ban, picking up Rem on their side, doing the opposite. So then you're kind of forced into maybe an uncomfortable Ivy, maybe not necessarily what you want to do. So we'll see what actually goes on there as well.
Yeah, there's an abundance of options for Saint. I think that's for sure, and I think that's what makes it really hard too, because you're also if we're thinking about the pool, Together also has best in class on Shiv, is Billy's insane, is Yamato's insane. These are all heroes that are really really strong and like S or A plus tier at the moment. So it's impossible. And then Taz on Paradox. It's like Paradox is also so insane. So I don't know what do you even begin to do if you're Loki W here. So I mean, it's gonna be fun.
Loki W on the other side of things, they are going to try and go up against them again. Captain filling in that previous game. Of course, Blank, he was playing the more unconventional Venator. But what did you make of his performance for the fill-in?
I think as a fill-in, I think he did very well. And I mentioned that last game as well. I think when you're filling in, your main goal is not to make too many mistakes and just sort of hope the rest of the team's energy works out quite well. But for Loki W on that last game, he looked like he was really not pulling any punches whatsoever with the rest of the squad. He was quickly in and out of the engagements, using gut shot really well on Venator to set up fights and targets. I mean, the gut shot trap into stone form on the Abrams, that one left me reeling a little bit. It was quite sickly to watch. But yeah, it was very, very cool. I think if anything, if they come away from this, Captain should feel very proud of what he was able to do versus Leviathan, because Leviathan is a very good squad.
Do you think a Listic Drifter is something that an Abrahams has to worry about, or do you think Abrahams can shut that kind of thing down, DDK?
I think... I don't think it's going to be something that they would really think about too much. I think if he picks Drifter, they'll be probably aware as to what he would be looking for. I don't know that it's necessarily high priority enough, though, that it's like something that they should be worrying about or could have outsized an impact enough that they would need to do something specific. So I don't think Abrahams needs to do anything but just like play their game and then let reality bend around them.
I think that is a great way of putting it, DDK, because you're totally right. They have a gravity to them here in Europe, and that is exactly how you should describe it. Of course, we have subs coming in on as well here, but here's the night shift history so far for Abrahams, who have been looking absolutely spectacular, especially since Buff Enjoyers kind of fell off a cliff a little bit, Blank.
Yeah, I think that for Abrahams, when you're watching them way back over on night shift number 1, I don't think they're really at their full strength then. There's been a couple of roster mix-ups for that team as well, but I think that they're a team that have really understood this current meta more than anyone else. So how to play the cross map, how to play the macro, how to play around the urn, when it's right time to go for walkers and let urns just get turned in. They're very quick on that decision making. And I think more than that, most people will agree in chat, I believe, is that their draft is probably the most insane thing about them. They kind of have the same effect that John does, but just the rest of the team, where you're trying to ban out John's characters a lot of the time, but here you're trying to ban out Hoot's characters, trying to ban out Togethers. You're trying to isolate Taz, and a lot of times teams fall into this trap where they try and build their own teams around denying Taz a Bebop or denying Together a Shiv. I don't know if you agree, DDK, but I think that's a really big problem.
I agree with everything you say, Blank.
Oh, thank you, bro.
At all times.
All right,
the Brit connection. Love it.
Yeah.
Love it. You know
can we get partnerships on like getting us a part of the BritBox there?
The BritBox. Oh yeah, I like that.
Yeah. You know what? All these Americans, get out of here. Okay.
Get them out.
Like, we're taking over. Where's my flag? I don't even live in England. I don't know what I'm talking about.
I mean, you got the Polish flag, dude, 100%. The Polska
Polish flag, Polska Grom. That's correct, yes. I won't say any other Polish words. But we have got ourselves the draft. Here we go. As we have got Abrams going up against Loki W. It will be Loki W's first pick, first ban to get things rocking and a rolling, DDK.
Okay, so... I mean, Celeste. Do they ban Celeste? I feel like they let it through before, but like against Abrahams.
Time for bed.
I mean, okay, the Rem. So you already suggested the Rem impact's too big. I think that makes more sense, to be honest. I think Abrahams would be more worried about a Celeste anyways.
I think this is the perfect ban, Blank. To be fair, me and you, I think we've been talking about this ban for a week. Like, get it off them. It gives them too many extra souls on the map.
Yeah, I mean, there's this really cool combination where they play Billy Rem lane, and Rem just basically goes away at 2 minutes, go in the rat tunnels.
Where's he gone?
And Billy just gets solo farm in the lane, hits chain gang early on, and he's able to get a lot done. We got the Awoos coming out here. for Loki W. Makes sense. Get the silver out. I really wonder if Listic's going to be playing this time. I really don't think they're going to play the Drifter.
I agree. Oh. Okay, we have subs coming in as well. Neil FM coming in with a prime. We have Crazy Train 96 coming in with a prime. We also had a sub earlier on. It was Archive Angel. Did I say that one already? Anyway, we've got Abrams coming on in here for the frontline DDK.
I actually think that we'll probably see an Apollo and Hoot's going to play him. That's my prediction, actually.
Oh, you think so?
It's or Celeste. Maybe he plays Celeste. Like, Hoot will tend to like play like the random hero that he wants to play everything. Because otherwise the game is not interesting to him. He has to play everything. He can't play the same thing more than once or twice. And that's just how he works. And he's the GOAT. So, you know what he wants.
Yeah, it is true. It is true. I think the bold prediction, or maybe not so bold, I feel like this is a Demov character, is Celeste. I feel like that's a very Demov character. But I do think it's so bold from Loki W to, I mean, Rem is difficult to play against and is a big problem. But every time you're like, you guys ban it, but they seem to know something we don't about Celeste.
I'm terrified to see Celeste in the hands of Abrams. Yeah. I just like, okay, yeah, like, you know, we were talking about the potential different levels. This team has been so together for so long, as Mirage will get picked up as well. But ever since Saf and Jamside left, right, with Demov and Hoot joining along as well, this roster has been together now for so long and been able to synergize for so much longer than all these other rosters. And then you give them tools like Celeste DDK. I am petrified right now.
Yeah, it's really interesting actually, because so Abrahams actually has the same lineup that Leviathan had previously so far. You know, these three characters, and the Relash getting banned is interesting because obviously we said that was so key in how Loki W were able to deal with some of the team fight strengths Abrahams had with, or rather Leviathan had with the Celeste ult and so on. So there you go. There's the Hoot ban. Okay, maybe you're right. Maybe they know what we don't, and that Hoot would not be playing Celeste.
Your prophecy might come true though. The Apollo.
Oh, the Apollo, yeah.
I mean, I'd love to see the Apollo. I'd love to see the Apollo. It's an interesting ban on the Great Time. I mean, your Paradox or even Bebop. I mean, Paradox, it makes more sense to ban and then pick the Bebop and then force Taz to play his signature one-time 100% win rate Viper, which was not great last week. But yeah, I mean, that's the way you go about it. Haze as well. We've not seen her in a while.
I feel that's really early.
It's interesting. I wonder if that is some utility to help deal with Celeste with the sleep daggers. I'm not sure, because obviously if she's getting in your face and you can sleep her. I don't know. I mean, like, Haze is not really usually picked in Europe outside of that utility factor. It's not like matchmaking where, you know, it's like a damage carry necessarily. It's played a little bit differently at the top level.
You know what I don't know, and this is my question, is that what happens with... Come on. That was God. What happens when Celeste Shining Wonder bounces towards an Ivy and she stone forms? Does it disappear? Or does it just go on and leave the debuff?
Keeps going. I think it just keeps going.
Just keeps going?
That's what it does, right?
Yeah.
You can't stop it. it just keeps going.
You can't stop it. It just keeps coming.
It's a force of nature. That's for sure. Pocket gets through.
That's going to be Hoot then, right?
Yeah.
This is a problem.
This is an issue. I think that the Taz Paradox as well is a little bit of a nasty thing to go up against. I'm scared about that. There is a lot of decent swap targets here as well. You swap into a Warden, that's difficult to get him out of a situation. You swap a Haze, she's also getting melted. I mean, technically you can swap a Silver and melt her very quickly before she's able to even get her Lycan Curse off. So this is a great pickup for Paradox, as well as a lot of the anti-healing from Pocket with their Affliction over towards Silver. That's going to stop the heals coming through, because a lot of them build Healing Booster to amplify her one.
Yeah, he's one of the ultimate shutdowns of, like, you wanting to get in there, get into the thick of things, just pop that Affliction. Pocket becomes a huge problem. DDK, what do you make of these rosters? Because again, I'm scared of the Abrahams roster. I mean, Loki W has a good draft, but I just don't know if it stacks up.
Yeah, I'm in the same place as the last time with Loki W. I'm like, I'm not sure that I totally get what they were going for, but I mean, they made it work super well. So, but the thing is that they don't have the Lash though. They don't have that. They've lost the big team fight X factor that they had previously, which I feel like that was a great way to counteract Celeste's in that team fight strength. So that's the thing I'm most worried about. And in addition to that, it kind of gets worse because Abrahams has the affliction for even more affliction plus the shining light is kind of it's kind of disgusting, honestly.
Doesn't that kill everything?
Yeah, basically, yeah.
Dead then?
Yeah.
Because it lingers for a long time. So you got affliction on you, dropping your health down, and you've got 18 bounces. Okay, DP has tested the Ivy Fairy, and you are right, it does just keep coming. It bounces off the Ivy, even if she stone forms. It stone forms, the ball will go through her if it's the initial cast. So, interesting.
There you go. Deadlock
Seems
science
balanced.
being done here on the night shift.
Yeah, we're doing Mythbusters. There's actually a great Mythbusters channel right now for Deadlock. I do enjoy his videos.
Good stuff. Good stuff. Well, how about yourself, Blank? I've asked DDK his thoughts about who might be winning out this draft. Where are you tipping your hat to?
Yeah, I mean, Loki W's comp kind of looks a little stinky. But, you know, it could be a Gouda cheese type of situation. It could come out swinging. I don't know. I think that Hayes has to fit into this comp as the primary pick tool for them. I don't think they have anything else to really do that with other than maybe gut shot. But me even saying that is a really big stretch. That's a really big stretch.
Yeah.
So, yeah, you're essentially trying to follow up on Hayes slowing Hex Curse later on and just hunt characters down.
One thing I'll add as well is I think really truly the biggest problem for Loki W is actually the pocket, because Loki W, I think, have a lot going for them in terms of like a tempo-y front line. Like Warden, Shiv, and Silver that's very hard to stop that running at you. But pocket coming in with affliction and to burst spirit damage, I think is the absolute answer to like a heavy frontline comps like this that tempo you out. So that's the problem, and they don't have anything to lock pocket down. There's no combo or anything like that.
Yeah, and Pocket has been the de facto counter to Shiv for the longest time as well. So it's kind of a double whammy over towards Loki W. I think it's a really good final pick for Abrahams to throw in there. It's also nice to see Taz playing a character that he can play again this week.
Stop that. I'm curious.
I'm a big Viper Taz hater. I'm sorry. I love Taz to death, but I did not love that Viper.
No, it didn't. It wasn't instrumental towards their victory. It was a bit. Well, we talked about that victory at the beginning of the show. But one thing that I find fascinating about this draft, and I'm trying to rack my brain as to when this last happened in Europe, no Billy at all.
Oh yeah.
Not touched.
Look at this guy. He's a genius. He's a genius. Yeah, no Billy, which is weird considering the amount of games that Together has on Billy. So I am wondering what Together's playing this game. We are just waiting for Loki W right now. They're taking a short, much needed break.
I don't think they are.
It looks like that break's done.
Yeah, shut up, Blank. It's time. It is the best of three here. The Kings, Abrahams, will go up against Loki W here. The surprise victors to be able to move through and try and bring down the giant that is Abrahams. DDK, Blank, take it away.
Yeah, this is going to be a very interesting game. I'm curious if it's Hoot or Demov on the pocket, actually, because Demov can play a pocket. We've seen it. And that would mean that Hoot would play the new character, and I just feel like that's so much the identity of Hoot.
Yeah, Hoot's on Celeste.
Okay, makes sense.
Classic, yeah. I mean, Demov can play everything. I think that's what makes him so special on that team, is that no matter what they want to do, Demov's happy to pick up the slack. Wait, this is the lane that you were talking about, DDK. The affliction into Shining Wonder. What a nightmare lane this is going to be.
Yeah, good luck against that. Good luck. I mean, again, it's the Ivy Warden, so again, it's like the lane where it's like, okay, we just want to lose this well. You know, we're not gonna be able to push you. But I feel like the Abrams would have been a bit stronger, maybe in some respects, than the pocket in terms of just like. I mean, I don't know. I mean, it's all really good, isn't it? Like the pressure game from both Celeste and Pocket is still like really insane. So,
I mean, cloaking into Satchel as well as Lighty just jumping in there with the shield. I think that's tough to deal with. And you're right. Both characters get into the fray really, really quickly. Paradox as well as Mirage lane. That's great once you get Paradox swap online into Tornado, much like we saw from the last match with the Bebop Mirage combination. But Shiv Silver, I think that's a very difficult lane to play against. And if this lane gets even an inch, it's going to take a mile.
Yeah, that's a great point. Like if they can just get on top of you, that's curtains. But 2-minute mark, so that's when all the boxes spawn. For those of you that don't know how that works, probably not most of you. I mean, we got the veteran audience right now, I think.
Yeah, it really is. I mean, that's someone earlier asking what time the boxes spawned inside the rat tunnels, and that is 2 minutes as well, which is when Saint typically leaves the lane. Saint back on page duty though. It's nice. That is a nasty little parry. Might suffer because of this. Yeah, I don't think you're getting out of this one.
I tried every single trick in the book there to somehow live, but good damage, great start. And Abraham's, I mean, I want to believe in Loki W here. As we see the chase down into chat, Taz, can they get him? Oh no, oh my god. Ooh, that's not good, cosmetical. Ooh, Bola connects.
Coming over towards blue, gets the cloak and the satchel. Cosmetical goes down for that. So that's 3 kills going through very quickly, because over on side lane, Abrams page lane, Captain also went down there. So this is starting off pretty nastily for Loki W, and we know this team really wants to get ahead early with this type of composition, because to really capitalize on a haze, you sort of need to be ahead, right? Where you can have the bravery to go into their jungle at times and hunt people down. This is tough. It's not terrible just yet. It's only 1k. But you imagine with those early kills, getting early ultimates, Abrams is going to try and extend that lead.
Yeah, and you know, they showed us with I think with Listic playing previously the Drifter that, hey, you know, there's some of these more like maybe less conventional picks. You know, they know how to get the impact in from them. Like they're there for a reason. So I'm really interested to see how Rake will do on this haze. Because again, you know, you don't typically play haze for like carry at the pro level. It's more about getting that like really just enabling ganks, like lots of ganks and effective roaming with the sleep dagger, and then the sleep dagger also becomes a really great disruption or interrupt on heroes that are trying to like pop abilities. Like if you had a lash in the air, you know, you can just like use the dagger on him, or like whatever, a charging Abrams or a comboing Mo.
Yeah, I think that for haze as well, having the on-demand invisibility as well is a really big thing in terms of the information game. Another really nasty roam coming across from the Carbine, stopping Captain in his tracks. It's tough. This is looking really tough right now for Loki W. They have another game to get this back online, but I think that the draft was very tough here, and it's what we talked about earlier. Trax just getting annihilated, and good B hopping once again from Hoot. Get out from the binding word. No stamina required, by the way.
Yeah, you can just be certain that, like, if he's playing a new character, that he's got it like the most figured out and will abuse every single mechanic possible. So it's gonna be a lot of fun to see how he's gonna be playing the Celeste in this game. But I think it's been a decent effort so far. Just, you know, from Blood and from Trax on that lane, but getting caught in this roam. Rake on the haze. I don't know if he's getting out of this one. He's completely cornered. Quick parry there. You know, it's a Hail Mary parry. Throw that one out. Not gonna work though.
Such a frustrating counter as well. The fact that Saint is there and available, captivating read over onto Bullet Dance, it just locks you in place and making you an easy target on top of that. So yeah, that's rough. This is bold from Dimov. I think he's just trying to clear the wave as quickly as possible with Cold Front so that Celeste can get back in the lane. But yeah, it's 2k. It's not too bad. Still not too bad.
All right, well, big damage coming through from Listic there. That rifle, but we definitely have some good defense from Abrahams here. Looking to really siege this Walker, or rather this Guardian, get it down. It's pretty early actually, but you know, it'd be really nice to just get one down quickly. That concerted effort. In the meantime, 1v1 in mid. That's going to go to the Mirage. Sanya Sniper. I mean, Sanya Sniper, if he gets a lot of space to just farm, that's going to be a problem. He's already at 6.6k. Really far ahead. Nice pick off, though, as we go back to Listic on this Silver. Looking to try to find more kills to capitalize upon. Dancing around this area, and the skirmishing continues here between these two teams as that burst damage, always a problem. Captain in trouble, Bola comes out there, the leap as well. Listic's in trouble now, into the werewolf form, perfect timing on this one, looking to try to get out of this fight now, though he's getting overwhelmed here in the wolf form. It's not enough, and it's because of the TP. We talked about Sanya Sniper, 4 kill streak, 7.6k souls. This man is like double everybody else's soul value right now.
It's 5k now. It's looking kind of bad, guys. It's not looking great. Oh my god. Gets the healing trooper as well into the parry. And what looked like certain doom for the Celeste looks a whole lot better now, but they just keep going. They're trying to get some of this comeback money online because Metical's able to finally shut down Sanya Sniper. And you know, that's actually a very nice pick-off for them. Getting him sent back to base for a little while means less farm for him overall because he was getting ridiculously ahead. Sadly, Blob going down is not the news you were hoping for if you were Lowkey W. See if they can get this Guardian, though. It's looking unlikely.
Yeah, definitely a rough start to the game, but still, you know, only 4k behind at this point. Early, still very early. The stick coming into the action once more. Looking for a target. Bola found onto the Paradox. Unable to pursue, though. And we'll get them fanning back out. Loki W back into position. Back onto lanes. Clean up these waves. 3 Guardians still remain for Abrahams.
Yeah, Sinners just came up now as well, so probably want to start looking to clear those up. Getting knocked off this does feel a little bit rough. I think Vrake's doing his absolute best to give as much information back across as possible towards the rest of the team of where players are, where they're currently residing on the map. They are consistently finding him. Captivating read onto the dragon with a carbine. That's all she wrote.
6k differences. Still holding fairly steady Loki W on the overall kind of value exchange here post the, you know, initial spawn of the Sinners. Break coming back onto the mid lane with that haze here. May be able to assist. Abrams overextended there. On together. He's surely going to go down trying to take those double gambers. Looking to go for the escape here. Very healthy. Is ult available for Abrams? It's not. No escape here for together. He's going to get on the hot on the pursuit. Is break now on the haze. Sleep dagger not online, but there the fixation should definitely do the job here. Big damage done onto the Abrams. He continues to try to escape. So tanky. Look at the quick parry. Oh yes, he gets the parry. That's ridiculous. And still is juking this one as he makes his way to those mid boxes, and he is alive.
Yeah, that's nuts. That is nuts. It's a good try. It's a good try with the shoulder charge. Very, very quick reaction speed on the sleep dagger to stop that midway through. Drake will suffer for that one. Taz finds tracks off in the distance. Who is out? And this is just what makes this character so difficult to play against. Look at the corner boost on this one.
Yeah, it's crazy. I mean, that was like an overextension. Break really committed to kill the Abrams there. He kind of felt like he had to. It would have worked out in the positive for sure. Like they would have net gained a lot if they'd killed the Celeste, but not possible. But they're still keeping this fairly tight though, as we get the urn picked up there by Taz. It's only a 7k difference, which is not, you know, nothing to speak of, but it's still recoverable. Nice dagger though.
Yeah, you're right. This is 100% recoverable. I think that the problem lies in that Sanya is so far ahead at this point in time. Like, if there was last game, we saw that Abrams got far ahead nice and early on the side of Leviathan, but that's not something that typically carries you the entire game. Sanya getting this far ahead early, that's just going to snowball this game for Abrahams in a big way because you're allocating those resources in the right places. Somehow, some way though, it's Captain to find Sanya, and he drops a bunch of souls in the process.
Oh man, lockdown comes on in. Brilliant there. Taz goes down. Able to get something out of this. In the meantime though, the siege on the mid guardian is successful for Abraham. So picking up objectives. They have a pretty big advantage still if you consider the fact that they've got 2 guardians still to their name. Abrahams.
Where'd he go? Where'd he go? He's got sliced out of existence. He like ripped a dimensional tear in reality with that knife.
I'd love to see it. And you know what? They're going to look to convert this mid Guardian. So that advantage on objectives is slowly diminishing now for Abrahams, as we get a 3k advantage in the souls now for Loki W. So really bringing this one back. Look at that, though. The disruptive forward play coming in from who? Burst damage from Pocket as well. Absolutely ridiculous spirit damage. 1,200 back there going to who? And he is on the way out, parkouring his way to safety. And they are going to disengage now, slightly stealing a 1k soul advantage as we hit that 12-minute mark. And fight in mid, though, could change things a little bit here. Big damage possibility here on Listic. The captivating read locks down any pursuit that would have been possible. So having to disengage now, both teams in that mid position.
Oh, damn. Listic's wolf nose did not smell out the 1,000 bag that was hiding just around the corner from him there. I mean, for Captain, though, the melee build certainly coming online a bit of it. I think he did like 700 damage to who with one knife. Fairly insane. Good attempts. Sad execution. You're dead.
Oh, the pop. Oh! There you go. Together's got it. He's got it. It's all taken care of.
Oh, it's a nice shoulder charge cancel into a melee there as well. Getting him back into position. Taking a fair bit of damage. Listic is not giving up easily. The movement.
Oh. Internet dash. Oh, it's getting passed around. It's getting passed around like a pipe.
Who went from like 13k down to 10k. Captain went from 14 to 17. This has been a swing all over the place. I mean, Melee Venator, I don't know how worth it's having all the money on him, but you'll take it where you can get it. Hopefully you can get that spent. And not be holding that around too much.
Yeah, if you could put that onto the Shiv or the Warden, that would be pretty...
Tactical death?
Pretty practical, yeah. But hey, like you say, you know, see what Captain can do with it. But I mean, this is actually really impressive, though, because if we look at the start, you know, there's big problems. But I think there's that one factor in this game, though, that really does benefit Abrahams, which is when we get into the objectives that you just cannot not fight for, which, you know, we're starting to get to that spot. The great connection from the carbide and the charge combo. Whoa. It's such a classic combo and move. The synergy between Paradox and Abrams.
Yeah, I think that again, like just the synergy like you're talking about for Abrahams is just there. These guys have been playing together for a very, very long time. They're really smooth when it comes down to it. And a quick pause here whilst we get Sanya Sniper back into the match. But overall, I mean, outside of the Ven, it's not looking crazy for Loki W. But I think that basically Captain needs to have a big impact in some of these upcoming engagements. If that's not the case and Sanya Sniper can get more done, that's where we have difficulties. And again, for Captain, he wants to get close to targets, but you have Affliction, you've got Swap, Captivating Read, Shoulder Charge. These are all difficult things to play against.
It's really challenging to play against. I mean, again, Loki W managed to show us in the previous game ways, like the tools that they used to defeat the good team fight of Abraham, or rather of Leviathan, and it came down to a lot of these really fast team movements. You know, the bait and switch. They're like forcing the other team to position to maybe start taking a fight, and then be on top of them before they can fully ready themselves. Like these tiny little kind of team play setups that they would create on the fly. That was really, I think, something that we commented on. That was a huge difference maker. And the thing is that against Abrahams, they're a higher quality team. So, I mean, I would be shocked if it works as well against them.
I'm to go for the 360 stab. That's what I'm talking about. It's just the pure damage. It's just crazy stuff. This is what I wanted to watch. Oh, 1K? Oh my god. But yeah, we'll take this time really quickly to just go over some of the donations, subscriptions. So thank you, Big League Charity, for the Prime, as well as Grenban for the Prime earlier. Subscribe for 5 months, by the way. What a loyal Twitch viewer.
So loyal. Love to see it. Love to see it. You guys are the best supporting Deadlock. It's really cool that you're here. I think we talk about this all the time, but it's pretty special to be a part of of an esport, like right at the start. Like that, you don't get many moments like that. Obviously, like, you know, we had it with so many different games for some of us that have been around for a long time. Like, you know, we had Kalaris on with StarCraft 2. That was like a kind of like a magical time to be a part of the beginnings. And so it's really cool to see all of you guys here supporting it with us and sharing the journey and all the history that's getting built, you know, live before us. So thank you for being a part of this with us.
Right. I've only just picked up on this now, and I am sorry for that. But can we just zero in on Frake's build right now, DDK? What is that? What is that?
Whoa, he's got that's crazy. He's going straight for the curse. Is that for Celeste? Is that just keep Celeste on lockdown? Or is it for Pocket? I mean, I would expect probably Celeste, because Pocket gets in, does a bunch of damage, and then gets out. But Celeste is like, she's in, she's out, she's in, she's out, she's in, she's out. You need to just lock her down. And we talked about it, didn't we? Like that they don't really have the natural lockdown on the team, except maybe a sleep dagger. But that's like, you know, you can get knocked out of that so easy.
Yeah. It's kind of a mean thing to say. Internet cafe time. My time for Sanya to make a quick trip down the road. Hopefully not. Yeah, I think you're right. I think Curse on the Celeste is a really big deal, but I'm only thinking about this just now. That is look at that. That's beautiful. Hone in on that.
Whoa.
Take me over there. It's a beautiful pause mode. No. Go back. Go back. To the left. No.
You bastards.
Oh, yeah. Come back. There we go. Take us over there. Take us to that magical place on the tier 3 camp. Beautiful. Yeah, I love the curse. I love the curse. Not only that, bowler from silver. That's a big thing to drop over towards the Celeste. I mean, I've hit bowlers on Celeste and they don't know what to do. You take movement away from a Celeste, they're confused. They're absolutely mystified.
True. Yeah, that's a really good point. Yeah, it's definitely a really valuable thing to be able to do. And I mean, I think this is another thing. If you guys are newer to Deadlock, one of the quickest bits of advice you can kind of ever pick up is you're against any kind of movement hero, and it's kind of obvious, you know, the movement hero is like a Lash or a Celeste or whatever. Get a slowing hex or get something that takes the movement away, and it is a very good advantage. It just completely crushes their options. So I respect it.
I'm so blinded by this. I don't know why I'm hypnotized. I apologize, DDK. I'm elsewhere. I'm in the Celeste rainbow right now. Your camera work's insane as well, by the way, whoever's doing this. W cameraman in the chat.
Yeah, how high does it go up?
Okay, this is actually a problem with Celeste, is that has infinite range through all floors. So if you drop the 3 from Celeste on the bottom floor of mid boss, it will hit the guy on bridge.
No way, I did not know that.
Yeah.
Why is that necessary?
I don't know. It has infinite range. We have 11,000 total viewers on Twitch as well. That's a lot of new viewers as well. Thank you so much, guys.
Welcome everybody.
For a pause too.
Yeah, of course. I mean, it is cool. You know, we have the whole pause lock joke. If you have played matchmaking in this game, within the first 60 seconds, you have an 80% chance that someone will pause for probably no reason at all. I honestly feel like people just do it because they feel like there should be a pause at this point, but not because there's a reason to do it. Because why does someone pause for 3 seconds, right? Why is that happening in my matchmaking games?
I'm guilty. I am guilty of that.
Why are you doing that to us? 3 seconds. What could you possibly need 3 seconds for?
Sometimes I close the door. So that's all right. I close the door. That's all I do. And then I come back and I'll unpause. Those 3 seconds are very important, though. I could have got like maybe a tier 1 camp in that time.
Oh dear.
Am I the problem? Am I the issue?
Well, if you don't, get invited back on the show,
Whoa! Wait! I'll never do it again.
That's okay. Don't worry. We have to maintain the integrity of the British presence here on the show here.
Well,
as the non-British person, I'm currently investigating when the world is going on Sanya. I'm starting to investigate because this is well beyond the normal pause. I just wonder if this is going to turn to the, oh yeah, he actually left for the internet cafe 10 minutes ago, but he's almost there and he's ready to reconnect.
So I'm asking, is he walking down the road right now?
I don't know. I have not heard anything as of yet, so this is a little unprecedented. I mean, the EU Deadlock does have quite a few pauses in its history, but we may be setting the Unco pause record right now.
Yeah, this is a bit wild, but yeah, go to the cafe. This is the correct decision at this point in time. We'll even wait for him to pay as well. We know he didn't do that last time. He got caught up at the end as he was leaving the cafe. We'll remind him.
I do have an update. It's here's the sequence of events from the horse's mouth. I asked ETA on Sanya to Parzival, who's the coach, and the response was hard to say. It was an electricity problem, and now he has no internet connection.
Oh,
no. So Loki W win, right? Because they're technically ahead.
I mean, we would consult with the teams on here. I was going to say, they were not necessarily. Right?
The new winner of Night Shift by default. It's crazy. No, it's kind of sad. I mean, Sanya's been playing very well this game as well.
Also, I'm just throwing him into the fire, Claris. You now get to speak because we are in hellacious levels of Phil.
Oh, I was hoping Blank would just struggle some more. That'd be great. Can I be the third person to throw Blank off? Jason tried to throw you off last time. DDK's trying to throw you off now. And now, yeah.
I'm going to throw you off. He's back. So
what do you mean?
Get out of here. All we had to do was threaten the broadcast with Claris coming into Phil, and Tate's like, oh shit. Like, I'm reconnecting right now. Like, we can't have that. Let's go.
All right. See you later, guys.
Bye-bye.
oh, thank God. I mean, I was like, this is a great game. Like, I really want to see this one play out. And there we go. We'll get exactly that. So yeah, Vrake with the super fast rush to curse. That item is going to silence you. You can't move. You can't do anything. It's a very powerful crowd control item to lock down somebody that you think is very dangerous. So Vrake is on that, playing sort of like a utility haze. He's got a slowing hex as well to also lock down movement characters. He's basically designed to be Hoot's nightmare.
Yeah, pretty much. As one of the Sandmen as well, that would make absolute sense on the haze, giving Hoot some nightmares. Bowler as well is a bit of an issue. Never mind, he's done.
Yeah,
they've missed everything.
Yeah, I was going to say, I don't know what a good way is to say this, but I like how blunt you are with that. And the urn will be grabbed at least by Loki W. So looking to try to gain Forte lead once more. But look at the left side Walker. It's just getting siege for 3 here. There's 3 players. This is going to go down. They can't stop this, and they don't have control for the urn drop off. That zip is going to be there for Abrahams to try to stop this urn play from going through.
I mean, currently it's a 4v6 at the moment. But with both Pocket and Page not there, this is much more even. The Tracks will get the urn in, which brings them back up to 86 to 87. They are down a Walker, though. At some point, they will need that slot opening up. I mean, not Vrake, because he's only on his 5th item, right? This guy's going to be rushing another 6.4k soon. Probably Inhibitor, of course.
Okay, so got to push back that left side lane. Push up the waves. So nice, a nice objective play from Abrahams to be able to get that Walker like that. That was really well done. And they've largely cleaned up the camps, a lot of the camps in their jungle. Looks like there's a couple Sinners available in the Abrahams jungle still, though. And
it's bait.
Oh, yeah, I guess. I mean, Vrake is kind of starting to move in there. Obviously, as you say, on the haze, you've got the invis that you can use to sort of investigate what's going on in the enemy territory. Smoke bomb. Now you got the high ground as well.
I mean, I think
trying to get info.
Yeah, so far, I mean, Abrahams has really kept some very good tabs on Vrake. All right, so he knows the Mirage in here. He faked dropping down as well, but Mirage is immediately back out again. Won't get a catch. It's very, very good timing there coming through from Sanya.
Dude, especially
he's out. He can't see, but he can hear.
That's true. I just realized how dangerous Venator is in like the Gamba room. Like just a gut shot, you're stunned, and then you get deleted by the punch. It's actually kind of scary.
Oh damn! A $25 donation from an anonymous viewer. Thank you so much.
Okay, lockdown. The curse comes on to Celeste, and yeah, you can't get out. Like the curse really is maybe why they allowed Hoot to be on the Celeste right now. They've got answers, and with Hoot down out of the game, you got Vrake also dead. So trades coming on through. Loki W, couple of their front line getting really low. Listic, and of course Cosmetical on that affliction game, and that's just going to eat you away. So that's what it's designed to do: melt the front line. And that gives Abraham's control, and that does send Loki W back further into their territory.
Our blue walker is under attack.
Yeah, I'm curious to see how many of these counter spells are coming out. I mean, this is a smart rush as well, coming from Trax, picking up the Divine Barrier. You want that as soon as possible. If you can Divine Barrier off at least one of the afflictions from your front line, that is a massive amount of value you found off of this item. Not to mention being able to get players out of other sticky situations that might come their way, like silences from walls or captivating read. This is a really good item to picking up at this point of the game. That poor Celeste though, who got slowing hexed into sleep, into curse.
Oh yeah,
wasn't going anywhere.
Oh, I love it. Yeah. And we get Divine Barrier on Trax as well. That's going to be able to help against the afflictions. But that thought Vrake again gets in there, tries to get some cheeky moves there to disable Celeste. But now Who unleashed again, but can't push further forward. Vrake on like 1 HP. Listic will fall though. The silver in mid gets taken out. Abraham's looking pretty good here. Knockdown to slow things down a little bit on the progress here from Blob. On that Warden looking pretty tanky. Lots of damage. Last stand is hit. And he's going to just fall back. So usually with last stand you go forwards.
Captain didn't get the memo, dude. And Together's here. Catches him on the escape into the Mirage TP. They're after him. Can get the tornado off here soon. The movement doing as best as he can to get out of there, but likely will get stunned off the leave. Goodness me. The Jhin was not giving up that time.
Okay, this is a nice kill to get, but they're not going to get it because in comes the rest of Abraham's for the assist. And Abraham's converting 2 kills into mid-boss. Looking like they are about to run away with this one blank. The urn is up. Vrake could grab it, but I don't know. Can they contest this? They can't really get there in time.
I mean, the Ivy's trying the best she can to get there with airdrop into the stone form. Will hit it down. It's a big stun. It's a nice swap out. They will find 2. Dimov will catch a second and grabs the 3rd. This gem belongs to Dimov here today. And it's a free capture and a full wipe over towards Loki W outside of Captain and well as Blob, who went down earlier. Unfortunate there for Loki W, as well as Urn being picked up. It was a valiant attempt coming through from Trax. I'll give him that.
Yeah, and for those of you as well that were thinking like, oh, you know, why do they try to contest? You know, the 3 Rejuve crystals that res you if you die, it's so strong that it's almost better to wipe in the pit, so long as you can actually trade the crystals off of them, like force them to die, maybe steal one and exchange your life to just steal one away. That can actually be really worth it, because having 3 res available for the Rejuve crystals is extremely strong in converting objectives.
It's a tough game this point. I think right now this is where you start to lose, right? I think for guys over on Loki W, they didn't get the start they wanted. The melee Ven hasn't been as instrumental as they might have hoped. I do think that Blob abandoning Captain was probably one of the biggest anime betrayals I've ever seen. And that didn't look good.
Yeah, this is a tough one. It's very tough. I mean, they were holding on so well, you know. Like this was a point we made there as well earlier, where we were talking about how the objective game is still going to be where there is the most success for Abrahams with their comp, but that's the big weakness for Loki W. These afflictions, honestly, have been so hard to stop. That's the problem with afflictions. Not much you can do about it. They have a divine barrier now, but it's just still not enough.
Yeah, I mean, the pickoffs, I mean, Vrake has been trying to set up things all game, but every single time, the response time coming through from Abrahams has been like a 911 ambulance operator. It's incredible at the speed at which Abrahams has been getting to back up their teammates. Very, very tough to deal with. And I think that's what Loki W capitalized on versus Leviathan, where they weren't as quick to respond to Loki W's plays. That's just not the case with the Abrams here.
Okay, so they'll do what they can. Maybe a couple more fights to be had here. Ooh, I've just got to feel bad for Vrake. Just got to feel bad for Vrake. Not much he can do. Absolute mess here for Loki W as they try to get out of this fight, but they're getting pretty chased down. I mean, there's no escape from Abrahams at this point. They've got really good pursuit. You know, Abrams, you know, Pocket, Taz with the swaps, Paige that can like lock people down, Celeste that has insane movement. There's so much in the way of pursuing your opponents that comes from Abraham's roster that they're just so dangerous here. And they still have 2 Rejuve crystals up here and a 40k advantage now. There's not many options.
Might be a catch onto tracks as well as 5 seconds on paradoxical swap. I mean, if you can grab it, it'd be fine, but it looks like the backup's coming through for Loki W, so Taz isn't going to force the pitcher too much there. Yeah, I mean, the guys on Abrahams, they're kind of worried about the electricity going back out again, so they thought that they would just accelerate the game as much as possible, as quickly as possible. That's exactly what they're doing here. Great parry coming from Cosmetical. The Rejuve still in place. Paradoxical swap back over on towards Cosmetical, and he is struggling to get out of that.
There's a knockdown just to give him a bit of a headache. But it doesn't matter. It's just able to now just like roll through all these bases, all these waves. Full map control. They've got absolutely everything at their fingertips now. All that's left at this point is to clean up some of the map, you know, convert more of the soul advantage, buy some of the items. But hang on. Together, there's no Rejuve crystal. It's worn out, but he's going to get saved. Ah, that sucks. Loki W can't get anything going.
Yeah, it's a rough game, but I do think this is one of the games that is going to end a little bit earlier than you might expect here. I mean, Ricochet is online, about to pick up Leech as well, so you're getting more of those defensive options available, where Sanya Sniper is going to be even more difficult to take down in the midst of these team fights. But with all of these walkers still up, Loki W is so slot stuffed, right? So there's going to come a point in this game where Abrahams is just going to be so power crept on top of Loki W, they won't be able to do anything about the siege. That'll come at some point. I mean, after this earn, it's almost unlosable.
Unlosable, he said.
Now, don't quote me on that later on when they win.
All right, yeah. I mean, the thing is that, and this is something I like about the comeback earns, is that it is a way to kind of force a fight, potentially, because the other team's looking for what could be a good fight. But the only issue is that you have Celeste, so if they're like gathering up in a closed space for an objective fight, you know, you can just rip the Celeste ult, you can just rip the affliction. I mean, that has been the entire problem. Like, that just melts the front line too hard. But, you know, the thing is that they banned Grey Talon. And I mean, if they get this same draft and instead of banning Talon, they ban the Pocket, it could work out better, to be honest.
Trying to bait out the Lycan Curse here. Good damage on Hero Domini. Nothing much more than that. Lipstick will go down eventually. It's been a pretty rough game for Lipstick here, honestly. So far, he has not got as much value as you might like. A lot of these Lycan Curses have been masterfully baited out and then just kited.
Yield now, while you still can.
More cleanup here from Abrahams. Not a single one of them died. So this should clear the path through to the base. The mid boss is about to spawn again as well. If they are even looking for that, I'd imagine that they probably would take it. I think it's spawning.
It's always rough to play against Abrahams because they will squeeze out every little bit of value they can to win a game. They never want to have these situations where things go poorly and then you can immediately lose off the back of a bad play, which we saw from last week from Leviathan, where they almost won that second game, and all it came down to was a series of misplays over the course of 3 minutes, which ended up being a 30k soul swing, where Abrahams were able to win out that game. So this game's pretty much over this point, but Abrahams is just nailing the final 80 nails into that coffin.
Starting right now, and just making sure that all the fundamentals are in check. We have seen ridiculous comebacks. It has happened. I think we have seen a 70k deficit get thrown. So, you know, it has happened. Has happened. But unlikely to happen here. You know, you got 3 walkers still up as well. So it's not enough of those crazy conditions that would make it possible, unfortunately. But the thing about Deadlock that's really fun is that, you know, you gain a lot of information about the draft for next time. So we'll see how that plays out. But here it is. There's that ridiculously OP ult. I feel like it's so good. And just absolutely blasting through everybody, diving into the base. And now just a matter of cleaning up all the buildings. Final objectives. Rakes Bullet Dance does absolutely nothing at this point.
Yep, who on that Rainbow Skittles and Carnage hype right now on the Celeste? Absolutely destruction across the board. But this was over quite a while ago, and now we're just finally pulling out this game. We get back to Kalaris, our best mate.
Would you like to talk to me? That's very appreciated. I like that. But of course, Abraham's looking unreal here, even if they didn't want to finish now, right? Like, this has been a crazy game from them, DDK.
Yeah, it certainly has been. I mean, it was really just about them biding their time until you could really get these bigger team fights where the affliction melts through the front line. And I think that was really the big problem, because we saw that the lockdown from Break, the play getting the super fast curse, this was a really good strategy to try to deal with Hoot. And it really did seem like they kept Hoot down, and that Hoot was way less of a threat in these fights, specifically because of that. But again, you still have the affliction to deal with. If you don't have a front line to tank, then you can't really get the fights you're looking for.
Abraham's so good that Sanya is playing by Rem Candlelight next to his PC, making sure he can light up that keyboard and mouse and still get the victory. The scary thing for me is, Blank, with Abraham's going 1-0 now, is that even when they look as good playing from behind as they do when they're playing from ahead in this region. It is a terrifying prospect to go up against this team at the moment.
Yeah, it really is. I mean, I'm Celeste. We'll give this to Loki W. Is it that they're very bold and courageous to be playing into Celeste no matter what? Like the fact that they're not banning it, they're letting it go through. That it couldn't be done. Couldn't be done on my side. I'll be banning that every single time. But I do like the options that they presented, right? And if they've won against it once, that's already a big achievement. I'm almost certain we're going to see more Celeste nerfs coming through. If it's not next week or this week, it has to happen at some point. But yeah, I think that Loki W just couldn't quite find that same mojo from their first game, because Abrahams seemed to have the counter to it each time.
Yeah, there's like small components for Loki W that I think DK kind of would come together and look fantastic. If, like, for example, you see the Venator with a kind of, you know, the gut punch into the melees and stuff like that. If you get more of those over time on the big heroes, maybe you can kind of snowball a little bit from there, because they did fall behind initially, but then catch back up. So there was some moments there for Loki W.
Yeah, definitely. I think that the thing is that I think the tricky part in the draft is that Loki W did get some really nice picks, because they were able to get this like very strong front line right off the in the high priority pick spots where they get the silver, they get the shiv. This is really ideal, and you don't really want to give that up. And the fact is that the problem is that, you know, we had the pocket coming in later. So it was the point that I made a couple times, and I really feel like you're saying, they had a really competitive team. It was just the fact that it does rely on their front line being able to operate, and you know, you don't want to give that front line to the other team. So I wonder how they might look at this, because like it feels like they are a team that can deal with Celeste, and they don't want to waste a ban on Celeste against this team, Abrahams, especially with, you know, Rem and so on being so like just I guess like macro breaking. You know, there's no other hero that can do what Rem can do. So that seems to be a ban that they just can't give up. So they're probably destined to give up Celeste in every single game, but they have answers for that.
Yeah, and then you see kind of final highlights, right, where Celeste is kind of in that middle of that fight, but then she's able to just get away and cause even more havoc and chaos down the line as well. Of course, we did have another $50 anonymous donation coming in while that game was going, so a big thank you for that. Keep donating to contribute towards the prize pool. We also had some Trickster gifting a sub, and we just now had Pacas _ joining in with a prime as well. So keep those rolling on in, keep supporting Deadlock Night Shift, and keep supporting the players here that make everything fantastic and great. Let's take a look at the numbers. The breakdown so far here, Blank, does look a little bit daunting on the side of Abrahams.
Blob looks very sad. And I mean, to be honest with you, it's a deserved scoreline. When he abandoned captain, I also abandoned any respect I had for that guy. I'm kidding. It's a hard game. It's a hard game. It's a hard game. But I think the captain was doing his absolute best there. And he made the melee Vendetta look good. I really like this build. It kind of works very similar to the way that players are now using Viper, where you build a lot of spirit early on. You have this disgusting lane phase with really hard-hitting bowlers, as well as the toxic venom build-up. But then you slowly transition back into gun. This is like you start out as melee, and then you transition back to gun, and it works just fine. So I actually really like this build, and I hope it finds even more popularity after this match, even with players just in their own game. But yeah, I do think that Abraham's just had a clear advantage throughout of it. And again, it has to be said, Saint is one of, if not the best support player in the world right now. I don't think anyone rivals him.
Yeah, it's tough to deal with for sure. As we had the post lamp coming in with another $5, I convinced a couple of my friends to do a little watch party together, and one of them is a top warden player who's just critiquing Blob. Ah, yes, as Blob goes up against potentially the best team in the world. Yeah, really rough stuff, I suppose. What's also actually interesting about that game there, DDK, was, you guys mentioned it, the Vrake Haze build. I don't think, though, it really kind of paid off maybe the way they wanted it to here in the end.
It's a tough one. I feel like they did a good job locking down Celeste, and I think that's kind of like Vrake's purpose in life was just, I just need to get the curse on him, I need to get the sleep dagger on who, and I need to get the slowing hex on who. Just like all of it to lock him down, because that's the kind of the problem is Celeste can come in, like, you know, the barrier explodes, everyone's silenced, it's like burst damaging, and then it's out before you can react or do anything. And they didn't have any other lockdown in the lineup. There was no other CC really. So like that, I think that was kind of the problem, is that in their composition, like Vrake kind of had to be the guy that had the extra CC beyond it. So I think that's another thing that they can adjust in how they pick a comp.
Before we go to the break, Blank, I think nobody wants together on Abrahams having a target-rich environment. There were moments on Abrahams there where I think he was just terrorizing that poor roster.
Yeah, well, I mean, it was like enemy spotted, and he was like diving towards the back line and then charging them back into the team. He was literally sprinting to get some of those pickoffs. It was actually hilarious. But yeah, I love the guy. He's a great player. The last thing I want to touch on, sorry, before I hand it back, because I think that Vrake did have a good game there. There was a couple times, though, where I felt that although that last game was great, this time it felt like he was trying to drag his team into fights that maybe they shouldn't have gone into at times. And I think that you have to play the haze like that, but there were some moments where I was like, well, you've been spotted, and I think this is the time we need to pull back. But instead he went forward. I think that's where some of the little mistakes happened.
All right, thank you, boys. It's time for a break. When we return, we have got ourselves game number 2 of Abrahams going up against Loki W.
Don't force me.
I see Abrams.
The Three Kings Guard return here for Night Shift. It's game number 2 between Abrams and Lowkey W. Yes, the Brit boys are here to steal the show, to watch the games go down, but very likely that Abrams is probably going to steal the show at the end here, as we have DDK and Blank joining myself, Colaris, for what is going to be game number 2. DDK, is there an opportunity where maybe Abrams decides we're pretty good at the video game, maybe we go for an Apollo this game?
Yeah, I think so. Honestly, the thing is, like I said, who gets bored? He gets bored. He doesn't want to just. He doesn't want to just like win. He wants to like play what he wants, and then winning kind of just is an emergent, phenomena out of whatever he feels intuitively like he should be doing. So it could be an Apollo, but I do think it is a long shot to outdraft Abrams. Their hero pool is so insane that and then there's too many problems. Like you saw the fear ban of Grey Talon there. That's only happening against Abrams because of who. And I actually think that ban, if it had gone to pocket, that would have been a much better situation for them. But the fear exists.
Yeah, it absolutely does. Absolutely. The REM is a big shift for teams going up against them as well at the very first ban, considering the power that has here as well. Do you think that they do something like that? I think they pivot Blank to try and maybe even let it through, or try and take it early themselves, maybe Loki W, trying to experiment around a little bit, see what they could get done. But they do seem to very much want the silver on board as early as possible as well.
It's what we were talking about earlier, which is, like DDK says, they have a huge hero pool on the side of Abrahams. So picking bans are really tough against this team anyway, because when you say just pick the REM, it's like, well, does anyone on that team have enough experience on the REM? Are they comfortable enough to play it?
It's very different.
Is it better just to ban it out straight away? Yeah, it's a hard ask right now for Loki W. The fact that who played Celeste and made it look so good. I mean, we saw some of the clips. He missed some of the Shining Wonders. It didn't really matter. We're still doing a crazy amount of damage just with the daggers as well as Light Eater and just getting the damage in there. And again, yeah, you're just banning out the REM at the start. Like, it's also crazy to me that Loki W values REM higher on the ban pool than Celeste.
Crazy, huh?
But yeah, it's wild.
Yeah, it makes sense to me, but it's like it also doesn't make sense. I mean, Celeste shouldn't be what Celeste is right now with the ult. It's kind of crazy. There's no counterplay to it. That's kind of the problem, I guess. But hey, whatever. This is the reality. So we see the adaptation now. That's what this is all about. Loki W, do they do anything different in the first picks? Arguably, you don't probably give up.
Beautiful.
The front line.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Sorry,
DDK.
That is the only acceptable way to interrupt. So it's perfect.
No, yeah, I think you're right. It's like you do want to grab the silver on board. I think that they're comfortable playing. It's like part of their mentality right now in the team. Like they play the silver, they try and make the silver work. They play around that character. Do we see the Celeste second pick, or does Abrahams show us an Apollo? I think Abrahams is confident enough to win a 2-1 that they'd pick it. Taking the Ven away from Captain does feel rough. I think he came into this tournament expecting that he was going to play Ven a couple of times, hopefully throughout the entirety
He did get it
thing.
twice.
Yeah, but now that it's removed away from him, what do you choose next? I think that's a good pick. Yeah.
Yeah, I can't decide if I'm scared more of the blessed bolts or the blessed jagged stake coming at you. It is just, yeah. And in the hands of Abrahams, I'm very scared of it.
So you need a monster hunter.
Sword.
I'm in total agreement about that, and I think it does provide. Like again, that's why it's kind of weird to me that it disappeared for so long. But I feel like Doorman's in that territory for me right now. Like the fact that we've not seen Doorman is crazy.
Really
and I know
wants
that he's a little bit
loves him.
of a weird fit, but okay. There it is, the pocket ban. That's something we were talking about.
Yeah, I think the pocket
vindicated.
ban makes it. Yeah, you should be vindicated, dude. Whoa, you got that right. You got that so right. But yeah, it's a good call. It's a good call because the Shiv was getting massively put down for it, but so was the silver. In fact, in that game, the amount of times we saw the silver and the Shiv both exclusively afflicted during those initial fights, it ruined all the tempo they might have had during those team fights in the first place. The Celeste ban coming from Abrahams is an interesting one. Picking the power.
I'm duty bound to fight.
Oh, you're okay. Right. Well, Warden coming on in as well. See what that's going to be able to do. Of course, it's technically a strong pick. Technically can have some really strong team fight advantage. But again, it's for Loki to be able to exert themselves on the map. And then for Warden to be able to kind of play it. There it is. Hooray. DDK, talk to me.
There we go. Yeah, I mean, it obviously has to be Hoot, right? Like, who else? It just has to be Hoot that's going to be playing this abomination. Apollo is obviously got nerfed across the board. We talked about it earlier in the show today, but I still think he's really good. And we get Graves as well. That's also really interesting. Oh, wow. Okay. I mean, do you want to take that, Blank?
Yeah, I play a load of Graves. She's like my favorite hero at the moment. There's a lot of ways to play her. I particularly like playing Heroic Aura Echo Shard. I think it's very, very strong, but I think the problem with that build is it takes a long time to come online. Sire, on the other hand, has like a 70k souls edit, which is a hyper carry in the late game. But you kind of get around that power spike happening too late by building rapid recharge and surge of power and then selling those items later on. I think that's probably what we'll see here during this game as opposed to Echo Shard. But Graves has such good area denial.
Oh yeah, I love the wall. Again, I'd much rather play it default to vertical rather than horizontal when you put it down, but that's by the by, because I think the vertical one straight away from you is really deadly. But I think at this level of play, obviously a lot of people will look at Graves, probably DDK, and say to themselves, well, everyone's just going to punch the deadheads, they're not going to do any damage. But I think you're probably looking for those massive chaos moments where everybody's focusing on everything else. Then she will come in and try and land those deadheads with the big combo.
Yeah, it tends to be the case when you see good players playing in like the Eternus lobbies and stuff, like you know, just really anyone like that plays Graves. You'll see lots of moments where Graves is getting insane damage on these like long pursuit fights, and if you have enough charges of the jars, it's like it can actually be very challenging to get rid of them in the chaos, like you said, Kalaris. So it ends up being extremely powerful damage wise. So and the other thing that's interesting too is that the really good players can make Graves' biggest weakness not look that bad, which is her mobility. Obviously, her mobility sucks, but if you have really good mechanics, you can do some really crazy stuff with Graves. You can hit some good timings on roaming and ganks. You're not as static as you would see at lower level play. So Graves is going to be, I think, could potentially be quite dynamic, but also has that consistent lane pressure that you could get from like in a Rem or something like that, but she doesn't actually have to be there. And I think that's another thing, right, in Deadlock. If you can kind of commit somebody to have to deal with a wave and get map control from it, and that frees it up for you, then you're gaining like a really huge bonus there in the macro.
Two questions. One, are we role playing? We got the Blackmore duo here in Apollo and Graves. Are we just role playing now in the final of Deadlock Night Shift? I'm not sure, but also
Yeah, we do. You got Shiv and Lash, two assholes.
True, the Blackmore duo versus the arseholes. But also, of course, we have to talk about Apollo. He's made it through. I think that Abrams probably was going to kind of style a little bit, maybe show off a little bit here, blank. But I think when the nerfs came in, I think the lunge ultimately, the 10% decrease on it, it doesn't really feel like much either. So he's still got quite a lot of potential despite some of these nerfs, I would say, and we'll see what Abrams can do with it.
Yeah, I think for the ease of use of Apollo was always the big issue, right? Was that he was finding so much value for all of the ranks because it was so easy to hit that flawless advance. I think some of the numbers were inflated as well. Some of the bullet resist, now he gets minus, I think it's 22% melee resist when he places on targets, which was, it was an insane shred to just have on basically one of the easiest abilities to hit in the world. So I think for Apollo, he's changed to be what I would consider more of a Yamato now, which I think is good. Like he's a spirit bully towards that mid game, which is what you need.
I was going crazy with the bullet resist he had as well on some of these abilities. I'm like, what am I supposed to do? How am I supposed to deal with this? But we did also have a sub come in from Coco Latte, so thank you very much for subbing with Prime. Get those primes in, get those subs in, get those donos in with the exclamation mark donate here, as we are currently in game number 2 of Abraham's going up against Lowkey W. This is an exciting draft here, DDK. I can't wait to see it unfold.
Yeah, it's going to be really, really fun. And I think Apollo is so irritating to play against. I just honestly, I haven't seen players at this level play Apollo yet, especially not in a pro match here, blank. So can't wait to see the shenanigans and some of the tech that they maybe have figured out. And you were mentioning the spirit bully element. Like it's kind of crazy that with the ult, you can kind of basically shiv execute people. It's with a spirit based build.
Yeah, I think it has been a little bit annoying at times for some of my teammates and myself, where you'll hit it and you'll get the curse and the max bonus damage and people live on 1 HP. But you can't go back and to finish them because you're already so far away. It's like the final move. I love that everyone's calling it banter as well because it looks exactly like when Ichigo even puts his little mask on. So sick, so sick. Very, very stylish character like you were saying earlier. But I'm excited to watch Hoop play it. You're right about him getting bored, absolutely. But the fact that he was so masterful on that Celeste is terrifying to think what he might be able to do on this Apollo.
It's kind of his power, Hoot is like he's one of the more. This is the thing about Abrahams and why like it's so cool that we've had the pleasure of watching them for so long, because you get to see kind of the character of these different players in some of the post-match interviews that we've done, or you just see kind of how it exudes from their gameplay, and that's what's so fascinating is that you get to see non-standard comps and stuff that's just better for Hoot to play just because he's going to have more fun on it. And he's repeatedly said in interviews that he needs to have fun with the game, and for him playing anything over and over again is just boring. So he wants to continually play different things, and that's actually kind of scary to be up against, I feel like, because you just never know what you're going to get when you're playing against him.
No, absolutely. Considering the fact that you have someone who will just gain massive enjoyment at that very top level, that means that they're going to be all the better. They're going to be more carefree because they're just having a great time at being able to dominate their opponents at this kind of level, and then playing alongside such great individuals as those on Abraham's. But blank, when you kind of think about what Lowkey W could potentially do against something like this, obviously they have the Sinclair off the back of all of this, as well as maybe kind of that wild card to try and deal with some of this. I mean, what ult is he going to try and replicate? If he does Etani Lo-San and I see them guys flying everywhere, I'll be okay with that.
Yeah, I mean, that would be cool. I mean, to be fair, stealing Etani Lo-San's not a bad idea whatsoever because it's bonus damage, right? It's execute damage. So you're benefiting no matter what, as well as most Sinclair's building spirit anyway. So I think that's a good pickup. Even picking up the Graves ultimate mid-fight, placing that down. By the way, that is very confusing. I have played games versus Sinclairs before. I've placed my tombstone down. The Sinclair places his tombstone down. Whose is whose? You decide. You try and find out when you melee a tombstone and it does nothing.
That's some really horrible wasted actions. I don't like that at all.
Yeah,
But
it's
what
rough.
if?
It's rough. It ruins both teams as well, by the way.
What if?
have to come.
Refresher. Okay. Like, we get more tombstones on the go.
Ooh. That'd be sick.
So stupid. There's so many good
Man, if he's
fun
Plants
times.
versus Zombies. I really like the lineup here for Loki W. I actually think this is, so ironically, this is the first game where I'm like, oh, I like their lineup better, but obviously
It's
they're just going to probably obviously just still win. Like, it probably doesn't matter. Like, but that's the thing, like Apollo and Graves, we don't have the data. Where is the data on this?
Well, I think if you look at this though, right now, I think for Loki W, this is a good comp. Right, I think it's hard to say anything otherwise. That this is a good, clean composition. A Lash Paradox is good. That even you're playing a Sinclair Warden lane, that's nice to mix up into Binding Word. You got the Silver Shiv lane, Paradox Lash lane. Like these are all very, very good combinations, which I could see working. You have the Lash and the Paradox playing blue lane, good roam potential across the map. I overall would like. I love this composition. Abraham's composition, this is the first time where I'm like in the draft. This feels a bit weird, a bit interesting.
Yeah, it is. I'm excited to see it unfold. We have some subs that I want to call out as well. Dark Shocker with a prime. We got Pizza Gator with a prime. We got Jippy Laugh with a prime. We got Shotgun Sid with a prime. And then, of course, we have Noisy Chode with a prime. And then we have Riker H with a prime. So thank you for those as they were coming flying on in thick and fast for the night shift.
I appreciate you guys.
We've made it Kalaris when we get Poop Feast 420. Another StarCraft reference.
That's the dream.
It is the dream.
Blank's too young for this. He's too young for this. He doesn't know. I
don't know. It's so sad. There's a lot of StarCraft 2 references going on, and I'm like, ha ha ha, guys, that's so funny.
I've been saving this up for years because like there's so few people that know the StarCraft lore from way back now. Too few people.
You're having the best time. You're having the best time. I'm okay. I'm living vicariously through you. It's all good.
Yeah, Blank wasn't even born when StarCraft 2 came out. It's crazy. I couldn't believe it. Look at him. But no, that's...
Hey, I was getting ready for the show and see that you guys are stuck filling because a player can't get in the lobby. I have to say, Apollo's finally getting played. It's about time.
He's excited. ZP's hyped. The chat is hyped. I'm hyped. We've got another prime coming in from 8Me's as well. Brilliant stuff. Okay. I am excited to eventually see this game get unfolded and good to go to see if Apollo and Graves can play it out nicely. And I think that they will do, considering it's in the hand of Abrahams. I'm still scared of this Venator. I think that's the thing that's really scaring me in the hands of Abrahams, Blank, because it's deadly.
Yeah, I wonder who's playing it as well, because I mean, if we've taken it from the last game, Sanya might be on the Mirage, you could be on the Venator, so I'm curious to see who's on the Ven this game. But again, just want to say everyone who is subscribing, everyone who's donating, all of that cash goes straight towards the players.
All primes.
All primes, you know, throw a prime in there, you know, what else are you going to do with it at this point in time? But yeah, if you throw any of that, it's going straight towards the players, helping support the Deadlock scene. So thank you so much to everyone.
We can keep blasting these. Rocket Van Persie with a prime. Tessa92 with a prime. Big
God.
B. FGC with a prime. Beef Green with a prime. The Magic Alex 21 with a prime. My wife's going to be mad because she's currently sleeping. I should calm down a little bit.
I thought you were going to say about Magic Alex. What's he been doing?
The Magic No, nothing. So yes, keep those coming on in, guys, whilst we wait for just a moment. I see even some love for StarCraft in the chat as well, which is always lovely to see. I almost said that one wrong. Banger 45 with a prime. Nikobe with a prime as well. That's not a prime, that's a normal sub. Good job. All right, 3 months on the trot. Lovely stuff here. I think what you guys were saying about Loki W's draft is also kind of like really astute, is that technically if you look at that at any other given scenario, you're thinking to yourself, DDK, man, what a solid draft. That is they've got so many great components there to be able to make other teams sweat. It's just a problem here.
Yeah, it's always going to be a problem against Abrahams. Doesn't matter, and that's kind of like why earlier before we got into this matchup, I said, okay, well, Abrahams, they're the barometer for like professional Deadlock. They are the best, and so that means that they can set the rules. So like whatever they do kind of goes. So here we go. We're getting back into it.
Cheers.
All right, boys, get ready. We have got ourselves the game. Looks like on the way. Once again, game number 2 between Abrahams and Lowkey W. Thank you very much for all the subs. Thanks for listening to our cheeky little podcast. And now we get to it, DDK.
We certainly do. Into the action, got the Graves Apollo split screen. The picture-in-picture.
Yeah,
Does this
the
count as a
Blackmore
picture-in-picture?
POV.
I guess it doesn't, right? It doesn't have to be in like a box, like a smaller box.
Like a split screen. I'm sure production can show you what a picture-in-picture looks like. I'm joking. That's so rude, man. I apologize. No,
Yeah,
you weren't meant
instantly.
to do it, guys. You weren't meant to do that.
Wow.
Thank you again, Jax Libido. Long-time viewer, long-time supporter. The 10 gifted sub. What a beast.
Friend of the show. Well, let's just enjoy this, shall we? It has to be Hoot on Apollo, right? It doesn't really make sense to be anyone else.
Also, you have
we
to
got
get
a
a dig
post.
you got to get a dig on me by the end of the show. Otherwise, I'm going to feel bad. I don't know when it's coming, but it's got to come at some point.
Jax Libido with 10 gifted. Jax Libido is a friend of the show.
He's a good guy. The subs are coming in through thick and fast right now. Boogeyman 94. That guy's older than me. That makes me feel better.
Everyone's older than you, Blank.
I'm just a young man.
So we do have Hoot on Apollo. It has been confirmed.
I'm glad to see it. I'm glad to see it. I'm glad Who gets to have some fun in these professional matches.
It's true.
I mean, it's obnoxious, right? This engaging sigil. There's a lot of damage.
Yeah, it does. And it's just the outplay potential just by being able to get in, throw out the riposts, you know, the lunge where it, you know, you can kind of dash between the lunges. There's just so much outplay potential with this character that it just becomes exceptionally frightening in the hands of players that are just really understand how to mind game in those kind of the kind of in-fight decision making that you have.
I think I feel bad. I think the person I feel most bad about is Demov, right? Because he suffers because Who wants to play everything else under the sun. And Demov
He's
just
gonna
has to pick up
benefit. It's all right.
He's got to pick up the slack. But he's good at that as well. That's fine. Very typical start here for the Greys, picking up Resto's shot. It's a pretty much can't fail interaction because you can't miss if you hold mouse 1 on a target. So it's very, very good for sustaining lane overall. The healing right pickup early on as well is an interesting one. But again, I think this is quite a poke heavy lane. So it makes sense that you want to pick up this early.
Yeah, I totally agree. I completely agree with that because there is so much capacity for them to just jump on you. And Grace, again, we talked about the mobility issues, so making sure that you know, she can always be there, have a lot of uptime for the waves.
Getting the rebuttal next. Oh, I love it. This is almost like the build that I've got published.
He's coming on into the mid lane. There he comes from the side with the lunges, and he's straight on in there trying to get all the damage. Flawless advance.
They just backed out. Yeah, they just backed out. To get the just go down though. So that's a good pickup because Metical getting ahead on the Shiv is a little bit scary. You gotta love the Graves picking up rebuttal, by the way. I pretty much consider it core on that character. What you can do in lane, which catches a lot of people off guard, is you can jump parry dash into people who are trying to melee your skulls as they're trying to hit them. Which is a very cheeky way to win lane. But not only that, it's mainly used for the tombstone. Fights like that. Look, 239 damage this early in the game is insane.
Oh my god, he's just getting out barely with the lunges. It just didn't even look worried for a second. Yeah, pretty scary stuff. Oh, nice. Setting up the grasping hands there mid-fight. Very well done. Looking to go in for the finish potentially. The parry's coming on through on the close range. Kind of like you were saying, you know, maybe, and it's not going to work out though here for our Graves. Taz is going to be on the retreat as the skulls come back out again. Keep that pressure on in this lane. Keep the creeps pushed. Trying to get the heals there. That's actually looking a little bit sketchy. Wow.
Through the billboard.
It's unreasonable.
Crazy work.
Oh, he got the riposte, but never mind. Gonna get fist to the face as well.
Taz well finalistic. So let's try to go for an all-in there. On towards Taz. Tombstone is down, but a lot of good damage from Drake almost instantaneously. It might get both of them. Does have headshot booster as well, which will be a little bit of extra much needed damage. Does he find it? No bullets left remaining. Oh, gets out with 27 HP. What a disaster.
Pretty interesting early game so far. Abrahams are ahead so far, but there's only one Guardian that's gone down, and it's that right side of the map. Loki W have lost their Guardian. Ooh, we're at $1,000. Exclamation donate to increase the prize pool for these players. But in we go again, straight into the battle in mid here. These ganks from Apollo, it's really painful. And then we get the ultimate coming on through. It doesn't get a kill, unfortunately, but the lunges surely will. As Lash gets taken out, Rake, who was a key player. It's actually Captain, actually, who is on the Lash this time.
Yeah, break over on the Paradox. So they're both playing pick characters, and Captain will pick up the Lash, giving break over towards the Paradox, trying to get some stuff done around the map. Good damage again from who has the riposte still available. Will just slice and dice him to death here. Does not save the Guardian in the process, but a great little gut shot for the stun on the sidelines. So 2-for-1 trade on the Guardian. I think that's still sort of in the favor of Abrahams there.
And his character's just cool. It's just so cool. I don't know. It's just one of the coolest designs. I don't know. It's hard to pick because they're all so good. But Viking Curse coming on through here. Potential pressure into that mid Guardian, but maybe just steal some creeps. But actually getting forced back by the Page. Don't want to get caught by these words. Big fight around the center, but it's like a minute till the Sinners actually spawns. But a lot of skirmishing in this game.
Yeah, that's the story of Little Red Riding Hood there, and the Venator comes through with the axe. The werewolf is dead. Not the nicest of bedtime story there for Listic, but sadly will not get away with getting that deep in towards enemy territory. Again, Saint's just been fantastic with these captivating reads, even in the early game, without even having increased range on the captivating reads. He's just very good at timing, knowing when there isn't stamina left remaining. He can place it down. He does wait quite a lot far into these fights before he does use captivating read, where he knows that a lot of that movement tools just aren't left remaining. The fact that he's dueling a Shiv right now is that this is not normally.
Yeah. Graves going aggressive, talking about that mobility. There you go, the Skulls smashing up the Shiv a little bit.
I've been training my
I see, Warden.
I love it. It's so oppressive, DDK, when you're just playing in their face with the deadheads down and then just pressing parry. It's like what your options are very limited of what to do next, and even if you don't parry, it goes badly. I'm not sure what stunned him there.
The Lash?
Yeah.
Maybe we had a riposte and he was trying to flog and he got stunned.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, the riposte is still on cooldown. It was a pretty long cooldown as well, so I don't even know what he got here. I felt like he tried to get on the zip and got hyperlined, maybe?
Oh, like in the same frame or something?
Yeah.
That would be crazy. All right, well, more fights here. We do have a lot going right now for who. He's looking really strong here on this Apollo, looking to just like disengage, re-engage into the fight. There comes that Lash ultimate. This is going to be key there from Captain. Going to be slamming him down. And looking to try to finish him off, but looks like it's going to be ultimately a disengage. Abraham still with some good map control in that mid lane, pushing them back. But in comes Hoot once again with the lunges. And that's going to pick off Saint, who's caught Cosmetical with that one on the Shiv. Shiv could be really key. Nice parry comes on through. Hoot's in trouble now, but even more so, it's Cosmetical. Has the assist from Taz coming in there, sliding in on the Graves.
We buried them and then forgot about all the wandering zombies just approaching through the veil there. Had to contend with 3 of them all exploding at the same time. Oh, it's a tough scenario right now for Loki W, but the soul count doesn't look terrible at the moment. Blob is continuing to farm up, but Lishzik is on welfare right now. 6.1k. This is a horrendous position to be in as the Wolf.
He's still dancing around, seemingly unimpeded in this game so far. I do think there's lots of good tools to lock him down later on between Lash and Sinclair and Paradox swap through the wall is going to be really good to like silence him and lock him down as well. So there's definitely options to deal with Apollo, like much more so than the Celeste in the previous game.
I'm just getting confirmation from chat that the Lash got Venator2'd into the ground. Did not know the ground counted as a wall, but I suppose it is geometry. That's kind of ridiculous.
Depends which way you're looking, I guess. Okay, this is doing some damage.
This guy's movement
just escaping. Wait, he's trying to like Celeste bunny up, but like with Apollo, is that a thing? Is that a thing that happens?
I mean, the fact that he picks up superior stamina this early is kind of nuts, and very, very good denial here on the urn so far. Not able to get them in just yet. Another slam grabs it off the Paradox, so Vrake's still yet to turn it in. Just about gets it now, but the fight is continuing onwards, and it is all in the favor of Abrahams.
Yeah, it's crazy. The game from them right now feels really oppressive, but good kill on the other side of things there for Cosmetical to take down Taz. That's a nice consolation. One thing, though, is that Lystic's having a really hard game. He's at 8.1k souls right now on the silver. That's pretty underwhelming, but we'll see if Lystic can find a way to catch back up. Abrams here looking for someone to pin. And he's going to make his way out of there into the TP. Okay, the bullet comes on through. This is big burst damage, though. This might be a potential other kill here, looking to do everything that's possible. Although able to escape through the TP. There's the Aru, and the chase is on.
It looks like no one's going to be preying on the Abrams tonight, just yet at least. But Dimov, he might be catching himself some claws here. And Silver is getting a lot of work done. Slamfire goes through. There's a quick melee that comes back, healing the banter up just a little bit, but not quite enough, and will get stunned off the pad. Smashes into the bridge. Concussed, but some money back on board here for Loki W.
Yeah, and we get the Graves ultimates coming online, pressuring down that tower. And this is great. This is good for Loki W, taking some initiative, off the back of Abrams being in a little bit too deep. That actually turned into like a really nice sequence for Loki W to get some value. Now it's going to be up to Loki W to get back onto the right side lane. Big fight yet again here as Hoot gets targeted, able to escape up onto the rooftop.
Yeah, gorgeous movement. I think slowing Hex is a good counter here through to the Apollo with the new change where disengaging Sigil is also affected by slowing Hex now too. But still, Riposte sends you so far, DDK, that it basically may as well act as a movement tool, but I think Valve is a little bit hesitant to make slowing Hex affect that too, because at that point, slowing Hex basically just cancels out the entirety of Apollo's kit.
True. That's very, very true. We'll see what happens, though. Like, they didn't have basically everything. So Stampede coming on through there for a setup there from Saint as he gets absolutely isolated here, trying to get his way out of there. But the execution comes in. Killing Blow is connected by Cosmetical, who's beginning to look quite key in this. Blob also doing a great job on the farming there. Warden, 15k, leading with Together on the other team on that Abrams. And now the assault on to this Walker. Very difficult. This is Graves. This is what Graves does.
Yeah, getting a lot of work done over towards that Walker, dropping down the Tombstone. Good dueling happening here between Vrake as well as Dimov. And I think that's a very nice paradoxical swap in the midst of everything there. Can't quite find him just yet, though. Does not want to get gut shot. It still gets it anyway, but waits for the support coming through from Cosmetical. Hands across that kill. That's a lot of souls going over towards the Shiv. A 4-kill streak at this point in time. And you know what? This actually looks fairly decent for Loki W. They have even the scoreline.
yeah, they've really come back here and they've sort of turned the tables on who's taking the aggressions and the initiatives. They're forcing Abrahams to react more to them for the most part, outside of that Graves pressure play that we saw previously. And now we have, you know, a roaming squad there on the left side of the map, looking to see, you know, maybe what they could find towards that left bridge buff. Getting that position as well. We do have those bridge buffs coming up, and the 15-minute earn is also going to be like a very, very big objective. This could be a swing in value for one of these two teams.
I mean, Frey getting caught here might be really bad, and the captivating read does go through, and he's kind of in a sticky position at the moment here, DDK. Plus advance does get cancelled there by the rabbit. And I don't know how Frey gets out of that one, but it was a good response time and a good relief squad that came through from the boys on Loki W.
Man, Hoot's movement is just so awesome to watch. You just get so much more purchase in terms of how you can get to places or where you can get to by when. But the earning will be collected by Abrahams, actually. So this is a good way to maybe get back into this. But there's definitely a lot of dangers. I think the last stand will be up by the time they get to that earn deposit spot. So there are a lot of things to worry about for Abrahams on the team fight.
Yeah. Can we grab Hoot's POV? I just want to see his build really quickly. Or just the tab. Either or is good, because it really is just the epitome of random BS go. And I hate it about Apollo players, because they do just build the most insane stuff.
Mix of purples and greens for now.
I've got my
just come on through. Oh my god. Huge damage onto Blob. He got deleted there. Abraham's forced to defend the right side, and they've lost the end on the left side, and they might lose the Walker as well. This is actually a good moment for Loki W to really convert some really big value. And that mid Walker is going to go down, so that was a must for Abrahams. So they get something out of this trade.
Yeah, that's a really big trade, though. If they're able to get this Walker on the side of Loki W, it's very good news for them. Good damage over towards Who, but fairly uncatchable. Nasty little Etani Losan will find one kill over towards Listic. D-Mob comes from behind with a good shot into the knife stab. That is good night to Captain.
Let's take out shit.
Just like that, Loki W have been largely wiped as a squad here. Cosmetical Falls as well. And not only does the Walker get saved, but they wipe the squad and they pick up a Walker of their own in the middle Walker, no less. So kind of an insane series of events, and now it's going to now convert into a mid boss. This is crazy.
I mean, with Trax being slow on the uptake here, no rabbit available for him. I mean, Loki W is... Oh, wow, that's a lot of damage. That mid boss went down so quickly, DDK.
And here's the knockdown. They're going to be trying to make their way forwards. They're looking for the parries, looking for the steals here. One apiece, and then the second one going to Loki W. That's a great result here. Huge fight around the mid boss. Looking to try to get more kills here as the escape happens from Abrahams. They're trying to get out of there, but this is a fantastic turnaround from Loki W, making it all happen. The mobility there, again, on the Graves, not amazing. You have the shotgunning shifts coming straight for you. There's no way out of this one. Killing blow lands, and that mid walker might just well be traded as well at this point, as those skulls, the deadheads, finally get dealt with.
I mean, this is a really good pickoff. I mean, mid-walkie here as well as mid-boss. Great plays from Loki W to head on in there. And again, Trax is making a lot of these fights very difficult to deal with by stealing away the Graves ult, instantaneously placing that down. I mean, that area denial is no longer in your favor. You've got zombies from both sides going all over the place. It's hard to really figure it out. I do think that they might need to add like some kind of effect on a Sinclair tombstone compared to a normal Graves tombstone, because this is wild. And I think that Abrahams is struggling to figure it out.
Yeah, the rabbit house coming in, but it's not going to miss the Etani there. That comes in through from Hoots. But there is a good way to maybe recover the situation entirely. Hoot's going to get isolated off of the Death Slam, letting that one rip just for Hoot. And it's going to be a very successful engagement. And still, one rejuve is available to Loki W. That's so good to have that one on board still.
I mean, at this point, you could easily clear the rest of your jungle or even clear the rest of the enemies. This was a disgusting slice and dice up the stairs. An incredible amount of damage. Yeah, Cosmetical is cleaning house on his signature shiv.
It's so cool to see too, because Together is one of those key people that you don't like. There's a huge timeline, which I think still exists, where your single objective is to not allow Together to play Shiv because of how insane he is on it. We're seeing such a great performance from Cosmetical too. Ooh, knockdown into Captivating Read setup. Oh, what a catch on the kinetic carbine. Is that going to cause any problems? Abrams is still very, very tanky. He's going to get hexed as well. They are all surrounding him, and we'll get Saint trying to save him with the Stampede from Page there. And it looks like Abrams are able to somewhat reset into this fight, but Together is so low at this point, he can't tank the front line. That gives control now to Loki W. It gives control now to Cosmetical as he again assassinates absolutely everybody. Going in for Hoot now. He's getting dangerously low. That killing blow is right around the corner there for Cosmetical onto Hoot as he dances around this Walker. That Walker's going down. Everything is going down in the warpath to Hoot as they try to reach him, and now it's up to Cosmetical to chase down the Graves. This is looking so scary right now, the momentum.
Gorgeous movement from Cosmetical there on the right mouse button. The alternate fire going crazy. What a lovely fight coming through from Lowkey W. And again, their team is all about getting into that back line. And once they're on you, it's very hard to get that squad off the back of you. That Silver Shiv combination as well. The fact that both those heroes can keep up with one another just makes this disgusting kill squad.
That's so true. That's so true. And once again, talking about the kill squad, there is like a 4v2 happening right now in favor of Loki W. They're looking to compound this advantage and get even more ahead. Pushing this left side of the map hard. The Walker's down, but they're still going for a hard push, looking to pursue the kills. Captivating Read there to try to protect the Abrahams players from this Shiv. Cosmetical's getting really low though.
Okay.
Really low, but another killing blow. And the heal blade's going to heal him up a little bit as he continues the rampage.
I mean, this feels a little bit bold. Slice and Dice maybe goes through the two of them, gets a lot of damage done, might have been able to grab himself one of the killing blows there, but what a nasty couple of knights coming through from Drax, stealing that mid-fight away from Sane. Actually did the work. I was like, why aren't these knights healing together? But they came through from the Sinclair.
Quick shout out to Kasana14 for the $50 tip. Thank you very much. Going straight to the players. But yeah, ridiculous momentum from Shiv. That's the kind of stuff that Shiv is made for, but you don't always get to see it in such form.
Yeah, I mean, Abrahams don't step up soon. I mean, they're going to make a lot of chatters pretty mad here. You know, I'm imagining most people are gambling on Abrahams this game.
Yeah, what do you think is the move here for Abrahams to get back in?
I mean, they're going to struggle, right? They are going to struggle. I think that right now you need to delay the game a little bit, honestly. I think the game state is not terrible with Sanya Sniper at 23k and Dimov also at 23k, because Metacal is at 23 as well. I think Blob's the main issue, and you got to figure out how you want to deal with him. Do you want to buy a curse online? Do you need to have someone dedicated to dealing with the Warden in the back line? I think if Together can get there and make sure you can get a shoulder charger off on the last stand, I mean, that's one of the game-winning plays that they can make to cancel that ultimate midway through. But is Blob ever going to give them opportunity? I don't think so.
Yeah, I don't think that Blob is going to give them that chance. And I mean, this is what we were talking about earlier too, that the problem with Loki W's lineup for Abrahams is the front line is so oppressive, and without something like an Affliction that can kind of melt it, what are you supposed to do? And you also don't have a Lash, which would be another way to maybe deal with it, with a Death Slam or something like that. You need these good tools, like a Singularity or something, you know, things that are really good against multiple frontliners that are as dangerous as this. But they don't really have anything naturally like that, that kind of works out in that way for them.
Yeah, it's also just a dreamy composition to play Sinclair into as well. That's a nice little rescue beam and very required, considering once you're in, you're sort of in versus Loki W. And even Hoot's surprised they're still chasing. Yeah, I think for Abrahams right now, it is definitely a case of how can we deny the Sinclair? how do we play around him stealing all of our ults all the time on reduced cooldowns? This is a good start, though, on towards Listic.
Yeah, up in the close ranges, big chunky damage done to the Abraham. Whoa, how has he elevated himself out of the building there with that like,
Get back in.
precision seismic slam. And speaking of which, we've got the knockdowns coming onto the Lash. That's a huge find there for Abrahams to try to make this fight work out for them. They are actually playing really well into this one, though, but Silver is able to escape that fight for now with a re-engage, though, as a unit is what Loki W have been so good at doing. And Taz does have the ultimate down on Grace, got that tombstone out there. By the double gamba, that might be causing some issues, but still, right now, again, the front line gets to roll together against these fights. Good catch, though, from Taz coming in from the side there. I don't think the Silver Listing knew anything about it. Still on the hot pursuit, and there you go. The Graves gets the kill, finally.
I mean, the Graves is a great duelist. I mean, with Essence Theft stealing away weapon damage, it is hard to deal with when she's on you, especially when she's building toxic bullets like this. Very, very difficult stuff. I think that's 2 tombstones up there, maybe. Bit odd. But yeah, I think for Abrahams, they're doing well to basically maintain the status quo in this game. They haven't allowed Loki W to get too far ahead yet. There's still 2 walkers up on the map, one for either side of the team, so they're both equal footing in terms of slots. This is important. It's very, very important. And this is how Abraham's going to be able to delay this game out, because if both teams fill out all their slots, you know, you're on equal footing when it comes to the next team fight. And I think that's where this game's going to end, is the next mid-boss team fight.
Yeah, that left side walker is very low, and I think you're totally right. These objective plays become a really, really good opportunity for Abrahams to bring things back. And right now, you know, Abrahams will be forced to respect the urn, and they will have to rotate players to defend the pickup spot. But Loki W doesn't have to turn it in. They could just force rotation and then try to push the right side lane if they wanted. Now, Abrahams have left 2 players on the right side in case that's the play. But this also allows Loki W to have numbers advantage on the left side of the map. So macro here is really key.
I see the enemy.
Trax going for the instant place inwards with a majestic leave. Look at the speed on that into the ground strike. And Saint just gets hate crimed. Oh my god.
Wow, I love that. That's so the combo there. Like you said, the Hex, ground strike, majestic leap to get that speed for the catch. I mean, they've got Paradox as well, but wow, maybe they just needed Sinclair Lash.
I see the Venator.
That's fantastic. I mean, with Saint down, no captivating read, it's going to be a little bit harder to get those catches on board. Both of those targets will break the tether on the Lash, which is an unfortunate 90-second cooldown off the case. But who is down? Listic just about lives, but not quite long enough. And this fight is going both ways here, DDK.
Yeah, this is so important. The mid-boss is up as a potential reward for the victors of this battle at the moment on the rooftops, as both teams are fighting hard for it. Just like you said, Trax is so low on the Sinclair. He's got to disengage right now, and this is a really bad spot for the Shiv. Able to get the execute, though. The Hillbane giving him a little bit of a heal. More uptime there. More daggers connected. Taz trying to escape. Great movement. Is the killing blow going to come in soon? Needs more damage. Just a lick more damage. Can he get pursued? He keeps going with the shotgun movement. The killing blow comes in too soon. I think we got a barrier there. That blocked it. Amazing support coming in from Sane, and now suddenly massive problems for Cosmetical trying to get out of there. The bloodletting really helpful in surviving this one, but he's just going to tick away, and the knockdown is surely going to seal his fate. But the shotgun movement is so sick. He is escaping. He's playing Trackmania out here. He's getting to base. What?
Damn, so that's the guy's go-to who I'm racing against. That's nuts. What an incredible play there coming through in Cosmetical. When everything looked bad, he was managed to get out of there with the shotgun racing. Goodness me, like a rocket in the middle of the map there. If I was the Grays, I'd be pretty upset with that one. I wonder if Taz even got superior duration online, because maybe if he did, that toxic bullets would have taken him out. No death slam though online just yet. He is coming back fairly quickly. Who's taking a ton of damage, does get cursed, and that will ruin his day here into the swap. Gets maybe swapped into safety, in fact, DDK.
Yeah, I think so. He's able to get out of that fight, but he's not in the fight. And right now, that's the important thing right here, because Loki W, they're looking to command the position of the mid boss so they can take it down, get the rejuve crystals. If they get picks here, that's going to absolutely secure it. This mid boss could be everything in this game right now. Death Slam coming on through again. 2 kills converted by Loki W, and they are absolutely falling back on the mid boss for the rejuve crystals. There's nothing that can be done to stop it.
Sad pickup over towards Vrake, though. And it wasn't like he was going to have the paradoxical swap up for when mid-boss went down, but the wall would have been really nice in this situation. All is coming up for Together very, very soon. And I don't think soon enough. You're basically relying on Etani Lo-San here on the big curse.
Well, there it is. Striking straight through the crystal. Can any be stolen here? No, every single crystal going to Loki W. I mean, they had to do it, right? They had to try.
Oh my goodness me. I mean, it was a good Etani Lo-San into the instant rabbit off the back of it. I mean, Loki W is playing out of their minds at the moment. Really, really good stuff from them. 3 rejuve crystals. And I think this is the first time we've seen Abraham sweating in a little while.
Yeah, you're totally right. You are totally right. It's been a while. Abraham's usually just kind of just pull ahead just through sheer force of just fundamental strength and will and experience and just superior hero pools and it's really just everything going their way. But like you say, this has been a really great game. I think this Sinclair pick was awesome. And, you know, we've had great play from Cosmetical playing like a God Shiv. And then you've also, of course, got the element that we don't have Celeste on Abraham's. They don't have a pocket that can melt the front line. Loki W are kind of getting to play their strategy in a way that's not impeded by some of these bigger problems that they've had in previous matches.
Yeah, I think Abraham's isn't really playing like their most well-rounded roster, let's say, of heroes. But again, it's still Abraham's. They obviously have fought out this composition beforehand. You can't really fault them for it too much. I think the Sinclair pick, like you say, was just a god pickup versus this squad, though. And the way he's built around, he got point blank as well. So even if he does pick up the Venator rule, he still has some advantage when using that there too. Plus the pure damage you imagine on top of it at this point in the game, he's still doing a lot of damage because it's execute damage, much like Etani Lo-San. So no matter what, the Sinclair, he's getting value off most of the ults he picks up off the enemy team.
Yeah, that's a great point. And the curse on the Sinclair there is pretty nasty, and Vortex Web. A lot of good utility items here to CC the opponents and create problems for them, especially, you know, you've got a Death Slam. You know, the Sinclair is such a good setup hero with between the Hex and all of these abilities that he has now. Look at the map control. They're swarming all over the place.
I mean, Rejuve is expiring soon, though. Not really done too much of it, and I think that Loki W is at this point in the game. This is where Abrahams do a little bit better, right? They're a little bit cooler in these moments. They know how to siege. For Loki W, this is the big engage for them.
We'll see how much they can get from this. You'd expect at least first stage Patron and both shrines. That's what they're looking for. And there shouldn't really be too much to stop them here at this point. They're very strong. Okay, you can see maybe a potential dive being set up here around the tombstone. Looking for the right moment. Here we go. They're looking to jump them as soon as they go onto the shrine.
Yeah, trying to bait something in here. In comes the Sinclair. Trax is in and he's out again. He's grabbed someone's soul. I don't know. I think it might have been the Graves. It's a great shoulder charge on towards Vrake and Listic. Gets one rejuvenate out of them. Listic is still alive and kicking though, and this rejuve is slowly ticking down. It's basically the end of it. This might be a situation where Loki W wants to get out of there, but a massive slam into the ground, crushing the participants of Loki W together, holding the team together in these final moments.
It's so hard to pick the right spot, but you're totally right. That was it's just an epic slam. Now, Hoot's still trying to run his shenanigans, trying to reposition in the fight, get around to the side, get those lunges going, but Cosmetical in the front, he's actually getting really, really low. No rejuve crystals available here. Very big problems right now for Cosmetical, down to nothing. And there it is, Hoot on the pursuit as more kills avail themselves to him as those lunges start to come on through. And it is looking like a cleanup, and this could be problematic. It is a pretty huge soul discrepancy. But what value is left on the map here after they get those kills? It wasn't too bad. Only 3 went down.
I mean, you got 40 seconds until next turn, so you should be easily able to pick that one up, which might swing themselves a little bit further. And then you've got mid-boss up. I don't know quite how long away that is. 1 minute 7 at the moment. So that'll come up just as Vrake is spawning. There will be a questionable approach from Abrahams if they want to go for the instant mid-boss off the back of this, but I'm almost certain they should be able to get the urn handed.
Yeah, that would be a really nice play. Again, you know, when you're behind a deadlock, you get sort of more soul value like than your opponents would for the same soul source as a comeback bonus or mechanic. So it does allow you, if the other team doesn't finish soon enough, it does allow some mechanisms to come back. And a comeback urn is another one of those mechanisms. And if they can get this, it's going to be very valuable for their team to start really eroding that advantage that Loki W have. And with 3 players dead at the moment, Loki W do not want to challenge this comeback urn. This is going to go to Abrahams, and it's going to be unhindered. Like, they're going to be able to get it for free.
I see Lash.
Yeah, I mean, with Rake not up, they don't have that pick potential in hand on top of the Lash ult as well, and they just weren't in position to make this happen. But mid-boss is up, and instantly Loki W is setting up on top of it. They still have the advantage in terms of the slot. You can see here who still hasn't been able to add anything to the rest of the roster. Break, though, out of position.
Items on cooldown.
Hoot in, Hoot out.
Let's take out Lash.
Got Vrake down to maybe 50% life there. And the threat of the mid-boss here is pretty huge. Ooh. Abraham's got to be careful not to commit to it without having some kills first. And the poking between both sides here is very dangerous. Neither player wants to give up that first pick. Hoot coming around the side here. Teammates, Listic got trapped in the corridor here. This is exactly what Abrahams needed. They have a 6v5 right now.
Listic being down here is really bad. Shiv doesn't really have extra front line to back him up on this one. The Lash coming in. A big death slam potentially, but only grabs 1. It's not quite enough.
What other damage can be done here? Loki W in a lot of trouble, losing a lot of HP, but so is Abrahams. Everybody is getting into a weakened state right now. It could be like dominoes now for Loki W as they lose tracks. The Sinclair's gone. Cosmetical gone as well. The mid-boss now starting to seem really likely to get into the hands of Abrahams.
Abrahams once again making the improbable look probable here in Deadlock. We're back to last week all over again. Mid-boss taking tons of damage, likely to go down here. It should be free on the rejuve, and they can finally pick up that final walker over on the left-hand side of the map, opening up that final slot. I remember, DDK, they've been fighting all these team fights 1 item down.
Yeah, incredible stuff. That's a great point. I totally forgot about the left side walker. And you think with Graves as well, you'd be able to find a way to take that one down. It's 30% HP at the moment. And that is now where Abraham start to move their forces, looking for this last walker. And here comes the defense. The swap onto Hoot. He stays up though. They got to be careful here. The rejuves are still online, and Hoot's just going straight through with the lunges and is able to get back out again.
I mean, that's fine. They've done enough. Right now, everyone's decision should be, let's get back to the damn shop. Sanya has been sitting on 12k souls out that last fight. This is going to go from bad to worse here, DDK, now for Loki W. They need one final huge fight on this next push because we're about even Stevens at this rate.
Yeah, it's like a reset happening, but there's still 3 rejuves left alive, and with all the walkers gone now, you know, there's a few objectives, or a couple of major objectives for Abrahams. You know, one is get ahead on the souls as much as possible, collect all those sinners, get all the extra boons and stats that you can, spend all the money, and then try to convert these base guardians. That's kind of maybe a next step. And for Loki W, they've got to be really cautious here because there could be a gang squad waiting outside the front door. Or there might be nobody there, and Abrahams might just simply be farming everything. But the problem is that you don't know, and the risk is that if you're wrong, you lose a player. The game's over when they have 3 rejuves.
Oh, dude, this is tough now. Together has the Shadow Weave, Phantom Strike, Echo Shard combo on the shoulder charge online. This is disgusting. He's finding Listic with this one. Absolutely. Echo Shard into another shoulder charge. It's instant deletion.
Oh, there's nothing you can do. And that's what we're talking about. The pick into the push. The conversion being sought by Abrahams as they start to get those base guardians dealt with. They've also got the tombstone on the left side lane, so that's going to start pressuring the left side as well, like simultaneously, to have full map control as they power into the base.
That was nasty, and it was a perfect setup. I mean, once you've got that online, it's so hard to deal with. And again, at this point in the game, Taz starts to become a little bit of a hyper carry themselves with this build. Inhibitor on line 2. Going more of utility, I would actually say, on this Graves build. Yeah, Cosmetical gets a nice little parry off as he slips down, and potentially Together goes down here, but the regen's coming through very, very quickly as he's putting more and more damage in towards this shrine. They might be able to get the drop on this one. We've only Listic down. Lowkey W really hasn't put up much of a fight. Etani Losan through the backside. Their tracks goes down. This is disastrous, DDK.
Yeah, it's the last thing you want. The staggered deaths gives opportunity for Abrahams now, if they choose to try to stick around. They still have the 3 Rejuve crystals, so doing so is going to be a smart decision. The Hex is not there. They're applying unbelievable pressure, keeping the opponents in the fountain. And now here it comes. The Hidden King is getting absolutely destroyed in the pit. Someone's got to jump in there. Someone's got to stop this. Invulnerable now. Someone is in the pit looking to try to get this Hidden King up again, but it's just too much right now. The Death Slam did it do enough to flog, going to connect to absolutely everybody. Together will finally fall as they continue to fight in the pit here to make this invulnerable. They need to keep 2 people's feet on the ground, otherwise it can be sniped. It's so low at this point, but still the fight continues. They're still able to stay up here. Hoot now pushing them out, and finally victory is had by Abrahams with an unbelievable comeback again, of course.
Damn, I'm low-key dead at this point. That is rough. That is rough. What a win from Abrahams here for EU on the Deadlock night shift. A comeback and a half versus Loki W, who had one of the best games we've seen against Abrahams in quite some time. Goodness me.
Boys, gather round for an epic tale. You've got Saint with the page books opening up the tomes and telling you about the unkillable, telling you about the recoveries, telling you about Abrahams once again winning night shift here for a Deadlock. DDK, that was last week was something special when they were able to make that comeback happen. This is another level of special here from Abrahams with this recovery. Wow.
It's just really crazy what the top teams can actually do, because sometimes, I mean, it looks like you shouldn't be able to win, but Deadlock is actually a very complex, dynamic game. So if you can find the right timings, the right team fights, the right positionings, anything can happen. And that's exactly what we saw in this position. And you know, you're calling out some of the Echo Shard charges that actually came about to find the picks. It's really crazy to be able to find stuff like that. But I mean, there's so many different plays you could talk about in this game. I don't even know where to begin.
Unbelievable match. I mean, it was so fun to watch. I mean, Hoot was having a great time this match. Some really good plays from him. I was actually surprised, DDK, about the amount of damage he was doing on the disengaging Sigil late game as well. I think it was like 700 over towards Frake. Good poke.
Incredible poke. It was pretty awesome. I mean, just we can take stock of the fact that yes, Apollo is also really good in pro play, but this level, I think you kind of saw how kind of perfect you have to be with it. You have to really have super good awareness so you can get your damage in and then still be able to maneuver out of the fights so that you can keep your health pool up and then kind of keep coming back in again and really keeping that poke damage and that threat alive so that you can get that key ult in. And we saw Hoot able to get so much value in that way. And this, by the way, was another really big... I think that was the pick, actually, that then enabled Abrahams to get to the mid-boss fight.
Yeah, sorry, go on.
No, definitely a lot of moments in that mid game where I thought to myself, okay, is the Apollo and Graves going to be able to do anything throughout all of this? And of course, what an insane ending there as well, just trying to go for the invulnerable on the Hidden King. But anyway, there's the stats that come in as well. But yes, I mean, at the end, Hoot and Tass did prove their worth, but it was those mainstays, it felt like to me, Blank, your Abrams together looking spectacular. Sanya being able to build up, even though there was a lot of pressure on them from Lowkey W to not really get much farm on the board at all, but Sanya Sniper still somehow found it through some of those more tumultuous times.
Yeah, I think for Together, he played a masterclass on Abrams once again. Just an amazing game. His defense inside of the base was crazy. And again, I do think that this does come down to how difficult the base is to siege a lot of times. I think that although Abrahams can make it look easy, I do think the base is ridiculously hard to siege, especially against a comp like this, where they're able to set up some very, very good moments. I feel bad for Loki W. They just weren't able to close out that game, even though they were so far ahead.
No, definitely. You see in the numbers as well here. Unfortunately for someone like Listic, right, 14 deaths deep. Some of those kind of coming towards the later ends of this game as well. There, DDK, where he gets caught off once or twice. And again, well, I mean, it could have been anybody that got caught off walking past Together with Echo Shard charges, right? And then everybody's dogpiling on him.
Yeah, I totally agree. I think it is really challenging. The fact that we got 45 kills to 45 kills, like it really was such a close game, and Listic is that player that has to be kind of in there. But a lot of these fights really drew out for long periods of time, just based on some of the compositions and how the players are playing it. And so you're not staying in the Lycan curse for the entire time. So unlike an Abrams that's always Abrams and always tanky, you're going to be more vulnerable at certain points on that character playing Silver. So that's just one of the weaknesses of Silver, is that you don't want to be up close when you're not in Lycan curse form. When you are, it's fine, but when you're not, it kind of sucks. So I mean, unbelievable game from Abrahams. I mean, we talked about how you can't put them down, and it just really was the best example of that.
It was spectacular stuff. Up until the point where I thought Loki W was obviously going to take this match, especially towards the mid game, and obviously it slipped a little bit here, Blank. I was on board for giving someone like Trax the MVP for, I just guess, this singular game. Him on the Sinclair with the Majestic Leaps, being able to get some of that momentum going and go for those hunt downs was spectacular to watch, and not something we get to see too much of at this play, because it just gets shut down by other heroes.
Yeah, I think for Trax, like his setups in the early game, were with the stolen ult, right? The audience participation were crazy. The way he was using pretty much every single ult on the enemy team to quite a high level as well. That was very important for them to be able to get so far into that game. And I think even going back to our last game, thank you, Shox TV, with the 94 viewers, appreciate it. But yeah, even that last game where he was playing the Ivy, I think that he made Ivy look pretty good, to be honest with you, considering we haven't seen her all that much in competitive play recently.
Yeah, no, an exciting draft, an exciting game, DDK, to round things out. Who do you think's going to get the MVP? Who do you think's getting it?
I mean, I do think Together got the key picks on the Abrams, and he was like the key frontline for them, and so no surprise to me.
He just keeps coming.
He does do that. Yep. But just spectacular stuff, right? I think the bane of some people's existence, especially playing at the moment, if you're going up against a good Abrams, and again, this Echo Shard double charge on in just the absolute lockdown, Blank, is terrifying to deal with.
Yeah, I think ever since the eggheads in the lab figured out Phantom Strike, Echo Shard, Abrams, my games have been a nightmare late game if you're going against an Abrams, because now they finally have like the Exodia pick at the end of the game that sets up everything very nicely. It's difficult to play against, but I do think that you can start to really play around your Abrams as that pick character. You can essentially keep someone locked in place for such an extended period of time. And like DDK was saying, that is the worst nightmare for a Silver, because she has to be doing damage to get into the werewolf form.
Yeah, very difficult to make something happen here. Constant pressure going up against Listic as well. A big thank you to the Postline once again for the $5. Shame no upset, but the match was still super entertaining, so I had to gift 5 subs for the Abrams skin. Yes, if you keep going though for those, I think it was 1,200. There will be releasing that skin out into the wild. And of course, thank you to Metro for raiding after the EU games have now concluded with the 479. Of course, North American games are coming up as well, DDK, so there's still loads more Deadlock on the way here after you've just all watched Abrahams look phenomenal.
Yeah, I mean, the Abrahams right now of North America is melee creeps. Kind of become a similar type of team. So, you have that kind of to look forward to later on. And I can't believe the show's only halfway. It's been some long games. We had 2 maps there.
I know, crazy stuff, all things considered. But yeah, Abrahams really, they dangled the carrot in front of Lowkey W there, Blank, only to just rip it away. No carrot for you.
I know. It's so sad. It's more like a Wagyu steak for the silver that they dangled in front of them. Basically, Abrams was playing werewolf fishing towards the end of the game. Very, very sad to see. But to be honest, I do think that Loki W should be very proud of themselves for these 2 games. Like, it shows that, Abrahams can bleed. They can bleed.
Yeah. Right, well, that does it kind of us for EU. Blank, why don't we say our goodbyes? Where can we find you, Blank, and everything you're up to since we're saying bye-bye for you for EU?
That's true. You can find me over at Blankass over on the Everything app, and then pretty much everywhere else. Also on YouTube, Blankass, and also the Hyperline where we do podcasts and other fun things.
Oh, yeah, I'll talk about that in a moment. DDK, how about yourself?
I don't really have anything going on in terms of Deadlock content right now except this. Although I have been streaming a little bit recently on DDK TV, but otherwise, yeah, that's it for plugs for me.
Awesome. And as Blank mentioned, actually, that podcast, The Hyperline, is actually our podcast, mine and Blank, along with our friend J-Ben. So you can actually come and check that out on YouTube at The Hyperline. It's brand new, basically. We're only on episode 2, but we're having a lot of fun doing it, and we're really excited. I'm very thankful to be invited here to the Deadlock Night Shift. So thank you very much, everybody, for tuning in for Europe. Don't go anywhere, though, because North America is just around the corner. We're doing a rotation of the cast, and all the Americans are going to be coming in as well. It's going to be a jolly old time, and we will see you next time for more Night Shift for EU. But stay tuned, because North America's coming right up. Bye-bye.
Welcome back, everyone, to the night shift. The EU portion may be over, but the NA portion is now to begin. ZP here with Jake to bring you through all the action here in North America. And Jake, I know for me, I'm really excited to see what NA's take is going to be now that all 6 heroes are available.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's always one of the most exciting things for me, at least on the night shift. So I'm playing a ton of Deadlock these days. I always want to see what are the top teams doing, not just so I can, see that from this perspective of what the implications are for my pubs and how I'm playing Deadlock, but also just to see how team strategy shifts and changes across the regions. And historically in Deadlock night shift, the two regions have had very different takes on the game and had very different, even when it comes to ban and pick priority, how they approach the game, how they play. So it's always exciting to see the big differences between NA and EU and see what shakes out.
Well, it's not just the heroes that may be changing. We take a look at the format here today. Of course, we start things out with our challenging match, which goes into the money match, but a new team to be had here. Bunny with Clock, they're going to be taking the week off, and instead we're given another opportunity here to No Earnings, a team that, they've played in one BO1 in night shift history so far, but they looked promising. And, when possible, when, it meets our standards of competition, we do like expanding, the veil a little bit, getting more teams in, and, see what No Earnings can bring here tonight against a Floormen team that, they looked good in the BO1 last week, Jake, but once again fell a bit short against melee creeps.
Yeah, I mean, tough opponents for sure. For No Earnings, I mean, Floormen look pretty strong as well, and that's a team that is kind of just getting going with a new roster and new adjustments. I kind of want to see, them going up against melee creeps again. But hey, you never know for No Earnings. Maybe they can play spoiler and deny them that second chance. I think for Floormen, you don't want to leave anything to chance in that particular one. You want to have a very solid BO1, and we see that a lot from the teams in the BO1, the challenger matches. They take things very slow and steady. No reason to rush and take a big risk, as we just saw in that last match with Abrahams. Right, things can go wrong sieging the base. It is a powerful defensive position if you choose to use it.
Yeah, and I mean, frankly, I know, okay, I saw Goober in chat, I saw Goober going, this is a travesty, how dare this ever happen in my Deadlock match, but to me, I also kind of like the fact that can happen sometimes, that the game isn't just instantly over. So, I think there's a balance to be had. Maybe it's a little bit too deep on the base defense, but in any case, definitely exciting last match. But before we get into the meat and potatoes of the day, we gotta give a shout out to those who help make the show happen, and of course, I'm talking about our patrons that, of course, generously donate to help make the show happen week after week. We got our board members, we got our executives, managers, chiefs. Regardless of what level of support you are in, it is very much appreciated. And also, you get access to things like the Graveyard Shift, where that will be going down tonight after the broadcast. Jake, we got Saya on once more.
Yeah, it's always an interesting perspective to get. I think he's like one of the smarter players in North America and plays some of those like really off-meta support heroes and yet makes them look good. So it's always, I think, a particularly interesting player to get his take on all these new heroes, all this new content we have at the moment in Deadlock. It's definitely a moment for that. But without the patrons, honestly, I don't think we'd be able to run the show the way we do, right? To be able to be here every single week for Deadlock, to run esports, have an opportunity for people to compete in this new but very exciting, beautiful game. A lot comes down to the patrons, everyone subbing, joining the YouTube member community as well. All that really goes towards keeping the show alive, and we really do appreciate it. It's a community-led event for sure.
Well, speaking of community, sometimes we get new events like a new hero being released. We need to go a little bit outside the normal broadcast to bring in some expertise. We're going to be bringing in Lightbringer here and talk a little bit about Apollo and our first draft of the night. So Lightbringer, welcome back to the show. Always a pleasure to have you on. And, as we go through some Apollo clips here, tell us a little bit about Apollo, like where you see him here and now.
Well, I mean, man, where's the clips?
They're coming.
Okay, they're manifesting. Okay, whatever. He's a fast character, right? He's a very mobile character. He's going to be the I need healing of this game. You're gonna hate having this character on your team. He's literally Genji. Not really literally, but I mean, the kid encourages you to play very aggressive, very tier limits. And you're going to see a lot of people pressing 3 multiple times on their towers and then dying immediately after when their target doesn't die. He's got a lot of I don't know. He's gonna be like a showmanship kind of character. His 2 is a riposte. It can deflect everything. It's like a super counter spell. It has a stun attached to it. It got insane mobility. It's like a super juice counter spell actually. The 1 is a kind of a generic AoE nuke, but it also has like an escape attached to it. I think that recently got nerfed as well to count as a mobility skill, so now it can also be disabled by slowing Hex, which, by the way, if you do not like playing against this character, you should be buying, because it turns off literally his entire kit except for his 2. The 3 is going to be stabbing you in the face a lot. I'm sure you're seeing that one a lot in your games where you're just getting stabbed and then stabbed again and then stabbed again for good measure. And then his ult is another giant stab, pretty much. It's just a it's just like an aura, you know. I don't know, anime slash. I don't know.
It's like domain expansion.
Yeah.
You're already dead.
Yeah, it does bonus damage. It's like an execute. So.
Where do you rate him right now? Like, I know Abrahams was trying to go a little bit for the showmanship because they didn't necessarily have to pick Graves in the final match. But Lightbringer, you're coaching a team right now. If you were coaching a team, I'm not saying you are, but if you're coaching a team right now, do you plan on Apollo in your draft, or are you like, nah, maybe not?
I think a character like that vulnerable to just slowing hacks is pretty risky as a pick. You're really relying. You're basically saying like, my player is really insane. Like he is literally riposting slowing hexes. You know, like he can see that stuff from behind him, and it's not a problem. So I mean, it's one of them. Like if the guy is really good at it, you can pick it. But I don't know. Like what was it? Pocket, I think, was a character that was kind of underpicked, and then Ido was a guy that really brought that character to the forefront of the game. And I mean, I think he's going to kind of be similar. I don't think he's going to be first pick or ban just because it's so easy to just feed on him. Genuinely, like you're going to press 3 and feed under a tower. Yeah, he's got a nice lane. I think a lot of people are doing really greedy AP builds, but in general, I think, you know, if I was going to rate him out of 10 for draft, like 5 out of 10. I think you could pick him basically.
Yeah, I think we've seen him. I mean, I've seen him a lot, at least in pubs. I will say before that big round of nerfs that came down, I felt like he was on the strong side, looked like really, really powerful, can, you know, snowball the game and outplay. But, you know, you take a lot of those nerfs into account, maybe that takes him down a notch. And on top of that, I think that sort of breed of character, like the super aggressive diving snowballer, kind of suffers in the highest level of play when you will get focus fired, right? People will buy the counter items to deal with you. You know, I think that's something that in you know, a lower level Deadlock, probably everyone else is thinking somebody else is going to buy the slowing hex, and you find you're in a, you know, 40-minute game without a single lockdown spirit item to deal with the Apollo, and he's just killing everybody. I also think he's a character that, if he manages to get a significant soul lead, is kind of insane, right? Like once he gets to the point where he's just like killing you with his triple slash, then you're feeling pretty bad about the state of the game. But to that same point, right, you know, go for the very early slowing hex, his character never really gets off the ground, and he kind of is all damage, right? He has a little bit of control, you know, here and there, but for the most part, if he's not dealing damage and killing heroes, I feel like he's not doing much at all in this game. Yeah. I will say, I think Hoot as a player, though, is probably one of the ideal players where when you're saying that about, oh, like my player is so good, he's gonna you know, riposte to your slowing hexes and dodge everything and outplay everything. I'm like, well, that's kind of Hoot, right? Like you give this guy
yeah,
the super high scale movement character, right? And I'm curious how, you know, somebody like Ido in NA, right? What is he going to do if he's gets his hands on something like, whether it's the Celeste or the Apollo? You know, I think in the long-term future in Deadlock, we'll probably see more and more players who are just insane at every aspect of the game. But right now, these characters, I think, are the opportunity for individuals to really rise above the crowd and differentiate themselves when they're able to do these incredibly high skill interactions and get away with a very greedy build without feeding, right? Still managing to be a huge influence on the outcome of the game.
We got to move things along here and talk about our challenging match. And of course, if we're going to talk about teams playing, we got to talk about the Floormen, the once Hydra Nation that are no longer Hydra Nation, as a new Hydra head has spawned. They'll play in Night Shift someday. They haven't been ready yet, but the newest iteration of Floormen. And, you know, a lot of players to talk about here with history. Of course, Pop used to be on Bunny with Clock, now mortal enemies with Floormen against them. You know, Lord M, Rocker, Rocker and Goober, of course, being the recent additions after the departure of Hydration and Zerbzy. And, you know, overall, Floormen a mainstay in the NA scene. But to me, Jake, it's been kind of interesting because they've been a little bit off from their previous heights, where melee creeps have been just on an unprecedented tear for NA dominance now.
I do think, though, on an individual level, this team can absolutely compete. Their challenge now is catching up in the team synergy, which is honestly an even scarier prospect because it's sort of uncapped, right? The potential, I think, of a game like Deadlock in terms of what a team can do with, you know, perfect coordinated execution. I don't even think we're close to what's possible in this game, right? There's so much complexity, there's so much nuance. You know, we're still at a very early stage for that, and yet melee creeps have forged ahead, right? They've managed to get better and better in that regard. Their team fighting, you look at the teams like Abraham's and melee creeps on top of their respective regions. Individually, yes, there's very strong players on other teams, but no one really is able to test either of those opponents when it comes to that team synergy, that execution. So the Floormen, they're probably working on building that back up, right? Like resetting themselves as a team, trying to find that like macro communication understanding that puts them on even footing with somebody like melee creeps. But, you know, they're going to have to get the win to prove that they're there. I don't know if anyone's going to really believe, given the streak that melee creeps is on right now, that there's a real opponent waiting for them.
And of course, the opposition is going to be No Earnings, where, you know, there may be a little bit less to say, but, you know, these players are generally speaking known quantities in the NA community. I mean, if you're playing in the Turnus pubs at all, you see these guys all the time. A lot of these players went pretty deep into the Trolley tournament that was held in NA late last year, of course, around Halloween, because who wouldn't want to be sponsored by a candy company around Halloween? It just made too much sense. But, you know, it's kind of interesting, Jake, whenever you look at a new team like this on the come up, because you never really know, you know, what is their ceiling going to be, because you think back to Deadlock history, Melee Creeps basically had a very humble beginning as well, where, you know, they came into, you know, I think that at the time it was Fight Night, into some of the early night shifts, and they weren't even the number 2 team at the beginning. But as you get the reps in, as people get better at the game, you know, suddenly things can change, and the team that's just the, you know, plucky underdog suddenly becomes the team that's nearly unbeatable.
Yeah, I still think there's some ways to go yet for No Earnings. Can they, you know, achieve that? But you're right. These are all, you know, individually strong players who grind to the top of the pubs. And I think we're starting to see in NA, right? There's been enough parity at the highest level where more and more teams have started to emerge. And I think it's been a very healthy region in that sense. Like a lot of these top players from Ranked going on to build teams. And, you know, still right now where we're at with Deadlock Night Shift, we want to just focus on, you know, the best of the best, the top of the top, make sure that there's always a place for them to play. But it feels like that, you know, the game is really growing fast. And I think that era of maybe bigger tournaments with more opportunities, more prizing payouts probably isn't too far around the corner, given, you know, the scale of the game and how successful it's been with this latest streak of patches. So these teams like No Earnings, yeah, maybe they are, you know, in that top 5 like level for NA, but you know, that's an enviable position. You look at a lot of other esports, to be top 5 is an incredibly difficult accomplishment. We just not able to celebrate them quite enough given the state of the game right now.
Okay, so we're about to get into the 1v1, but I do have a roster update here where, you know, in my defense, I always check in with the players, be like, hey, any roster changes this week? And I just got the update from AVG saying, sorry, a bit of a mistake. We are trialing Sick P today. Lord NM is not on the team, so it will not be Lord NM playing Silver for the Floormen today. Instead, Sick P, C-I-K-P. So that's how I'm pronouncing it. I don't know if that's the way I pronounce it, but it makes the most sense to me. But, Jake, we got to get into our Apollo 1v1.
Oh, what abilities did you unlock for them this time, ZP?
Riposte. They can riposte and melee. That's it.
Does riposte work on melees? Actually, I assume it does.
Yes.
Yeah, should.
Oh my god. They're just gonna be riposte each other. I actually think this is a fun wrinkle. I think we should try to do this every week, like something interesting and unique on the melee 1v1, just to make it spicy.
You're gonna get Mo haters. The Mo Nation needs one thing. And we just start with the parry is
Raiden.
Double parry.
I feel like the riposte stun is not long enough to hit a heavy. It's probably just a light melee.
Yeah, I think there's like a weird animation in place. You have to light melee, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, because it like, or I guess it does damage itself, right? Like the fact that you riposted somebody does damage.
No, it doesn't. I don't think. I'm pretty sure it's 0 damage.
AVG on the comeback though. AVG actually making this worthwhile. But he just threw his riposte into the garbage. Okay, both ripostes are down.
AVG, no mistakes. No room for error. The whole team in Discord, everybody's watching his every move. And the quick melee to finish it.
And some squats on top of it.
He's got to keep those legs strong. It's part of being a fencer. You know, you need that. It's that footwork.
You got to be nimble.
All right, so as we get into the draft, we saw people talking about this over in the EU. Lightbringer, right now, Celeste, do you let her get through the draft, or is she still too strong? Like, what are you valuing at the moment?
I mean, she's a good character for sure. I mean, she's pure spirit. She has to run away with the game. It's kind of similar to Apollo. Apollo actually has better flexibility than she does. Okay, that's pretty crazy first ban. Like over Celeste as well. I don't know. I feel like she's more exploitable than.
Well, No
Apollo
Earnings has
even.
first pick, right? So they could think that if Celeste is that good, right, that they don't need to ban her first. You force the team with second pick to do so. And Floormen are going to oblige.
They're just
no
banning
fun.
all the
All right.
stuff, man. Come on.
In NA, they're locked in, right? These guys, like, both of them want the chance, right, at the money match. You know, I think NA actually has pretty close parity between the teams right now. I'm not sure about a team like No Earnings, how much of a test they'll be able to give to the Floormen, but for a while it's been very competitive, and they're going to snap at the Silver, who, despite taking some nerfs of her own, right, is kind of right back in the action these days. And I kind of agree. I think this character's can build probably the most tank items of any character that actually has very significant damage in the late game. Like the ultimate kind of does enough damage on its own, even with very little commitment into the orange.
Okay, that is wild. That is where you were expecting the holiday to be taken away from Goober at all costs. Like, we have not seen a first pick Holiday. You have to go all the way back, I think, to when Gun Holiday was Omega busted, and even then, Holiday wasn't really getting first pick. So that is wild.
Crazy.
Backed up by the Shiv. Where, by the way,
like Abrams, like I feel like Abrams is like transparently one of the best heroes in the game.
Yeah, I'm just
now,
the fact that Holidays over Abrams is crazy to me. And I mean, Shiv into Silver is also not super great. Current health damage hurts him a lot.
This is also wild to me. I guess is this part of the thought that like you specifically want the Holiday matchup into Silver to like hard stun her, such as nearly damage, and you can like burst her. I think that's just too speculative, right? Like I feel like Paradox is arguably just a better of the initiator heroes, right? Like I feel like you'd almost, even if that's what you wanted, right, to nail down an initiator early, I think No Earnings are kind of laughing all the way to the bank, getting Paradox for themselves. I mean, this is a pretty big vote of confidence and likely to be Goober playing the Holiday here.
Here's my question. Do you go Abrams or do you go Rem here? Like, I think Rem has been like the biggest victim of mid-round bans across both regions, and I would actually like to see the Rem. Okay, instead you go to Venator. Ooh.
Right,
that is
still
actually
no Abrams is crazy. No Abrams in the first half of the draft. I actually can't remember the last time that happened. Like, truly, I don't know that has
It's actually been like a year. It's actually been like a year.
Abrams has probably been like, he's been number one for a hot sec, but he was like often getting through the ban phase. He's like top 3, but he almost never goes past the first phase of the draft. I feel like No Earnings probably still need to ban him because you're getting so many stuns.
Second, right?
Floormen still have one more pick, right?
They can either ban him or pick him, but if they ban him, they can come in with the first, or no, they don't even have first pick coming out of this. So what I'm saying, they first pick Silver. Ooh, that, I don't know. I think you're a Floormen here. You pick up Rem and you're actually feeling really, really good. Like in terms of supporty options, I actually do favor the Rem over the Page or anything else you could put there. And instead they go Mirage. That also I think is fair. Like I don't think anyone else is giving you for M1 carry style play what Mirage is giving you. I think he is kind of best in class. So I also think that's totally fine.
I think Mirage is the best M1 carry for like ultra late, right? Like when he's online, I think he's probably the best, but then he lacks a lot in tempo, right? Like I think the characters like Warden are just a lot more active earlier in the game, feel more relevant earlier in the game. And Mirage can TP in to show presence in fights, but I just think until you really have like the ricochet inhib, I'm not as convinced by Mirage, and that's pretty deep into the game when you activate that.
I mean, it's like they want to keep. They have to keep such high tempo with the next 2 picks as well, or the Mirage is just gonna get run over. That character needs so much space on the map to be able to farm. It takes. They took the Rem as well. Their lane's gonna be getting pushed the whole time.
Although I think Page is going to be a nice grab here for Floormen. I feel like it's like almost for me assuredly a Page. I think Page fits super well here. I think it gives you some nice stun. They go with the Ivy, which maybe that means they won't take the Page, right? Because I think support Ivy also has looked great in the recent past and gives that, like you were saying, right, gives a lot of activity on the map. Like even more so I think than Page, a hero that can constantly skirmish, come to every fight, push waves all the time. Like you do have a lot of uptime on the map as Ivy, and I think there's some nice synergy with Mirage. They end up with also the triple global ultimates, which I actually think this combo is a little underrated. It's a little like silly. It's not so much like a true combo, but just having 3 characters with ultis that more or less let them be on the other side of the map, much faster than anyone else in the game, means it's remarkably hard to play the macro game into them. And actually, I kind of hate the Drifter pick because of that. I feel like the Drifter pick, you're never really going to get people isolated, or at least in theory, with this heavy global draft. Maybe it punishes Mirage solo on the side lanes if he's like a little too greedy, but then if Drifter doesn't have stuns, I mean, Mirage TPing away from you.
I think people see him as a counter pick to Grey Talon. Also, the Ivy pick is, I'm pretty sure, a macro answer to Rem, because Rem causes lane chaos. Page is great for fighting and stuff, but if you're fighting and all 3 of your lanes are shoved, you don't get anything out of the map.
Yeah.
And if you have an Ivy, you can just tell her, hey, throw Kudzu over there, and then fly to the fight, and it's great. I think it's a better, it's a more measured option. She's still a good fighter. She's just not as OP with the ult and immobilize.
I will say on paper, as I look at this, I mean, I am a little bit worried for Floormen on the early laning presence, just because, I mean, no earnings. I mean, when you take a look at what they're going to be able to bring the Baron lane, it's going to be a bit ugly. I mean, not that Floormen are entirely without options in regards to it. Like, they have some decent lanes they can bring up, but I almost look at the early, the mid game and feel like Floormen, it's a little bit of an objective survive, don't fall too behind, and, give time to get to the late game, get the most benefit out of your Mirage, and go from there. Like, it's a little bit of a rope-a-dope to me as I look at this.
I will say, I think if you're a very confident team, if you just think you're the better team, I actually kind of like just going for the heavy late game draft, because in this BL1, right, it gives you a very clear objective that just wins the game, right? As long as the game, you know, is even at a certain point, I think probably no one is going to fall off pretty hard, you know, in towards that ultra late. Like once the divine barriers start coming up for Floormen, they're purging off things like Drifter's Darkness, and you know, I think even carries like Warden, the ultra late part of the game, it does feel like, you know, you lose some of that power spike. No Warnings, there's like a clear win con for them at 30-40 minutes. But if Mirage comes online, if Ivy's online, I just don't see how you ever are really going to be pushing into Floormen, even if you get like a big reju fight. As long as Mirage is online and GT and Ivy have a decent position to play from, there's always a threat of those comeback picks from Holiday kind of snowballing the game out of your hands. And so I think there's just like, theoretically, I like the idea of being very heavy global draft, a lot of ability to support one another, and you have the end game win condition. You know, for No Earnings, it puts a lot of pressure on them to like do something, force the game to progress, take risky mid bosses, and lead them to maybe make mistakes against Floormen, who are definitely the more experienced roster.
Yeah, there's some interesting setups as well with the Talonbird. Talonbird with Shiv, stuff like that. I mean, he can execute a target right after you hit him with a bird, and you're still getting the +10. There's a lot of neat stuff like that. I mean, Talonbird could also be used to clear waves and stuff late game too. So I don't know. In general, I think their map presence is going to be extremely powerful, even considering they've got to protect their Mirage as a core.
Well, we're getting into it. Despite one of the players saying we were in the bathroom, they're not. We're actually getting into the game. Maybe they're playing from the bathroom. Either way, Lightbringer, thank you for coming on in our first segment of the day. Always a pleasure to get your expertise. Jake, though, we're getting into it, and we're going to see how the lanes are going to shake out here. And interestingly enough, we got Silver showing up in middle.
That is interesting. I think Silver, to me, honestly, is a relatively weak laner, and so I actually think the choice to put her with Paradox is a little surprising. I think this yields a little bit of advantage potentially to the Holiday Mirage, who, then again, I guess Mirage also a relatively weak laner, but a more common pick, I think, for the mid lane, given his ability to you know, rotate to the side lanes, come back to the mid when his TP's online, and be able to a little bit more active than he would be in the side lanes.
Looking off to the left, we got a Drifter Billy lane, and on the right, Rem Warden, which honestly, Rem Warden is somewhat horrifying to play against. Like the amount of push against you, you don't really, until you've had games against Rem, you don't really realize like the amount of just pushback you get from buffed minions, and it can be really, really bad if it's paired up with anything that has good gun damage for push. So we'll see how it pans out. Venator, GT on the other side. The interesting thing is that if you drill into the stats, GT's overall win rate, where admittedly it's through a lot of different metas and different phases of the game, GT just kind of wins games, Jake.
The global presence from the bird is pretty impactful. I think that's an underrated aspect of the kit. I think you're right, though. The level of, I mean, one thing GT I don't think does that well is deal with heavy pushes. You know, you want to be shooting heroes with your power shot, pressuring health pools, looking for kills. And when minions are crashing on you, I think you do feel kind of weak. That being said, I think Vendor understands this instant rush on the monster rounds. And hey, GT could grab this item himself. I mean, although typically we see GT more or less be pure spirit and a little bit of vitality, just going all in for the nuking potential that the character can provide. But Vendor,
what's going on with Paradox and Holiday? Like Goober and G-Freak are doing something all sorts of freaky out here into the back. We've gone into the tunnels at 2 minutes and then some. Does not take the jump pad, realizing that a hyperline may have been in the process, and the chase down's still happening. G-Freak's still running for their lives after starting in middle.
I think this actually makes sense to me. I mean, these boxes on, you know, this side of the map are always a key objective, and if you can contest the enemy box roamer from mid, if you feel like, you know, you're stronger in that fight, you can tax a bit of HP. I do think G-Freak moved well through that, though. Really didn't take much damage at all, and probably got the lion's share of the boxes away from Goober, so probably got the better of that exchange. Silver and Mirage in the mid lane, probably nothing happening there. Just both happy to, you know, shoot creeps and play things a little bit slow.
Also, Rem took a very long field trip all the way to between left and middle before heading back over the Warden. For a second, I thought we were going to see some sort of lane swap, but it appears we are going back to neutral, and it has been a very interesting game rotationally so far.
I mean, Rem with these little helpers is actually so valuable doing box runs. You can be a lot more efficient with your mobility, and there's not too much downtime on the little helpers. You're going to be able to get pretty much a full box run, and if these aren't punished, right, this is a lot of extra souls, and meanwhile, Warden getting a huge amount of solo farm, which really strong for him, sets him up really well, and yeah, big damage there onto AVG. It's a great bola to delay that tornado out. You see AVG wanted the tornado out, or rather Poshpop wanted the tornado out seconds before, but Big hits on Warden, though. This is exactly what GT wants. Hey, you leave your lane partner alone, and GT is probably one of the better heroes in the game at punishing. That being said, you're nice and low. That's a perfect time for Rem to come in and give you a pretty clean full heal, and Braden's going to be back up to, what, 2/3 after this.
It's kind of a missed opportunity a little bit for Floormen there, is that they had the 3-on-1 on Braden. Braden kind of stiffs it out, walks back to tower, and there's no commit. So there's no punish for this period of time that Warden was just left solo, otherwise getting ahead of the game. You know, not drastically ahead here so far, and you take a look at, but clearly the plan is you have Rem out of the lane and, you know, try and get as much solo lane farm to the Warden as possible. And, you know, for Braden, the objective is just survive.
These grenades hitting from AVG's Venator, though, are starting to bite, you know, and Braden getting low again. And yeah, you've got that heal on cooldown, but if you're going to just spam that out from Strider in the downtime, there's a serious vulnerability. Meanwhile, Goober's here looking to capitalize on exactly that. Does find the finish onto Braden. So finally, these rotations, it takes a few tries, but they're working down the health pool, and eventually Strider just doesn't have the defense to keep him up.
Goober might be under assault here.
It's crazy.
From
He's slow shopping. Hello? And this is going to get a lot of big damage. The missed parry means a lot of heavy melees coming in. This could be a kill for G-Free. Goober's trying to teleport right back the other way. Oh, and another parry just barely gets him out. This time, I think Goober should be out of trouble. Silver's coming in to try and intercept this one and finish the kill, but if Goober just lives from this, it's actually pretty huge value, right? That's a lot of attention and time from both of the mid laners from no earnings. They don't really get any profit for it.
I mean, that was the effective Scooby-Doo defense coming in from Goober. If you've ever seen the Scooby-Doo episode where they're going in and out of doors repeatedly trying to get away from the villain, like that's basically what we just saw Goober do with the teleport, and you know, was very able to get away. So, you know, sneakiness like that matters. Difference between dying, giving up the souls, and staying alive is a $25 tip comes on in from Soccer Soren 2.
Thanks, Soccer Soren. Appreciate that. We see a bit of a dive here on the side lane. Ivy and Shiv trying to heal each other up. I mean, getting a lot of value, Sick P in League. That shared heal. I think this is actually a very underrated combo, and it's a full rush onto Decay from League Shiv. I've seen this a couple times before, and when you have a support right dedicated to sustaining you in the lane, you can get actually some pretty sick value out of the rush Decay. It almost fully procs on its own to get your rage online and lets you be super aggressive early. And look at that, Billy is just down. Sick P, with the help of League, cuts that one to pieces, and now looking to snowball more onto the Drifter, and he's still healthy on this Shiv. A second kill as well, although this time it actually goes to League himself, is exactly what you want on Shiv, right? Getting this start with a very greedy item build.
Things getting hot and heavy on both sides of the map right now, both left and right. No earnings, a little bit more overinvested here on the right. 3 there with just solo AVG defending on the Ven. Gonna be backed up soon by Rocker. Bird ready to go. Now at 3.8k, so first bird of the game may be coming through here in just a moment, and we'll see where Rocker throws it. You know, GT bird choice, always interesting if you use it to win your own lane or use it to be opportunistic. And it looks like a deep dive on the Braden. Yeah, taking a look what's going on the right, and Braden's just dead. Rocker just went straight off the zip, and there was no mercy, and threw the bird directly down Warden's throat.
That's just a quick 10 spirit for Rocker. It's exactly the start you want. As soon as the ultimate comes online, picking up some of that infinite scaling. If you didn't know, great talent, every kill with the bird. Your ultimate gives you, I believe it's 10 spirit scaling, which is kind of insane, right? You get a boundless spirit at some point. That's plus 15%. I mean, it really adds up, of course, across the course of a game. And a few more of those kills, right? Each one makes your bird stronger, increases the chance of that next execute. As Lightbringer was talking about, right? The combo with Shiv, you get to execute right after. You still get credit, and you still get that infinite scaling spirit power. So we take a trip with Strider, just running every single box in the game. But I mean, meanwhile, back on the top side, things are not looking too clean for no earnings. A lot of lane pressure from the Floormen being put on, really punishing these box runs from Rem.
Hypno, potentially in a world of hurt here on the left-hand side. 3 members of Floormen for now, looking for the Guardian, and there's only so much you can do as a Drifter back here. Was alone now. Billy up and over, but the airdrop attempt coming over here from 6P around. And around we go for the Floormen. I mean, and
Drifter's dodging it, but you're not defending the tower because of that, and that's the 3rd Guardian going down. I mean, Flowchart Gaming right now from the Floormen, but 3 quick Guardians in fast succession opens up a pretty significant soul lead. Paradox is trying to get some counterplay here, but already low. I don't think this is going to be a mid tower going down.
Into the evade we go. Floormen trying to defend no earnings in their territory right now, just looking for the sinners. And taking a look here, one thing you always have to be aware of up against Rem is Rem's ability to come in and you know, try and steal your double sinners away from you. As GT, Silver getting into it, Rocker returning fire here, the Jism able to dodge the first power shot, and now time to go Wolf. It's gonna be a good way. It doesn't really look like it. Rocker taken down in the moment. Braden in on the assist.
Yeah, Rocker in way too deep on that one. Maybe if you hit every single shot there, it would have been enough, but good evasions from Jatism. Gets that Lycan Curse online. Quick kill comes on. And maybe Rocker feeling a little bit overconfident after that first bird kill. I feel like you still want to stay out of the thick of the fight here on Great Talon until you're quite a bit more farmed.
Just throwing a pillow from afar. As again, getting hot and heavy as Goober lands the lasso. Follow through. Should be there on G-Freak. G-Freak super low, but for now, able to get a little bit away. Nap time was used in the middle of it, but Sickp chases down the kill set up by the lasso. Rem just gonna get stomped on by Sickp right on after. So really nice support coming in between Sickp and Goober.
Great macro from Floormen, right? You've got two of these scaling characters, Shiv and Mirage, happily farming in the side lanes with the enemy towers down. The other 4 players all in the mid, finding a couple kills. I mean, this is more or less the dream start. As shout out to Together, winner of EU, alongside Abrahams, giving us that raid. Welcome Together, viewers.
It was such a heavy raid. It paused the stream on our end for one moment. We just had the process, Together support. But taking a look here, we're 10 seconds away from first buffs. Floormen trying the position for it as no earnings. More of an overload onto the left-hand side and a chase down on the Rocker. We'll see how much danger Rocker's in. I think he gets to the zip, or rather gets to the jump pad.
He should be just fine. This is a very deep attempt here from no earnings. Are they going to be able to find these kills? AVG does go down, but here comes the counterpunch. League getting active on the Shiv, wants to find some executes. There goes G-Freak down. Execute used, looking for more kills. Decay now on to Hypno, who's running for the hills. Blur also died in this exchange. And with a Lycan Curse pop, maybe that's enough to back out, but a 2-for-1. Once again, Floormen getting the better of that trade, attempting an earn pickup, but against the Lycan Curse, yeah, thinks better of that one. Goober just trying to play his way out of this one. Maybe low on the jump pads, getting hunted down. That's a nice kill for Hypno.
Really important fight for no earnings. They just decided to overinvest on the left-hand side. They have the number advantage at the start. They're able to get the early pickoff, get earn control on top of it. And yeah, they're a little bit behind on the aggregate, but when it comes to earn, you have a pretty big advantage on turn-in as AVG just laying the damage in the G-Freaking middle. But you take a look at Floormen here. Historically, Jake, they look for objectives instead of contesting earn, but that might not be the case this time.
Yeah, I don't know that Shiv's going to be doing much to Siege here, 1v1 against Drifter. But 5 players from no earnings here on this right side of the map. Very, very low on the Rem, though. Holding this earn, attempting to dunk in on this HP. I don't think so. He's going to have to back off, but that earn HP tax is going to start to bite soon. And look at Floormen. They're starting to invade. They're coming towards this Rem who can't use the zip, holding the earn. Still, fighting under a walker could be risky. Instead, they try to turn and peel onto Jatism. He needs to be able to get this Lycan Curse popped. For now, the Alexa just try and run for it. And maybe has done enough with that extra stamina to slide out of this one. But the rest of Floormen still here, still looking for more kills. Rem tagging along already, so that defensive cooldown has been deployed. Floormen are careful, they're cautious not to overextend into this one, but they have a number advantage here.
Floormen pretty deep on the contest here so far. Earn still held by no earnings. Also, while that was going down in the lower right, you had a little bit of a fight where Braden popped last stand, went after League, got him down a little bit, and now is on the back foot once more. So you got the one-on-one going on the left-hand side, while a very heavy team coming in on both ends for this first turn. Again, it's a little bit surprising because Floormen usually trade out first turn, but they've changed their tactics a bit.
This is a test for the coordination now. Big Bird comes in, though, and that knocks the earn out of the hands of Billy. Now he's looking now for kills. Mirage already deploying that tornado, but he's starting to deal damage, starting to turn this fight around. No earnings. They've used the sleep. They've slept 2. Maybe is that enough to back them out for now? Drifter's trying to pick up that earn, but he's getting pressured out of it. Not able to hold it, and the arrows are starting to bite. Rocker, charge shot after charge shot, just piling in the damage. Jatism even cut down through the Lycan form, and it's going to be the full kit and caboodle here for the Floormen. The earn drop, or the earn dunk, as well as multiple kills. And that's just the dream fight. The darkness from Hypno was not even close to good enough.
Jake, the best part about that fight was the end part as Floormen were wrapping up. 6P goes, all right, I'll go pick up the urn. Just walks over Goober's jump pad and gets yeeted away from the urn. Has to take a few steps back to pick it up once more. But yeah, I mean, all in all, the way that started and, kind of ended in a poor way for no earnings was they were going for a quicker dunk, and it all just got kind of stymied by what was a very on-point owl coming in from Rockers. So earn is not the turnabout no earnings we're looking for, and down 8, almost 9K right now, Jake. A rough start to the game.
Yeah, definitely. Strider getting the most he can out of these underground arenas, right? With no Calico in the game, he's the only character who's going to be able to get down here and unlock a lot of potential souls for his team. That's kind of keeping them in the farm game here. However, ultimately, still down 7K. I mean, this is like a 10% lead at this moment in the match. A little bit scary. I think we're not in truly dangerous territory yet, but for the Floormen, they don't need the lead, right? They could be even and still feeling pretty good about this game, given the power of their draft in the late game.
Yeah, I mean, realistically for Floormen, they're looking to Pasha and go, you are our win condition. We know that if this game goes late, you're Mirage and you are simply going to take over the game. So there's a bit of a clock on no earnings, and you take a look at how they've allocated their farm. It's actually not too bad. Like, Brayden has gotten decent little farm from Big Game Spike, but Shiv in real danger here. Getting hit by the Swap League, real low, taken down by Blur, as no earnings look to make their mark here in the middle.
Great slowing Hex investment there. Shiv without the dash, right, really lacks a lot of that mobility he needs, and a beautiful swap connection from G-Freak. No earnings come out of the woodwork and find a kill, but once again, Floormen coming in, backing up their players. The damage has been dealt, and oh, what can you do about this? Is he going to get that execute? Yes, he does. The permanent spirit power comes in time. Drifter, though, would love a bit of permanent gun damage, and a GT all alone in the sewer. Doesn't look good, although I don't think that's going to give him a stack. I'm not sure if he got it or not with Ivy right there alongside. No. Probably not.
6P was close enough. You got to respect the moves on Talon. I mean, you see very few Talons in general, let alone ones that can get as aggressive as Rocker, but you know, off on the other end of the map. Take a look at Brayden right now, who's just been pushing, but yeah, as you mentioned, League back over and in, looking for a little bit of revenge versus Brayden. Brayden real low, cannot take this fight, and is super low, just about killing blow range, up, over, dead.
That's Shiv for you, man. The attempted siege on the Walker with Shiv respawning. A risky move. Tornado, though, pulls the urn just out of the hands of Detism, who was inches away from the dunk. Now it's contested. Now the fight is on. Both teams now bringing more resources to this engagement. Just some senses, hey, maybe they've invested a little bit too much. They're not looking to dunk the urn themselves, showing a bit of weakness. And that urn is right on the drop-off. Execution, though, comes in for League. And you're able to get the pickup, but the price is pretty steep. 2 kills. Well, on the map, Warden's still on the respawn, and the Bird coming in to even maybe snatch it out of your hands.
Bird plays being relentless, and yeah, gonna force the drop, and Floormen, they still want control of the urn. League at good HP, a force to be reckoned with here, and simply just picks it up at good HP overall, and now walking away. So the heavy contest from Floormen on urn control, often enabled right now by the use of GT and GT's ult, is pretty unreal. The Bird usage and value that we haven't seen as much as ABG just takes a nap, courtesy of Rem.
Hypno's really starting to snowball in this game on a 5 streak, right? And despite the fact that the game has been overall, a strong one for Floormen, he's kind of the one player on no earnings who's really having a great game. Warden does get this tower down, but is it going to be worth it? If he's able to win this team fight, he almost certainly would. Slowing Hex onto the Mirage. Just barely Tornadoes out in time, but doesn't really get far away. Maybe got caught on some geometry there. Brayden finds that kill. Could be looking for more. GT, how many charge shots does he have left? And for now, Brayden thinks better of going on the chase. Although, wait, hold on. He's going to re-up this one into the GT. Has to counterspell some of these charge shots. Crucial. If he doesn't block some of this damage, and he's going to be in real trouble. That Bird is online. Brayden almost feels like he can't back off, given that the execute could come in. Now it's going to be him just running for it. See where he can juke away, and no chance. Tries to go for the mind game there, back through the veil, but I mean, he was dead to rights.
Rocker has been putting on a masterclass, just an actual GT highlight reel all game long. All the while, there's been a bit of footsie for the urn, but that appears to be at an end. They even drop it to League, where, for Floormen, it's how you have an easier floor turn. And usually they would leave it to Goober. They use Goober's movement to go in, as Rocker just goes forward, fadeaway shot of Jitism. This is absurd. I mean,
all right, ZP, take a look at the map. What are you doing there?
I don't know.
This is the Floormen base with a 10k soul lead, and he is at the base Guardians behind the Walker. I feel like that one's on silver.
Also, I feel like right now, if you're melee creeps looking at this, as ridiculous as it may be, if you feel you're ahead in most respects, maybe you just ban GT, because it's looking like lore accurate GT at the moment. I don't know how much you've delved into the voice lines, but it's like, oh man, GT is a legend, but he's old. He's looking like young GT right now, Jake, because this has been a performance and a half, even for Rocker, who we usually expect to have good GT games.
Yeah, back in prime form, and the gun investment here too with that recharging rush. I think this makes a lot of sense to me. Sometimes in the past we've seen GT have no gun investment whatsoever, but this way, a little bit of hybrid damage, a little bit of consistency, and you're able to get more charge shots off through a longer fight. Still a lot of spirit damage on the kit though. With Boundless online, you got to be so worried about the presence of an owl in these fights. I would not be surprised if we see a lot of counter spells come out in this game. I mean, Braden has gone for a very early one, but expect to see quite a few more players on No Earnings pick that item up. It's probably one of the better tools to respond to GT, but in the end, you only have one use of the counterspell. It's like a 30-second CD, and GT has quite a few arrows.
Pashy just got jumped. Pashy got absolutely mauled in the right-hand side. Braden around with it. G-Freak ends up dying because of it. Yeah, it's not 100% clean. If you lose Braden as a result, you're probably not feeling all that great as the owl connects from afar. Rocker continuing to make every bird count from afar. So even the trade out here, you can argue it's not the worst though. It slows down Mirage and you lose 2 for it. But given that Mirage is the biggest thing that can end you in the late game, No Earnings has actually done a reasonable job here, Jake, at slowing down Pashy. I mean, 19K for Mirage. That's behind the curve for where we've seen some Mirages get to by this point.
I gotta say, I love the early Arctic Blast rather for League, and even the Dash and Ult Max Rush, because he is going to be such a nuisance when it comes to that frontline brawl, right? Blur on the Billy, Hypno on the Drifter. It's going to be a tough game for them, getting locked down by Shiv and just instantly nuked to death, right? These characters, the execute HP threshold is even more worrisome when you're, a heavy frontliner with a relatively big HP bar. You get locked down by an Arctic Blast, you could be dead in a matter of seconds with Sick P and League there, challenging you in the front line. And Rocker's starting to feel like a little bit confident right here. He's posturing up, playing into these fights, and how can you really even start a fight with GT behind? I'm just not convinced here. As Tism maybe getting ganked, Decay on him, Shiv starting that chase down, but maybe some good moves will get him out of trouble and towards that spear buff.
Earn pickup, potentially going to go to Goober here. Floormen certainly have more on the left-hand side, and letting Braden go wild on the Walker in exchange. So, I mean, this is calculated from No Earnings, knowing, okay, we're going to get some Walker damage in, we're not going to get Earn control. But it could be a deadly gamble given how good Goober is at just moving the Earn along.
Yeah, I mean, for Braden, he's doing everything he can, right, to show his presence in the early game, play to the strengths of the comp, where they arguably need to have something of a snowball rolling to try to take down this Mirage, but Pashirov has gone for a very defensive build for the early game too, and surely not. They're feeding him these fast hits. They're actually intentionally doing it at this point. They're letting him get all this excess spirit power. He's at 50
is that plus 50
now. We're getting past the danger zone. We're getting into the WTF zone. He is gonna start hitting so hard, and we're pretty early in the game, man. He could go a lot further than this. Here comes a lasso onto Braden, trying to get active into the early game, but instead he's just pulled deep under the Walker. The sleep from Rem, is it enough to get him out of trouble? No, it's not. League does the damage, finishes that kill, and now there could be more on the menu.
League going in the finish, losing Braden makes the rest of this fight incredibly difficult as No Earnings just look for the retreat, and League keeping pace, not quite able to make the last jump, and that may be enough to free Strider away, but it's not going to help with the Earn. Pashy able to get the turn in, and I think the saddest thing we saw there is that, look, timing a counter spell on lasso is hard, but when you see Braden out of the lasso drops a counter spell, it's like, well, it's all for naught as AVG gets the final chase down
kill. So many
kill.
Executes. They have Shiv execute. They have Iradomini from Venator, and they have GT Owl. It's kind of insane. Although actually he doesn't even have the Owl max, and he's still getting this many kills. That's kind of insane.
It's been GT's world. We're just living in it, and this is rough timing. I mean, you don't have nap time up for No Earnings when it comes to contesting here, so you're not going to have the same power as Mirage going in. You can have Chain Gang, you can try and pull away. Yeah, they're going to try and get at least one rejuve charge here, so Chain Gang going to be up and ready. The bird timing, though, looks to be pretty decent. Ivy Stone form at the end. P. Pashy pick up one. Only one stone here from No Earnings, and Floormen in a good spot here to potentially clean up the rest. The arrows are flying once more. Braden going to be first to lose the rejuve charge. No Earnings, no rejuves left. League in on the finish. AVG and Rocker cleaning up, and for No Earnings, this may be the beginning of the end here, Jake. Down 30K and still one rejuve left to the Floormen.
And he got 2 stacks on GT. Has plus 70 spirit power. That is crazy. That is like what you get from Boundless in just the passive now. Okay, a little bit of a counter Walker pressure here from Tism. Should be able to get this down. Although, wait, hold on. Oh my god, I thought you got caught in the corner there. He's trying to do what damage he can, trying to maybe pop this Lycan Curse as well, but it's going to be given his life for this. And yes, you get a walker, it's something, but I'm not really convinced by trades like that when you're this far in the hole.
It's not great. And I mean, okay, you get the flex slot, fantastic, but down 30K, you're running out of options to an extent. Also, I mean, you look at potential win conditions that you have coming up here. Your Warden, who, you know, the way you've built your team comp here is kind of your late game threat, is not particularly threatening. You know, Silver at a reasonable level of farm, I think, for Silver, but you're just so far behind that even just diving on people and Wolf with a well-timed engage is going to be difficult. I mean, ideal world, you get a swap and get a clean pickoff, and, you know, you only have one rejuve to deal with. And look, you look at EU, you can make big comebacks defending inside the base, but it is a tough road for no earnings at this point.
Yeah, and Floormen can play this one really cautious and just wait for the pickoffs, right? Like, play for these lassos, play for the executes. Ricochet is online now for Pashi Pop. It's kind of the beginning for Mirage, right? When he really starts to be a presence in these fights. Add the Ricochet, start putting your passive on everybody, get toxic on everybody, and then most of the next items you're going to build in this build are going to be more debuffs. It's going to be inhib, it's going to be silencer. And, oh, okay, you just bought the inhib, speak of the devil. This is the point in the game we're worried about, right? Where the Mirage, I would say, is officially online. Like, if he's able to shoot his gun on Mirage and actually debuff your players, no one's doing any damage, man. You just can't really fight into it. Yeah, you've got a lot of defensive tools on no earnings, but they've been forced into those defensives, and Floormen have gone very greedy, very aggressive on most of the cast. They have no kind of damage issues in this comp.
No, not at all. And, you know, I do wonder for no earnings how much of this is kind of a shock to the system, because I wonder how many teams in Scrim right now would even run the GT. It is not that popular of a hero currently in the competitive scene. Not a lot of teams run it. It is kind of a pocket pick of rockers, and it has been such a big impact in this game here so far. And yeah, I mean, I just wonder, how do you prep for this other than just getting absolutely rolled by this in one game?
Yeah, I'm curious. One thing is, like, the way I'm watching them play some of these fights, I swear they're waiting for the Great Talon Bird to get there on some of these ganks. Like, when they know the kill is secured and the person has no way out, they're making sure Rocker gets those stacks. They're making sure he's really hitting that unique, you know, unlimited scaling to really be a massive presence in the late game. And now, I mean, I'd be curious if we can get a spare power check on Rocker, because I'm pretty sure he's in a monster position in this game.
Yeah, just a casual plus 70.
Plus 70. He's got to be at like 200 plus spare power now on the build. Ooh,
oh my god. This is actually the op Deadlock edition as Cheap Freak just takes two to the gut. And here comes the owl. Chase down, movement through the door and over in. Wait, Drifter's still alive.
Somebody kill him. Okay, he's not gonna feed a stack. The lone survivor, man. The lone freaking survivor is a Drifter on 1 HP. And he's got 2 arrows in the tank, man. He's not even out of gas. That's just a little taste of what the GT can do.
You know the meme, you know, the Baxter Society has your number and Shiv who's calling? You know, you can survive that. If you ever get the Baxter Society is calling and you actually see GT in there, you're already dead. Like, the bird has been sent to your house. It's over.
This is rough, and I don't know. I mean, I guess they could get a little bit more. I think Shrines would be a very risky move here for the Floormen. They might go put some damage down, maybe wait for some of these spawns, but yeah, I don't think he's going to stick around for this one. And meanwhile, they're just split farming the map, right? They're continuing to grow the lead. They're playing this one very intelligently. Remember, in the BL1, right, you do not want to find yourself on the receiving end of a tough comeback. You want to wait and play these fights smart. Wait for no earnings to come out and contest objectives on the map where you know GT can be maximally effective. I will say I think GT is probably pretty weak when it comes to sieging the base, since you're so vulnerable to being jumped on and ganked. If you know you're overextended in the enemy base, or able to like zip right over your head, you could find yourself in trouble. So instead, they're just going to play for the next urn, play for the next mid boss, and for no earnings, I feel like they have to make some plays right now. You got to take some big risks, some big gambles, because it feels like it's a matter of time here before Floormen close this one out.
You need to do something other than slowly lose, but the something is very difficult to find the perfect win condition on. It is the real problem, is that unfortunately when you're down this much in economy, you are waiting for the other side to make a mistake. Like, you're hoping that Rocker or AVG or League just full ego at some point, and as a result of egoing, they put themselves in a spot where they get picked. Like, ideally, you want Rocker to think he is the guy even more so than he has been this game, overextend, and then you get a free fight with no GT. That would be the ideal for no earnings. But, you know, so far for Floormen, they haven't really shown the idea that they're going to make that level of mistake here so far. And, you know, for no earnings, it's really limiting the options they have.
Yeah, I think when you get the superior stam, for me, this is a really key moment on GT's game where you just become so much harder to actually successfully chase down mobility on a pretty high level. Here comes attempt from No Earnings. Strider goes for a sleep, but already down to just a sliver of HP, has to tag along to get out of there. Darkness has been deployed, but it seems like it's one to be utilized in retreat. Arctic Blast deployed from League as he's looking to get this Billy under the execute threshold, secure that finish kill. Not even gonna need to deploy it. Doesn't want to worry about a Rect giving a little bit of late bonus HP to Blur. And Floormen with that one kill, they might look to go for a little bit of a risky siege here. Maybe just an opportunity to clean up some more base Guardians, further, enabling those fast zips, further opening the potential for a game-ending siege when the next mid boss goes down.
They're going to stay disciplined, Jake. They know mid-boss is up in 20 seconds. They got to pick on the Billy, who would, already is like a pretty brutal pick when you're looking to contest middle. So this leads us to what's going to be the final fight. Also, yeah, I was about to say, that seems like kind of a misplay. Like, I understand you're defending base and you're looking for an opportunity, but I almost feel like some part of you has to be aware that mid-boss is coming up soon, and nap time is one of the absolute best abilities to contest, and they're not going to have it. And still, you have to... Wait, No Earnings are not giving contesting.
They're going to give it up and go for the Walker trade. I don't love it. I think
you just
bad
lose.
as it would be to go contest this, I do think you will just get team wiped coming in here. I mean, there's like the GT Bird. You have Ivy as one of the better mid-boss contesters just with Stone Form. I don't think you really would have won the fight. I mean, this is a point of the game where it's just so speculative. What's
They're getting cut off.
Oh, and the zip knocks are coming. You're being forced into a fight on the side lane. You do have good zip coverage here, but with triple rejuve, the Floormen are going to be so happy to take this one here and now. Braden already down. Goober has found the first, and they're looking for more. Darkness is going to maybe be enough to get some of these other players out, but taking down Braden is probably the biggest prize on No Earnings. And Floormen, the way is open for them to go for a base siege. A couple buffs are up. Maybe they'll do earn first, but 50 seconds on the deck with your hard carry, 70,000 or 60,000 rather sold, disadvantage, triple rejuve. This is surely the Floormen's game to lose.
Look, you go by win percentages pre-mid boss. It's not good for No Earnings no matter what, but I do think you have to go for the Hail Mary, hope for the chaos in the mid fight to go in a way that you steal 2 rejuves and you leave Floormen with 1 rejuve. Is it likely to win? No. But I think going for Walker is so objectively just not going to win. And what was it? This is sneakiness.
A little trickiness here, waiting in the. Oh, and he
goodbye.
Off. Big stun on the Billy. Billy's caught. Silence wave as well from Goober. And the barrel assists that cleanup. Well played from Pashubov there, guessing that somebody might come. Just take a peek, a little fleeting glance at the earn dunk, and instead they pay with their lives. Multiple waves now pushing in. Strider's going for a mid cut, though. It's going to make the siege a little bit awkward. But given that you're able to cut all the creeps in the base now for Floormen, it's only a matter of time, and they still don't have backdoor online, so the mid cut not really able to do much of anything just yet.
Mid-cutting something that people should go for.
God,
That's a high-value barrel. Just hits the entire team. Lasso still ready to pull on anyone who gets into the fountain. May not even be necessary as you just get cleaved through inside your own fountain. And maybe save the best for last. Final barrel on the striker. A full team wipe for the Floormen. And Jake, that is going to wrap things up nicely as Floormen just have a little bit of base destruction to do until they get their rematch once more against the melee creeps.
Very sick Vortex Web there from Sick P. Sets up a huge nuke from the rest of his team, and it is just over, man. Not even a player alive, likely, as the final patron goes down. It's going to be Billy versus the world. Look, I got to say, this one, it ain't coming home. Billy, a valiant attempt, I should say, diving in, doing what he can for the defense. But
what is going on in chat right now?
Right about exactly nothing. Goober's flaming the Twitch chat from the game. That's such a... I love it.
What in the world? I mean, that was too much to follow at the very end. You talk about the chaos of an average Deadlock fight. What about the chaos of the average Deadlock chat fight?
No, forget Mavis Beacon teaches typing, bro. You just got to BM in a MOBA while you're playing, all right? There's no more powerful typing tool. We got to get the kids playing Deadlock. They'll get their words per minute up in no time.
Goober, unironically, just listening to the broadcast, which is on delay, by the way, so no competitive advantage. At the same time, I was like, did they mention me when I came in here at the barrel? It's like, no, we talked about Rocker a lot, but either way, Floormen going to be moving on to face melee creeps once more, and I gotta say, this feels like one of those cases where you can see the potential of No Earnings as a team, but when you're a brand new team relative to some of the more veteran teams in the scene, sometimes you're gonna get hit by things that you've never seen before. And again, I just wonder how often in the scrims right now do you actually play against a good GT, given the fact that Floormen are one of the only teams that even run it?
Yeah, and I think the willingness to give up the earn control, the pickup for Floormen really was a question in my mind when I see, oh, they're giving up a lot of these earn pickups. Like, how's that going to go? But every time the dunk comes in, they're always ready to contest. And one of the things we talked about when we initially saw that earn dunking change, where all you have to do is just make it to that landing spot and you will secure the earn, is now. I mean, at first we thought, oh, earn control is so important. It's so hard to stop that contest. But teams have gotten a lot better at snatching the earn out of your hands, at finding that quick melee on your way into the dunk. They're very ready and aware of it nowadays. And we got to see that, especially Rocker with the GT bird, right? Knocking that earn many a time, turning those fights really, really bad for no earnings.
Taking here, look at some of the highlights. Again, Goober with the Scooby-Doo defense here. teleport, gone at the very end. And, things got a little bit frisky early in this game, and I feel like NA does this a little bit more than EU, where NA will just have these skirmishes at times, sub 2 minutes. And I think it's probably closer to the ideal way. Is this is I think off camera at the time, the chase down in under Braden, turns. Like,
when you have somebody low HP and they see you pop the bird animation and they just run, it's like, good luck, man. Try your best. Release the hounds.
Oh god!
Oh my god, the Irritom. It's so nasty. This play was so sick, dude. Sick P, great game from him on the Ivy, by the way. First time we've seen him on this roster, on a very clean streak this game, very stable gameplay to support Ivy, but having impact clearly, right? It's always there at the mid-boss contest, always alive at the right times. We don't talk about that enough, right? Just the very clean, no mistake support gameplay from Sick P, and honestly, he looked like a great addition to this Floormen roster. Could give them a potential better chance against melee creeps than they've had in the past.
45,000 damage coming in from Rocker, no surprise there. But also to that last clip, Jake, explain Deadlock to someone. You go, well, when you get tied up by a cowgirl and then you start hearing this priest from the Vatican, in a very deep voice, start reciting Latin as he pulls out a glowing crossbow. Well, what do you think is going to happen at this moment? But
your odds are not great. All right, when they start reciting the Bible verses, you gotta watch out. That's it's time to get scared. It's time to start worrying.
But yeah, good debut here from Sick P, coming in for what was previously the Lord NM spot. And, we'll take a look. Not a player we have a lot of data on at this level of play, maybe coming in more of a support role. We'll see if we see Sick P on something like a Page or a Rem later on into the night against melee creeps. But this is where I wonder if our MVP is ready, because if it is Jake, there's no question who it has to be for this game.
Really, I feel like there's so many good performances from Floormen. I mean, probably Rocker, fair enough, right? But I also think, in a way, like not to flame Rocker in any way, but a lot of it is the team's awareness. Like, he's getting a lot of those kills with the GT bird because the enemy team, or rather his allies, are intentionally delaying the kills so that he gets the last hit, he gets that infinite scaling. Like, that's not something I've seen actually too many other teams do, but now that you've seen it, it's like you almost wonder, maybe every top team with the GT is going to start really being aware of that and really setting up their great talents to snowball a bit more by being careful about not securing those kills until the bird comes in.
Well, it is going to be Rocker as your MVP. And it's interesting, too, because I feel like the mechanical excellence has gone up over time. Like, the level of comfort you need on this hero to just go point blank with some of the power shot steps, especially the point blank birds rotating around corners. It looks seamless from a cast perspective, but if you ever played the hero, you realize some of this stuff consistency-wise, like this battle right here, to just go in versus Billy close range, do all this, and get away with your life is ridiculous. Well, he dies to the other person, but lived versus Billy.
Yeah, it's actually, I mean, it's scary because you miss like one of those charge shots and immediately you're just dead. You're not going to finish off the Billy, and he's absolutely going to turn the fight and clean you up. Yes, GT, you really are limited in terms of how much burst you have through the fight. But you hit all this spirit scaling, and hey, that burst suddenly, it's enough for 2 or 3 kills, and then there's not really any kind of fight to be had. This bird, I think, on the mid-boss contest was particularly massive. I mean, players just running into their demise here. Power shots raining down. When you're able to play outside the pit and your team's creating this kind of a chaos for you, we're able to see the real damage potential of this character to be, probably one of the most threatening spirit carries in the ultra late game with that infinite scaling.
We had the free cam point of view on that. We didn't see like the GT point of view, which is the server admin point of view at this point in the game. Like, good God.
I didn't even notice that in this fight. He even counterspells the darkness from Drifter there. It's like if he fails that, probably doesn't get half of these kills, probably doesn't secure this level of snowball for the team. So it's these little detail plays, right? It feels like it's a foregone conclusion, that fight, but you're blinded on GT. Maybe a lot of those kills don't come so easy.
Yeah, I mean, just a gem of a performance, and it sets up what is going to be our money match once more. The melee creeps the team to beat in North America that just has gone on a now 3-month spree of not losing. Basically, since the Trolley Invitational, they have been the team to beat. Up against Floormen, who have been looking better, I think, week after week. They've had some rougher weeks, certainly, where they've fallen to Bunny with Clock multiple times, and they've had to sort of revamp. And yes, they did revamp again roster-wise, where they got Sick P in for Lord NM, but maybe this is the day that they will challenge Melee Creeps in earnest. They've taken a map off them here and there, Jake, but the full 2 maps hasn't happened in quite a while.
Yeah, I mean, they're a tough team to go up against. In the past, Melee Creeps, you could even say they've been showboating a little bit, right, with the level of their dominance. It's hard to blame them for kind of being a little bit cheeky sometimes when they're up 1 map. So sometimes even when we say it goes to 3, it's like, yes, but you know, if Melee Creeps were really on their last life, would they be giving up those maps? Their reign of terror, their reign of dominance has been pretty much unchallenged. There's been a couple hiccups here and there. NA's been a little bit more competitive than NA, but you got to give it to Melee Creeps. I mean, what's the streak at now, ZP? Is like 14, 15 in a row. They're as dominant as it really ever gets in esports. But if there was a team to take them down, it'd probably be the Floormen right now in North America.
Certainly the mechanical skill is there, but can they bring it all together? Coming up next here on the Night Shift is the NA Money Match. Melee Creeps defending the throne against the Floormen.
My arrow will strike true. Your obsession will be your undoing.
I see the Venator. I see Green Allen.
There's no hiding from me.
I see the enemy.
They're down.
Ordnance missing. Flanking ordnance. Walk away while you still have the chance. I see the enemy.
Never should have come here.
The night shift rolls along. ZP and Jake here, back as we get into the NA money match. And, Jake, we were just discussing a little bit of stats that have gone down over the last few weeks. And since Silver has been playable, Silver's win rate has not actually been all that hot, despite getting picked a lot. 33% win rate so far.
Yeah, 5 and 10 is a pretty tough spot for her to be. I do think the win rate doesn't tell the full story, but I think it does showcase, there are some flaws with the character's game plan in the late game, especially, right? We saw, I think it was Listic, right, getting caught off and full bursted before the fight. It feels like that's a core vulnerability of the character. If you don't actually get into the Lycan form, compare that to somebody like Abrams, who you can initiate on him first, but he is going to get some skills off, right? He is going to have some kind of impact in the team fight, virtually guaranteed. For Silver, you gotta have a little bit more of a controlled initiation, turn that Lycan form a little bit more on your own time to really get value. We also saw this game too, where Silver able to find a couple aggressive lines, a couple aggressive moments, but when you're on the back foot, the character does not feel effective, hard to make those comeback fights happen.
You know what my alternate theory is, Jake, now that I thought about it, that just came to me? I think maybe it's a part where Silver is good, but getting overvalued a little bit in the draft, where the overvaluing is causing other teams to be stacked by comparison.
She's been first picked a lot, right?
Yes.
Compared to, right, you might imagine, hey, you're able to take her third, fourth, you get some more premium frontliners alongside her, maybe she doesn't have to take the brunt of some of these ganks, could look like a better hero. I think that's an important point. The win rate can be a little deceiving.
Well, we got to talk about the team that has had nothing but wins in their win rate, the Melee Creeps. First roster to talk about here in the finals. And what more can you say? All these players have become household names and then some, Jake, because that's just what happens when you play in the money match every single week and just win. Perhaps, though, the most important part that people have been away for a few weeks to talk about is that they did have a roster change recently where DMB was a staple of the team during their win streak, and they parted ways with DMB and added Do. And, from the Melee Creeps perspective, the way they phrase it is that they just think Do has ridiculous mechanical potential, and they want to invest into the future and thought Do was that guy.
I think DMB is a great player, and I hope to see him back in the competitive scene soon. But I also think it makes sense to some extent for Melee Creeps to invest a little bit more in like the flexibility and spirit carry potential where the game is right now. It feels like you really aren't going to have more than one like heavy gun carry invested player, and that's going to be John every single time on Melee Creeps. And they were making it work with DMB, right, to draft him some of the like Billy or Infernus playing that semi carry role, but it does feel like for a player like Do, who can, flex the pocket a lot more comfortably, who can bring out some of these more mobile spirit carry potential heroes, those fighting heroes, it feels like that fits kind of the moment of the Deadlock's meta just a little bit better. I mean, a few months ago, right, we were in a very heavy gun meta with, multiple gun carries per match. Now it really is down to more or less one at the professional level of play. So I think this makes sense strategically, and I also think they're right. I mean, Do is an insanely good player and has slotted into the roster so far with minimal issues.
And of course, the opposition, it's going to be the Floormen, who we just saw and we're just talking about. But overall, we got to talk about 6P, the new player to the squad, where, by the way, we did get an update from AVG saying it's pronounced Chickpea. I'm not sure I want to go with that, though, because you look at that, there's it's borderline for me. It's not
all right, you got sometimes the gamer tag is like, that's not how those letters are pronounced, but I do like the name Chickpea. At least it's a word. At least it's like an English word. I'll take that. CP. I won't ask for too much, all right? I've been burned before.
That's fair. It's not quite the level of old school Overwatch back in the monthly Melee era where ZZA was like, hey, just call me Pizza. It's just like, no, like there's no P and I here. Like, what are you talking about? But
yeah, I mean, shout out to the TF2 players in the chat here. I wonder if there's any TF2 players coming to play Deadlock these days. There's got to be a few.
They exist. The real question is if you're gonna get all the old TF2 players, like is Banny gonna load up Deadlock at some point? He avoided Overwatch. He was like,
he's never gonna quit TF2. He's gonna be playing TF. We're gonna be in 6 feet under, and brother's gonna be crushing PL upward, baby. There's no escape.
You just get the instructions, well, bury me with the Steam Deck that can still play TF2. Hook it up to power, it's all I need. But Floormen, they decide they want to get first pick, first ban, who is their choice as the challenging team here, Jake. So we'll see what they're valuing. And for Melee Creeps, here's one thing I'm going to predict. I don't think they'll first ban GT, but I think Floormen actually have to pick GT in their first 3 picks, or it will eat a mid-stage ban, because I think if you're Melee Creeps, you don't really want to deal with that.
I like the ban of Celeste because I think you give Ido Celeste, it's straight over, baby. I like that's so dramatic, but like Ido is like probably the best Celeste player right now. When I'm playing with him in my pubs, I'm like, I'm just gonna show up to his lane like every 60 seconds and feed him a kill with a gank, and I know the game's over once I get it. Once he's got like a 5k soul lane on Celeste, it's over. Like the enemy team, they can't fight anymore. So I think it makes sense to take that away. And Melee Creeps are going to respect ban the Holiday. They say, hey, Goober, you've been getting a little bit too comfortable on that Holiday. They're going to take it out first. I think that speaks to Melee Creeps' confidence with any of the top meta heroes, and instead they choose a ban that is just targeted to a specific player for the Floormen. I think this actually is a little bit more intelligent. Like typically we'd see a more of like a standard meta ban like an Abrams, but this Holiday ban I actually quite like.
Now, Silver is first picked by the Floormen, and it is going to be a change because previously it was always Lord and M on Silver. And it's going to be a new Silver player guaranteed by virtue of Lord and M not being on the team. So
it won't be Chickpea because Chickpea, I'm assuming, is going to be playing more of like the support role for this team, and I don't think that's what Silver does at all in this game. Melee Creeps get Shiv Billy though, and maybe the death of Billy in EU at least has been overstated because I think Melee Creeps are going to be pretty happy to get these like tier 1 frontliners. I'm a little surprised Abrams though does not make the cut. I would have thought Abrams.
I think he's coming in.
Yeah, I mean, but Floormen are going to get him this time, right? Because you didn't. Yeah. I thought Melee Creeps would need to grab him in the top 2.
Also,
I mean, he went later in the draft than I would have expected in the last match too.
You could argue something like a Rem here, but also I actually think if Floormen want to pick GT again, if they want to give that power of the rocker, they actually have to pick it now, or it's going to get mid-stage banned, and instead they go Ven. So, I mean, Ven, look, it's kind of interesting where Ven has landed. I think Ven is pretty solid. Like, that's a general impression that you've gotten from pro players, that people aren't saying he's OP, but he's pretty good in lane, pretty good team fight presence. His ult, it's really hard to argue against how it can swing fights. I don't feel like you hate having a Ven on your team. It just actually maybe the most balanced hero that you've added.
I mean, he has like a native heal reduction on his grenade skill, which is actually pretty rare, I think, in Deadlock. Like, there's a lot of items that give heal reduction, and they're popular buys, but there's not many abilities that just directly have a heal reduction on them, and so that should be really nice versus the Billy and the Shiv. Melee Creeps banned the Bebop here, and they've isolated essentially the only initiator hero for themselves, right? With Bebop and Holiday banned, it's like Lash for Floormen, but that is not really the same type of hero as those three aforementioned, right? Bebop, Holiday, Paradox.
Well, it's basically gone after Goober's hero pool because the 3 heroes Goober has played the most recently have been Holiday, Paradox, and then, you know, he can still play Bebop if required.
Is it time for the Viscous, ZP? Is it time? Viscous, I feel like he's pretty bad right now. I will say the all-in melee build is pretty funny, but I think top players, you just get parried. He just doesn't do enough. The parry is too hard of a counter for him. So Melee Creeps getting a nasty frontline, picking up the Mirage for themselves, securing, I think, the ultra late game in terms of the carry potential. So now it's the Floormen who are maybe going to be pressured into finding a tempo draft, and one without a pick initiator. There's an awkward game for them right now, Floormen. They secure themselves, though, maybe one of the few carries that can actually go toe-to-toe with Mirage in the ultra late.
Floormen, this is incredibly chunky, like absurdly chunky when you take a look at it. You get Silver
boys, big boys and girls for the Floormen.
Yeah, Silver, tanky in wolf form. Abrams, tanky. Venator, pretty tanky. Geist, pretty tanky. Ivy going to be played by Chickpea. Well, I'll go with that. And yeah, so it means that it's not going to be Chickpea on Silver in all likelihood. And they're using Ivy as more the support option.
I like the Ivy here.
It gives up the Rem, though, is the only thing that I kind of look at as like,
it does
I
give
don't know
Rem,
if I love
it. Hot take, Stone Form is a better mid-boss contesting skill than like most of the ultimates considered to be like a top-tier mid-boss contesting ult. I will say something like Rallying Charge from Page is even better than that, but the fact that Stoneform is a cooldown, right? It's more or less always going to be there for that mid-boss contest. You don't have to worry about saving it for that crucial fight. I feel like this is actually maybe an underrated hero right now. Mina
gets pick is crazy, by the way.
This is a very greedy draft, I think, from Melee Creeps, right? But then again, this is probably going to be, well, I guess it's an Ido Shiv, or I guess that's the question. Maybe it'll be a Do Mina and an Ido Shiv, or maybe the other way around.
It's Goober Viper.
Go Viper.
It is actually, it's going to be Goober Viper when you look at the pool.
I think this is kind of the last, I mean, it is a weird hero, but it sort of plays in the playmaker role, right? It plays for getting active early and tempoing the game. And I do think it does have some late game scaling, although it's just a little sus when you consider the amount of lockdown that will eventually be on the field. Like Viper is just going to be, killed off first in these fights. You're going to need to build a lot of armor, a lot of tankiness just to play. The Floormen have a very odd comp. I think Melee Creeps, this like very targeted bans against the initiator heroes has been a really great strategy, and I think it's given them a pretty big edge on game one. Not that they needed it, ZP, so an uphill battle for Floormen from the first minute. Melee Creeps are absolutely giving up nothing for free today.
Yeah, I mean, you take a look at the draft and how this went down. Clearly, there was an idea of like removing playmaking, initiating heroes from Floormen, and all happen to be in Goober's hero pool. I think the Viper actually is a really good last pick. There's a lot that you can do for Viper to get active early on. I mean, we haven't talked about Homeless Viper in a hot minute, but it is still something you can run. It's something that's effective. Also, in terms of getting picks on Floormen, like most of their team is not an easy pick here, aside from maybe the Viper at times, but the Viper's gonna have enough movement to get away. Geist, never an easy pick. Then kind of annoying. Abrams, of course, is Abrams. So like nothing here is a standout like, yeah, just jump on this person and make it an easy pick off. So, you know, for Floormen, if they're able to stay even or get ahead, I think bringing it back for melee creeps in this game is actually going to be kind of annoying. On the other hand, though, when you look at general draft power that's given up, you've let John get to his full comfort on the Mirage jail that he's been in. I think he's been Mirage like something like 7 maps in a row now, or something ridiculous. And you also give Mina of all heroes, you know, that honestly, you take a look at EU and draft priority, Mina should be higher priority in the draft. You've given Mina up at a bargain sale as last pick. I don't love that aspect of the draft, and Saya able to play the page. It's all in all, I like the melee creeps draft better, even though I do see the vision for Floormen.
I do think the Mina Silence is going to be pretty nice value, this game in particular, right? It turns off a lot of these key defensive abilities for Floormen, whether it's like the charge from Abrams to get out of trouble, or Geist trying to hit that last-second soul swap to soul exchange, rather, to get her HP back up. So the Mina ult could be great for that kind of setup in this game. A lot of individual, like, high-skill playmakers for the melee creeps, and then you just have John in the backline, right? It's like, if you don't get on top of this Mirage, you're going to have a very sad time in the late game, and it's like, you're just like, it's like Phantom Strike Abrams is the one thing that's going to get on top of Mirage and maybe put him in trouble. But, you know, without the traditional initiator, it feels really tough to go up against like a Mirage. Feels tough to go against Mirage in the best of times. But without a lasso, without a swap, you know, if melee creeps are in a strong formation, I just think they're going to look so strong in these team fights. I think Floormen, there's a lot of pressure on them here to have a very good laning stage and to kind of come out with the early advantage that they can build and maybe get the game to a point where the Mirage just isn't online enough to make the hold.
Yeah, I mean, to me, a lot is going to be on the silver player, where Floormen have picked silver a lot recently, and they have not had the best results with it. Obviously, now they've made a roster change to go about with it, but you think about what an ideal early game is going to look for Floormen, and I think most of those scenarios lead to you have really good Viper roaming. Like, if Goober is on the Viper, you actually need to get some kills sub 10 minutes if you want to be in a good spot. But also, the way that you're roaming, you want to set up your silver lane. Like, ideally, silver is not a hero you want to be spending a ton of time in jungle. You want to be active, get the most usage out of like and Curse. And I think when you look at the game plan take shape, it's going to be, look where Goober is starting and look at how Goober is potentially going to make room for whoever is on silver in this game to get a bit ahead. Because if those two actually have a good early game, it can set up a snowball that melee creeps could have some difficulty dealing with.
Yeah, eyes on Abrams too. I think Abrams can be another one of those sleeper snowball heroes, right? You get off to a very hot start on Abrams, you start finding a few of those kills. You know, you're not the fastest farmer, but if you're farming heroes and you're getting ahead, you can really push the tempo. I want to see an early Phantom Strike this game on Abrams so that he can maybe start some of those fights as we get towards a late game, open some advantage mid-boss fights up. But melee creeps, I think they've done themselves a fantastic service with this draft. I think they're set up for success, and their draft is just, there's not much to say because it's just everything you want, right? It's like you got some high mobility heroes, you got a classic initiator in the Paradox, you got a great support to turn around tough fights, great backline carry, and two of the most premium frontliners in the game right now, ZP.
We'll see how this one shakes out, but for me, all eyes got to be on the Viper. And okay, putting Viper in middle makes a lot of sense for how you're expecting Goober to play. It is, in fact, going to be Goober on Viper. And okay, Rocker, from GT to Silver, you talk about going from one shift in playstyle to another. Doesn't get more radical than that as far as
the way he was playing GT. It's like it doesn't feel like that much of a shift. You
yeah, I get it. Was no, yeah, he was right. A little bit melee. You know,
I mean, the hero's very, very different in terms of what they offer on the team. So some pressure onto Rocker. But should be getting the comfort Ivy. Is it going to be? Where's the Ivy laning? Is it? Ivy is with the Venator here, so that could be cool. There could be some like multi-stun combo setups there if Billy oversteps, de-pushing some of these waves. Paige just standing tall against Abrams, but you know, she's like almost happy to take that damage, right? Just like it's like another way to support in this lane, is soaking some of that frontline pressure damage so that Shiv can stay healthy and can threaten the possibility of a dive.
So minute 30 in, I'm almost wondering, is like, where's the Viper roam? Now, you expected to come in more towards 2 minutes.
2 minutes.
But yeah, it's like, no, well, that's the thing. Who would expect the Viper to leave before there's even boxes? Viper's not one to care about money.
30 seconds from now, I'll eat my hat. And oh, what a great pin under tower. Saya taking a heavy hit of pressure from that, and should be a quick kill now for Abrams. What a catch from AVG that sets up against one of the strongest lanes in Deadlock to have a weaker start than they were anticipating. So that's exactly the kind of start you needed against a Shiv Page lane.
Also, the Lizard is active. Viper is taking the teleporter.
Ooh, could be a repeat gank on the Page? Or is he just boxing? Oh, he's going for another one. He wants to get active. He's thinking about it.
Oh man, that would have been nasty if you went in for it. Wait, he thinks about it. Go back the other way. It's like, guys, they're getting active. Come in, Viper, from the back. We'll see how this one pans out.
Yeah, where the creeps are, though, the fact that they're under the opponent tower is not much you can do. You're just going to throw some spells. It's, for the most part, just speculative, putting out some damage, using the cooldowns. Why not? You're on a box roam anyway. I will say for this lane, Pashbab super happy on Geist to solo lane mid. I think one of the best carries to hold the solo lane while your ally goes box farming and maybe roams for some ganks. Probably one of the better combos with the Homeless Viper here. So Pashbab, keep an eye on that soul count. It could be charging up faster than expected. Uber's going to be very poor this game. We'll have to see what he's able to get. And that lethal venom isn't even needed. AVG finishes the kill himself on Saya, and Abrams is just taking this game into his own hands. We talked about them needing to get a hot start and have a good performance. I mean, who better than Abrams, really?
Yeah, I mean, you love to see it, and you kind of called it where Abrams can kind of function as a bit of a soft carry. It's a hero that you're never really sad when you get some farm, but the rotation over and in, and well, that's going to slow down the farm for sure as Scout helps even things out here in the lane. A little bit of Viper control.
That's massive from Scout. Great roam. Getting that counter kill. That should pretty much stabilize the lane now. AVG no longer going to be as confident and aggressive. A little bit of a steal on the small camp as well. So we get a pause coming in from AVG. Should be a quick one. Looks like just a mic issue.
He yelled too loud after getting ganked and actually blew out his microphone with incredible vocal strength.
I think AVG might want to go to the yellow lane. I'm not sure. There's some subtle signals that an experienced caster can see.
Yeah, honestly, it's a reasonable hypothesis. I think there's some data to support it, but also, data to support here. I gotta go back and read out some of them while we're at here. We got some more donations during the NA matches, and of course, every bit that gets donated with exclamation point donate goes to the players playing here today. One of the last ones was PostLamp for $5 saying, quote, "So excited for the NA matches. I can tell they'll be super excited, even if I don't drop $200 for an upset." So that is at stake. And Soccer Sword 2 with the congrats and well done on achieving 10K concurrent. Glad to see my favorite games competitive scene grow and evolve. Keep it up, production, hosting, and everyone involved. Thank you for all you do. It's a pleasure to watch history be made, from Soccer Soren 2 earlier.
That is so kind. Thank you, Soccer Soren. AVG back on his heels a little bit now on the Abrams. Let's take a look at the other side lane. We've been staying out of this one for the most part, but Fishcake and Ido, very comfortable start to the game for them. Billy and Mina, both characters no stranger to getting aggressive in the early game, playing some tempo.
Ivy rotating over the mid now, from the looks of it, or at least was thinking about it, as the lanes are very, very fluid. Now, about 30 seconds away from buffs, and right now you see Ven under a bit of pressure here on the right-hand side.
Just have that active reload. Now he's going to turn around with the help of the Ivy, trying to chase down Billy. This is a risky chase potentially onto Fishcake. Could try to turn this one around, but here comes Viper. Wants to get that lethal venom. Any damage you get is going to be massive, and with the proc of the lethal venom, that last hit from the grenade, enough to tick him out. Didn't think that kill was going to come to fruition, but Floormen with the great read, finding that one on the Billy.
Buffs coming up. Got both Scout setting up with John for the buff, whatever it may be. And buff comes out. Not quite sure what they got, but Vitality is up for grabs here. Then if it goes to Shiv, would be big. Instead, Paige just comes on out the statch away from Rocker, who just has to look at what could have been and run away.
Paige still super low, could be vulnerable. Chickpea goes down to Scout elsewhere on the map. This one could turn into more. Yeah, Fishcake punishing. With Venator out of the cards now, this is going to be Guardian down more than likely, although Fishcake's a bit low, maybe scared of some spawners coming back in. And meanwhile, the fights just continue. The Homeless Viper showing up over and over again. I think Shiv's dead there. It's going to be extremely close. Is he able to regen through this? But he's got a kill right that's going to keep him through the bloodletting. Wow, okay. Down to the absolute wire for Du and Saya, but they both get out.
Let's push yellow.
Wait, Saya's still here? Wait, where the hell is Saya? Where is he? He's under the tower? Okay, he's dead.
It's been found. And as a result, Guardian likely about to fall here soon. You see Du coming back on. I mean, okay, there is going to be a collapse here. You got Du coming in off the zip. You got Scout coming in from behind. This could be a costly Guardian. We'll see how this collapse ends up going down. Abrams off the charge, looking for Scout. Scout using wall for defense. Du, meanwhile, was able to pick off one straight off the zip. So Melee creeps in off the rotation, maybe losing Guardian, but looking for more. Viper next on the menu. Goober, your movement may not save you now. Scout able to get the last little bit. So the pincer defense, Jake, working out for Melee creeps to even out, even as they lose Guardian.
It's a nice one for them. Getting a little bit of an exchange for that Guardian trade. Still the soul advantage. Nothing really to write home about yet. Very, very close game. Shiv getting chased potentially, but some clean movement there. The wall bounce with the help of that right click. Gonna get him out of trouble. And Goober's right back into the action now. Trying to get some revenge onto Scout. Holds her down on the other side of the time wall. Allows Rocker to get that finish kill, which is honestly exactly what you want on the Homeless Viper, who doesn't really use network the best, but feeding it to sort of some of these more scaling heroes as Silver gets a little bit tankier with some more items could prove more valuable.
Du, by the way, was getting chased down a little bit by AVG as I was going on. But, you know, one thing I'd love to check in on here, Jake, as far as economy goes, Poshy Pop, you know, relatively unscathed and not participating in a lot of these battles at 7.5k on the Geist. As far as win conditions for Floormen, this is something you love to see. Your Geist having a really good early game, you know, sets you up for a good mid. He
even hard rushed Cult Sack, so he got his first use of the Cult Sack off a couple minutes ago. I thought he might do this when I saw his item build with the early monster, and he's gonna have the next proc online pretty soon after those large camps spawn. But he is going all in for farming and snowballing the late game, and this is exactly the spot Poshpop wants to be as a player. Give him the game in his hands, and he won't disappoint. An attempt here from Scout, but really no follow-up behind that swap, and so AVG just walks that one off without really much trouble.
Melee creeps getting a little bit in the Floormen territory and maybe getting a welcoming committee they don't like. Ivy in on the rotation, airdrop ready to go. Looking up, who's going to be the recipient of the gift? And maybe Ido. Ido in some danger. Stoneform comes out. I don't think quite clipped. Ido able to shake the pressure for now. Sanguine Retreat is used. Gets hit towards the very end by the Viper. Healing Right used and not getting broken here. And actually, maybe looking for a way back in. We'll see. Really developing here in the middle as you see the page ult come in from across map.
Yeah, it dissuades the aggression for now, but Ido definitely has to be worried. Slowing Hex online until he gets that Dispel Magic. He's going to be potentially vulnerable to ganks with the help of that, of course, crucial item. 8 seconds on the swap for the Paradox. Don't know if you want to stick around here against Scout with backup for the melee creeps nearby in the mid lane. Still, both mid Guardians very healthy. Neither team willing to give up that objective early in the game. Both recognizing how valuable it is for controlling this part of the map, ensuring that you have that relevant zip to get the fights in the mid lane and make sure your farmers have some comfortable space to take that jungle.
Looking around, enemies all around Ido, but the upside, you are Mina. You have
this
mobility.
is what Ido lives for, right? Is to kind of like go in, bait some of these potential dives, and then actually escape, you know, without much worry. Happy to just take a quick center on the other side of the map too. Both teams recognizing any farm you get on the other side of the map is worth its weight in gold, right? It's not just farm for you, it's denying important farm that the enemy would otherwise get.
Floormen content to allocate into the middle, look for mid Guardian, and they're able to grab it. And also got the pick off on the fish cake, so Floormen able to open up the map a little bit here as we are 20 seconds away from next round of buffs and urn. We'll see which team is going to put more priority onto the urn here at the get-go.
Slowing builds, purchase for Rocker. He's able to get on top of people in the ult form. He's going to have pretty sick damage follow-up here. Goober getting ganked, but maybe he's the one doing the ganking here as Scout does go down. Ido would love to slip in and get a quick kill, punish this Viper and get out. But instead, he just has to run for the hills. A little bit too much threat with this many players from Floormen all around. He goes for the silence, but Silver still going to get that Lycan Curse off, still going to get the heal up from it, and he's been pinned to the wall meanwhile, so Ido getting the shields in a little bit of trouble, but actually was just baiting them in. Saya was there the whole time with the support, and it's AVG who goes down.
Melee creeps getting a little bit better off on the trades. Urn control, though, goes to Floormen. Billy, though, on the chase down for Fish Cake. Gets the chain gang, gets the urn knocked loose, and still fighting for the urn as melee creeps. See if they have enough juice to do it. Fish Cake looking real low here, though. 40 HP and a dream. Barely able to walk away from it. Gets a little bit of reprieve here in the closet. Surely can't survive much longer. Saya, though, in on the support. Not enough to save Fish Cake, but does drain quite a bit of HP here from the Floormen. Rocker not in the best situation. The urn still up for grabs. Goober, though, now back into the fight. As Do right now, low HP, Bloodlayer no, needs to quickly get away.
Yeah, it's just run for the hills, and that's urn control now for the Floormen, and it could be more. Scout also looking to get into this fight, but they ended up just going so deep for this. The counterpunch is very good, and they even get the zip knock as well. So Scout gonna be further delayed. A lethal venom right now would be deadly. Need to get a little bit more damage onto Scout to finish this one off. He's 100 HP. He's gonna hide in the closet, but Goober snips this one out and trades against his counterpart. May not be on the premium pick, but is getting a premium game impact into this one, ZP. I feel like the Viper has looked top tier in Goober's hands today.
Viper coming out of nowhere, but the fight, Iradomini now over in, shots coming out, needs one more, lands it. John takes a crossbolt bolt to the dome, courtesy of League. 100 HP though, down. League coming in the support. The urn turning, getting all sorts of hot and heavy here, Jake. You see Pashi coming in, no life swap, no problem, still good HP as Goober falls.
Yeah, Pashi getting involved early. It's a 2-for-1, but you do take down John, the hard carry for the melee creep. So not such a bad trade, probably a little bit negative for the Floormen, but the fact that it's Mirage, the fact that Poshrob was able to likely be there and get some of that assist gold is going to further build a bit of an advantage between these cores, although, I mean, it's 13k to 12k, so still absolutely neck and neck between Mirage and Geist, who are likely going to be really the key playmakers when it comes to that late game.
Urn control, a little bit more annoying for the Floormen. Now at the point where if they're holding it, they're losing HP, and they drop it, you know, there's a cooldown on it just for how long the urn has gone, but they're going to give the urn over once more the chickpea. And we'll see if melee creeps go for the full defense as a little bit of a skirmish here in middle. No catch, though.
Yeah, Ido on the Mina, he's come very close to death quite a few times here. So Floormen are putting him on notice. You got to be very cautious on that Mina, not to overextend. Urn started to run away, and I think that urn control is going to be maybe a little bit hard to maintain. Abrams coming in on the zip. Bola used. And it's actually Chickpea now who's under the most pressure, who has to just run for the hills, but Ido does come in, pick up that kill, get the extra heal off of the rake. And now the rest of the team just running for it, recognizing losing one player. The rest of Melee Creep still healthy with numbers advantage as well in the mid lane. This is not a fight you can win, but can you contest the urn drop? Giving it up now would really only expand the lead that Melee Creeps have already started. I don't know that you have another option, though. I mean, this is just Melee Creeps unfightable, I think, at this moment on the right side of the map.
It's a full loss. Floormen don't have any ability to turn this into a walker trade, and they don't have any presence on the map to contest urn. So that last bit of urn contest, super effective for Melee Creeps. You know, just take a look at how Ido was able to play that last fight. So leads into probably one of the biggest differences we've had in the game here so far, about 7k between the two teams. A minute and a half away from next set of buffs, and I think if you're Floormen right now, you just kind of take it a little bit easy, do what they're usually pretty good at, you know, take the jungle efficiently, wait for the next fight. But it's one thing I think the Floormen have been doing better than other teams is that even when they're behind, they're still able to get a good amount out of the map and not find themselves drastically behind before the next major fight is in here. A little bit of pressure on the Ido. Eats a slowing hex for his trouble, but not definitive enough to actually take him out.
Yeah, missed the boulder shot there from Goober. Potentially could have been a kill setup there. They're able to find some follow-up stuns onto that one. But I mean, this has been the story of the game, man. Ido has been dancing with death over and over again. I don't know that he's died this game on the Mina, actually. I think he's still flawless, which is kind of insane for the number of times a gank has been attempted on him. So he's just having, I think, so much impact on the match with the amount of resources devoted to him and the fact that you're not able to shut him down as of yet.
So as expected, things calming down a little bit before buffs, and Floormen very much over allocating here towards the right hand side. Of course, this is going to be where the urn spawns next, I believe, and of course you want to get the buff at the same time. Melee Creeps now looking for their own form of contest, and Jake, we're 10 seconds away from things really heating up.
Yeah, definitely going to be a key point to fight over. ABG drops the friendly Guardian there for Melee Creeps. Here comes the counterpunch, an attempt from Scout, looking for the swap. Who's going to be the target? Pulling someone back in would be great, but just around the corner. Movement a little bit too clean from Rocker. Attempted counterpunch here from AVG, but it doesn't find anything. Both teams now trading in the side lane. As well, Mirage holding down against League on the opposite side of the map. Here comes Billy with an ultimate, looking for some pull-ins, and Do already finds Goober. Viper out of the fight already. Shiv started to look for executes, but this one doesn't end up getting the kill. The Lycan Curse enough heal, but Brocker eventually is going to go down, and so far it's a 3-0 melee creeps routing their opponents into this one, and that could be another urn turn-in on the card. Saya already running that objective across the map.
It's even worse than just losing the fight, because they not only were in the process of losing the fight, but Saya makes the executive decision of, yeah, you guys got this, no problem, grabs the urn and just goes on a movement boosted run across the map for a page, and gets the clean urn turn in.
Pashi down 2? That's a big mistake from the guy. He's caught in just too deep, couldn't get out of that one. An attempted trade from AVG, putting a lot of pressure down on this mid walker, but it's not worth that much if you don't actually find the walker from it. I just don't think that's happening. Yeah, Abrams is going to die for this one, gets half the HP down, but that's only ever going to matter if you eventually capitalize on that HP damage. So far, this has just been all melee creeps for the last few minutes. The lead has now expanded to a point where, you know,
Jake,
one more bad fight is going to be a mid boss.
What happened to our close game? Where did it go? It's completely gone after the last set of fights on the urn. I mean, it was a little bit of an advantage for melee creeps, you know, close to 10K, and now it's ballooned to 20 off of what was a disastrous fight, because they not only lost the urn fight, they also lose the urn, get nothing in terms of a trade. And that's the type of fight that will win or conversely lose you a Deadlock game, because now Floormen too, you think about the comp that they have. They don't have a Paradox, they don't have a Holiday or a Bebop. Getting picks with this setup with the Viper is actually significantly harder than if you had one of those characters. So this is now the worst case scenario for Floormen to turn this around. It may not be getting better as AVG getting hit with the Nox Nostra completely dumped on from the top.
I talked about the value of that silence, right? Abrams not able to charge out of trouble, caught by that one. The slowing hex set it up, and Mina knocked it down. And Ido, I mean, all those times surviving now have built up to a pretty significant spot on the net worth chart, despite the fact that he's not doing much farming, right? He is in all these fights, always a presence, always bringing that damage. Looking so comfortable with the mobility with Saya behind and Scout at times in front. And Floormen, I mean, in those kind of exchanges where they're poking and prodding at one another, you just don't have an initiator to pull somebody out of formation, right? To set up an easy first kill. I feel like you're waiting for, maybe it's like AVG's Phantom Strike can open up that kind of a potential for you, but that might be a long way away yet. I mean, we're only at 18 minutes now, and Abrams, after a very strong start to the game, some of those early roams kind of shut him down and kept him at parity, really, with the rest of the game.
Certainly, things are looking pretty grim right now for the Floormen. You see melee creeps having way more confidence in just going the Floormen's side of the map, picking off jungle creeps here and there, but could be a bit of a moment here as Floormen decide to go in. Lycan Curse is popped, but full disengage. They hear the Lycan Curse go off, and wisely, melee creeps just back out. The Wolf now about to expire, and that's where, if you're Ido, you go, yeah, I'll go back in. I'm not really too worried.
So good at this dance, ZP. Like, every time they invade, even if they don't find kills, right, they're cleaning up some jungle on the enemy side of the map. They're securing some kind of an economic advantage that builds slowly and slowly. And we've seen at times when the fights go well, they're dominant. Their routes, melee creeps get a huge bump in the lead. And when the fight goes poorly, it still doesn't feel bad for the melee creeps. Everything they attempt is getting some kind of value in this game. I mean, Ido is just, if Ido takes the enemy doubles at this point in the game, you just got to ask some questions about Floormen's ability to win this game. If they can't contest an objective like doubles on their side of the map, I mean, what are they really doing into this one? Saya's up on the roof, just covering this, making sure no contest can come in. I mean, this is a pretty significant objective to give up. I mean, the doubles can be kind of a make or break economy feature, especially pre-20 minutes.
Also, feeding it to Ido, I think, is a little bit interesting. You may look at it and be like, why not feed it to Shiv? I don't know. Ido called it. As Floormen,
I mean, Mina's actually a good user, I think, of those buffs, right? Like, I think she utilized a lot of it well. Cooldown reduction is pretty insane on her in particular. This could be an attempt, though. Opportunity onto the Billy, but more resources. Look at the mini-map. Melee creeps converging onto this one. They're the ones going for this gank. Pashop has already popped that swap. They have to find these quick kills. The rallying charge is going to save Billy for the moment. Here comes a Metal Skin Shiv, running it down, trying to protect, but Pashi does find Fish Cake. Goober goes down in the exchange. This one, maybe the best fight yet for the Floormen. Still doesn't look great. They're going to need to do more work to earn their way into this one. Scout is low, running for the hills. Brocker does find that one. Is the Lycan Curse max? Did he get the reset of that? Seems not. And Pashi's down. Yeah, I got Tornado. Doesn't have the swap any longer. A 2 for 2, but losing the carry doesn't feel the best for Floormen, but honestly, you take it with this deficit.
Speedman coming in with the $50 saying, quote, thanks, fellas. You know, didn't see the team fight that just happened, but it was still pretty well timed as the team fight got wrapped up. Still
Comeback earn. Okay, wait, that's actually huge. That's a comeback earn here, and that League has free control. This should be essentially a free dunk. I really can't imagine a contest coming in from Melee Creeps at this game state.
I think there's a small possibility. It depends if Shiv wants to go for it, but this
would be a wild contest to go for. They're going to go for the mid-boss tree instead. Okay, but also could be risky. I wonder if Goober has maxed ult. The mid-boss has roared. Opportunity now to converge on this one. You also have the Ivy. You have some powerful tools for this mid-boss. No locked in secure for the Melee Creeps. This is a risky move from them. Here comes the contest. More players coming in. Where's the Ivy? Tornado on it. One rejuve down to both sides. Who's going to claim the second? It'll be the Melee Creeps. They get the edge into this one. AVG down, losing the first crystal for Floormen, and Melee Creeps still with true crystals to play with. They're running down the Floormen. No swap available from the Geist. Used it in the last fight. And here comes Shiv like a freight train running them down. Billy and Mina in tow as well. And Floormen lose 3. They think it looks good for the comeback earn, and Melee Creeps so decisive, instantly forcing that mid-boss. The contest came in just a second or two late for the Floormen to really get the fight they were hoping for.
Yeah, and that is pretty brutal. I mean, the upside is getting the earn actually makes the economy side a little bit more bearable, even though it is going to feel worse in a moment here as Walker start getting taken out. But it's a 20k lead that could have been worse. Says, okay, well, it's about to get worse. Goober in a rough spot, immediately taken down. And still may not be the end of it here. Still 2 rejuves in play here from Melee Creep. Says, you know, the pressure here in the Walker, not a ton Floormen can do about it. Like, yes, Geist, reasonable at defending, but there is a limit.
It's a tanky Walker. There's some healthy players respawning. Big pin under the Walker. Shiv stomped by it. Floormen are going to be happy to get a defense here. And Melee Creeps maybe have bitten off more than they can chew. Losing a bit of HP. That's only 1 rejuve crystal left on them. Doesn't have another use of that rejuve crystal. Iridomini out. A lot of low players potentially to be executed. Melee Creeps just running for it. Full disengage. ABG baiting a bit of attention onto himself. Has to peel back, though. It's taking just a little bit too much damage. And Ido, might be able to find this one. The Zipknock is good. The Rake is better.
Trust me, the longer this goes on, the
And meanwhile,
worse it's
across the
gonna
map,
get for
Scout
you.
picks up a Walker for himself. So what looks like a, ill-designed siege somehow gets out from being stomped under the Walker, and they still have a rejuve crystal to play with.
Yeah, I mean, 119 to 150. Now the lead is ballooned to 30k. Ido, I think still, like, I'm not even sure Ido has died this game. Or if it was like,
I don't think
once.
so. I really don't think so. I mean, he was down to 11 HP at one point, man, but Saya's just always been there with the shield saves, making sure that he gets out, playing to the absolute limit of the character. I mean, Geist has some pretty insane single target damage here, but this is the problem with Mirage, right? Like, in this kind of a trade, even if you're just purely shooting each other, Mirage is not only debuffing you and all your damage, but also your allies with the help of Ricochet. I mean, Poshpuff's the one who has, I think, a heavier burden to bear in this game to actually carry these fights and get these kills. But he's got a metal skin to worry about on Shiv. He's got, Divine Barrier on Saya that could potentially save a lot of these targets. And that's not even to mention just the Mirage, just taking him in the 1v1. And I'm not so sure you even win that on Geist, or that you even get the opportunity, really, to take a fair 1v1.
The thing I look at in this game now, where things have evolved, is like, yeah, you have Geist that is a reasonable threat. I mean, now, League with Venator, I mean, you can still generate some picks with Iridomini. The problem is, like, actually getting those picks up is going to be all sorts of problematic. Like, when you go Viper, a Viper-oriented strategy is still one that is largely based on tempo. Like, you pick Viper because you want to keep a good tempo in the game and never really fall too far behind. If you fall behind with Viper, the way that people play it in comp, it is really, really hard to find your way back into the game, because the way that she generates opportunities is simply nowhere near as good when falling from behind. So if you're Floormen right now, you have to pick and choose an opportunity on the map and go, okay, we think we can just pick this person off, go in for it. A little bit more complicated by the fact that you still have 1 charge of Rejuvenator right now.
Yeah, it's almost expired, though. So for Melee Creeps, they got to be a little bit cautious how they proceed into this one. That's good swap now. Catches onto Rocker. If you can get into that Lightning Curse form, would go a long way for survivability. Disarming Hex is going to make that awkward. Just barely gets the heal off, but it's not enough. Ido still finishes the job, has plenty of spare damage. Now a 7 kill streak on the game. Still flawless. Metal Skin picked up for Mirage, further guaranteeing that Geist is going to really just not do much when it comes to the pure 1v1. He has the luxury of building a lot of defensive tools. Now Geist is going to go for it, trying to clear Walker for this, but Ido's here on the defense. It's not a fight you really want on Geist. He's going to like to just go for the Walker, potentially costing him his life. The swap is good enough to get him an extra HP bar, but now metal skin on Ido. Pretty much everyone on the team has metal skin, and Saya as well, just laying in the damage. The Walker, without creeps, there's just no damage to be done, and that's a rough death for Pop. Right? If he gets the Walker, you feel sort of okay, given how rough the soul state of the game is, but not even getting the Walker. Yes, all three are low, but I mean, it's an open question whether you'll ever see that side of the map again, given the moment we're at for melee creeps.
The lead just continues to get deeper here. And for Floormen, on one hand, for Chickpea, you have the urn. On the other hand, do you actually want to turn in the urn at the moment? And the answer is probably no. But you're going to go for it. We'll see how it happens. They lose the Walker in the middle of it. Page alt set cross map as the urn gets knocked at loose. Knocks Nostra in over the top here from Ido, clearing the way. Melee creeps full contest here onto the urn and what could be one of the final fights here of the game. Rocker, though, trying to make something happen here on the silver. They're able to get Scout at the cost of AVG. Lycanform soon to go. Rocker, can you do something here on the silver? A lot of players close up. An ideal opportunity, perhaps, but no, you're just getting chunked from all ends. Shiv going in on the finish. John comes in with the high damage. And that is going to be Floormen cleaning up the urn fight. The urn, well, on its way to the other side of the map. I don't really think they care about it. They just want to make sure that Floormen, they don't get the urn.
It looked hopeful, man. It looked like a decent initiation. I understand why Floormen go for that one, given the state of the game. They need to find something, but instead they end up throwing away that fight, and it's outside of their base as well, so they're not even going to get a proper base defense. And with 40 seconds on the clock now, Goober also dies outside the base, just trying to, kite away, make what space he can. Almost got fish kick, actually, in fairness, for his troubles. But the lead is just so big. You're just going to tank the curses right now. I think that may not be the best move, but you just don't care for melee creeps given the advantage they have. They should get both shrines here almost certainly. Maybe they'll back off with AVG respawning, the threat of being kind of pulled deeper into the base, but it is an expensive loss for sure. Now that left lane is going to be permanently pushing in with the super creeps.
Also, again, this maybe goes into the realm of slander, as it is a very hotly debated topic in our chat, especially during breaks, but now you start getting into the realm of talking about, okay, Silver. Is Silver worth first pick? Silver gets first picked a lot, and Silver, now win rate now is going to be dropping below 33%. I'm not saying Rocker had a bad game per se. I am saying, though, when I look at it, I do think the theory that maybe Silver is getting overvalued and you're getting a bit rocked on high-prow draft heroes may be taking form a
timer the mid-boss? This is crazy. Are they going to go for it?
Yep.
Oh my god, they're going to do it, man. Full send. You have a full wave pushed up in mid, and they're just going to absolutely gamble the game on this one. I mean, arguably, you've got a couple in the tank here for the melee creeps, but this is a hell of a way to set the tone here in this best of three. The contesters running in, but I fear they're going to be too late. The last hits are already good. The bola comes in, but it just can't be there in time. Triple rejuve now for the melee creeps as they turn tail Floormen and just have to run, have to try to get out of this. Instead, no, actually, Floormen are fighting, trying to clear what crystals they can before the inevitable base siege comes in, but you wonder whether there's even going to be a single death on the creeps. They lose one crystal. Ido, his first quote-unquote death of the game. And Silver just getting absolutely mogged by Billy in the melee battle. You might be a new hero, but Billy, he's an old dog.
Also, Billy just a little bit more wealthy at the 33k, the 22k. Like you're gonna have a bit of a stat, itty-bitty little bit of a stat difference in the moment there. I mean, Silver's good at comeback fights with how strong Lycanform is, but there is in fact a limit to how far you're going to push Lycanform. And yeah, I mean, for melee creeps, it's just a smart play where you push up all the lanes and you immediately go on spawn, and they're able to just quickly take it down before any form of contest. As a result,
map management. Yeah, Patron drops it. The map management for melee creeps is insane. All three of their walkers are like below half HP. Some are quite a bit lower than that. Just take a quick replay here. This was what Goober was doing outside of the base. Oh my god, I can't believe Billy lives through this one. This is, oh no. That would have been so sick to be able to find a kill there. Glad we were able to see that replay. So here comes the attempted defense here from the Floormen. Last fight of the game potentially. Rallying charge goes in. Does it stun anyone? Sai is also super low. Loses the next crystal for melee creeps, but Pop. The swap comes in, I believe it was counterspell, doesn't get anything off of it. And without AVG and Pop, the front line's starting to crumble. John online. Ido just hunting down kill after kill. Do as well. I mean, all of your frontliners are still healthy. And it's only Rocker and Chickpea to try and make this hold. Feels nigh impossible at this point, ZP.
Oh, it is absolutely impossible. Second stage patron going to the wayside. Melee creeps finishing out strong. And what more can you say? A few key fights, particularly, it was the second urn, Jake, where things just went completely awry. It was a small lead being nursed by melee creeps that turned into an insurmountable lead just a clean team fight into earn take, which turned a 8K lead into a 20K lead. And from there on out, really, Floormen didn't really have a lot of options to get back into the game.
And one of the things I see from melee creeps in this game that I think I'm starting to notice is a key differentiator. This is actually something that I learned, playing Overwatch at the highest level, is like, it's all about the ability to dance as a team, right? To have an entire group of 6 players all stepping forward and backward with enough synchronicity to never leave a player hanging, never leave a teammate overextended. But by the same token, as soon as the opponent makes one misstep, you got to pounce on it and be very aggressive and decisive and make that move. And every time we get into one of these fights where most of the teams from either side are all there together, they're kind of stepping up, stepping back, looking for their opportunities, it's always melee creeps who are getting their allies out of those situations and making sure nobody dies, and yet they're finding those pickoffs when a mistake is made from the Floormen. And it's that skill in the team fight, I think, that makes this game feel so unwinnable for the Floormen. Like, I don't know that this is even about the draft as much. I think it's more about the ability to play Deadlock as an entire unit, as a hive mind, really, for the melee creeps.
I mean, I do think some of it, is on the team play, but also in terms of draft, I don't love the part where melee creeps have been getting a lot of high comfort picks, kind of uncontested time after time, where, look, John has had Mirage uncontested for something like 7-8 games in a row now. I would like to see John something other than Mirage when some of his key heroes have gotten nerfed a little bit. I think anytime Ido gets Mina, it tends to be a tougher time.
Right. Ido, that's not fair, because bro, he's got like 6 comfort.
No, he does.
Good luck.
He does, but
Good
also
luck,
the Mina has been the most egregious. Like, there is a difference in some of the different heroes Ido has. I feel like there's a fear factor of like.
I'm not convinced there is, man. Like, give him the shiv, give him the pocket, give him the lash. I don't think Ido is insane. It's like, doesn't even seem to matter to me. To my eye test, I can't tell what hero is his best. He just plays them all that well. Like, yes, he looks as good on the Mina, but I feel like this is one of the things that makes them so hard to beat is there isn't like the 1 or 2 heroes you can take away from Ido and like limit his threat on the game. He's just gonna have a good game every single time. Your draft will never stop that. At least from what I've seen in Night Shift.
Oh dear Lord!
He has
Look
11-0 and 22.
I was gonna say, I don't know. I feel like the not letting Ido get Mina last pick is carrying a little bit of weight here, Jake. As I take a look at this,
there might be something to this. But I don't know. Like, Mina arguably isn't even like as broken as she was, right? Like, there are other heroes like Ido will do this, have like the same stats on a pocket or on a shiv, and will make them all look completely broken. That's my only point.
Okay,
like,
on this patch, make him play the pocket and do this. Like, I think it actually is a little bit harder to do that in the pocket right now. You take a look.
I think, in fairness, you're right. If you just degrade the silver in terms of the prio for the Floormen, you're gonna have a bit more, valuable picks to work with in this game that maybe do contest some of these more key heroes in the meta right now.
Yeah, again, I think it's not the issue that silver isn't worth picking. I think silver in a kit is really worth picking. The thing that is drilling into me when I look at the data here is silver worth first picking? And I actually feel like the data is going pretty heavily against that in its current form. Also, I think Goober's Viper didn't look bad, but given what we've seen from Goober playing on other heroes, they probably maybe need to grab the Paradox earlier or secure a Bebop or something, because I mean the Viper,
he does a lot in the early game, and it does look really powerful in the early game. It just feels like late game you kind of become an ult bot, and it feels like that's all you're really doing, right? Is securing, it's like being a big threat on the rejuve. If you even maxed your ult, if you have that enough souls for that, and it's hard to know, like, when do you start maxing the ult, when do you stop investing in your early game ganking skills that maybe do start the game off in terms of like getting a snowball rolling. But it's hard because that's a game where I think that was the biggest thing about the melee creeps draft. They denied the top tier pick heroes, and like, you could go Mo Krill or Haze there, but honestly I think those picks would have been pretty terrible against the draft. I think it's really hard to play into the level of mobility, and also just sort of doubles down into the problems with building something like a metal skin, right? If you go Haze, now it's just another hero that you're more or less blocking all her damage with your metal skins that you're already going to be buying against that Geist. So there was no easy picks, and I think maybe what this means is you need to go a little bit higher prio in the draft, maybe getting those pick heroes in the first 3 if that holiday ban does come out again for melee creeps.
All right, so melee creeps looking strong as usual as they defend the throne. Floormen, can they change things up in the draft to force map 3, or do melee creeps run away with it once more? This is the Night Shift, and we'll be back with the conclusion right after this. Welcome back to the Night Shift. ZP here with Jake as we roll into what could be the last part of the money match here in North America. Melee Creeps coming out strong as the Curse of Silver yet to be overcome, dropping below 33% win rate, Jake, in the last map. And it's something that Floormen have kind of attached themselves to over the past 2 weeks, but so far they've not found that victory, even though, to be fair, they are fighting in multiple battles. Goober is in-game and in Twitch chat at the same time. The multitasking is unreal at the moment.
The typing speed is incredible. It's a lot of all, but we want to see a game 3. That's what would really impress us here on the Night Shift. I want to see a competitive match, and I think you're onto something with this Silver. Like you said, I don't think the hero's bad. It's just a matter of the draft prio. You look at how successful I think like AVG looked great on the Abrams this game. I'd love to see that back in the lineup and give Goober more of like a premium initiator. We could see a different outcome, but overall, I still think overcoming the team fighting skill from Melee Creeps so challenging, man. Like they look really polished as a unit, and there's very few gaps in the play. Like you kind of have to step up to their level. I don't think there's a way to kind of drag them down into the mud onto this one.
Also, before we forget, because it came in right as we were going to break, we got a donation from Cried Like a Child saying, I love my community, and dropped $128 into the prize pool. So thank you very much, Cried Like a Child. And of course, all those that have donated to the prize pool here today, that is going directly to the players off !donate.
Yeah, huge thanks to all the donators, community, Patreons, all the folks supporting us here, whether you're just watching on Twitch, even if you're not able to like sub or support in a financial way directly, it still matters a lot. I mean, it's kind of crazy, frankly, ZP, as we've been seeing like the viewership numbers over these last few weeks with our co-streaming feature now unlocked, all of our wonderful co-streamers. It just feels like a great moment for Deadlock, and it's nice to be able to celebrate it with the whole community in this way, as we are able to do every week here on the Night Shift.
I know for me, as someone that's done all sorts of flavors of esports, various different levels of investment, from devs and other orgs. And the cool thing about Night Shift to me has just been the part that it's relatively pure. We don't have drops inflating things right now. We don't have venture capital lurking in the wings.
I would take
with
them.
like extensive
Any
goals.
venture capitalists, I would take.
That is true. That is true. We would not decline venture capital to get prize money to the players. But right now, at this moment in time, it's about as authentic as it gets for the viewership that you're seeing. So, very much appreciate everyone coming along and giving support. But also, if you do happen to be a VC, by all means,
if you happen to be a Valve dev, I would take drops. I'm not above any of this. I'm right down and dirty, baby. Let's go. But I know you see your point, right? Like everyone doing this is in it for the love of the game. Even the players, right? Grinding the game 24/7, believe it in the future of Deadlock. Even though it's still small stakes at this point. But I think the evidence is there. The proof's in the pudding that people are here to watch, and they're here to see esports. And hopefully we'll be able to get into the draft and show them more of what they love to see. Hopefully a game 3 tonight. I mean, as tough as that one was for the Floormen, it was not as bad as it has been as some teams that are against the Melee Creeps.
Yep. Also, I'm getting schooled by one of our producers being like, VC is ownership, not sponsorship. What are you doing? It's like, that's true. We are looking for sponsorship, not ownership. There's a difference.
I just play my games, and I don't know what these words mean. I just play video games and talk about them. As hopefully we're able to do just that, ZP, getting into the draft. This time it'll be Melee Creeps in the first pick seat. See if that changes the draft at all.
Yes, and also a good segue onto things we do know things about, like the video game. And it is going to be Melee Creeps with first ban, first pick here. So there's a difference before. It was Floormen who had first ban, first pick, and angled for the silver. And they still say, Jake, Goober, you don't get to play Holiday. It's not going to be a thing. Do Floormen, though, ban the Celeste? Because we talk about Ido heroes. You won't see Mina if you don't ban the Celeste, because you're going to see Ido on Celeste. Do you want to uncover the black box as Celeste? And the answer is yes. They banned silver. Alert.
I don't like this. I don't like this. I know on Celeste, I'm scared. I mean, I think this hero's crazy, right? I think we've seen her banned she's been banned like in the first 2 bans in 8 out of 10 of the last games and since she's released. And yeah, no surprise here. Snap first pick for Melee Creeps. Ido's been playing this one in the pubs, and I gotta tell you, it is scary to play against this man. I'm like, I don't like my odds when he gets snowballing on Celeste. I'm building slow and Hex, knockdown, curse, so I'm building it all, man.
Well, you don't have to worry about the Mina. Like you take that to the bank. The Mina is off the table, and you're probably getting Billy Shiv as your payment here, would be my assumption. I think Shiv is going to be the next one going, or hear me out, Paradox. I think for the Floormen, you don't have to take it yet, but you do have to take either Paradox here or Bebop as third. Like, you're going to have to take one of the two. So you grab Shiv. To me, I think Melee Creeps come in, they grab Paradox +1, And for Floormen, you will have to grab Bebop or he is going to be gone with the mid-stage ban.
It doesn't even feel good either because I mean, Bebop is, generally I think not really in the top tier right now. I think people sort of consider him as B or C tier. Even from the initiators, he's definitely a level below Holiday and Paradox. So melee creeps, they're happy to grab the Geist here as one of the few carries who can threaten Shiv and Billy when it comes to them trying to like rush her down. They could get punished with that soul exchange. I wouldn't be surprised if they grab the Paradox here at all, though. I think it makes too much sense. Instead, they go with the Abrams, though, which, again, also a super premium pick to be able to grab here in the 3rd slot. This does mean, though, Floormen could return the favor that they got last game. They could go for like a Paradox into a Bebop ban, and I think you take Paradox, but even if you don't ban Bebop, you're still, I think, in a great spot picking Paradox and banning away or having Holiday banned out of the game. And then the way they choose to play this next ban, they could also ban something like the Pocket is another ban I think could be pretty prio, assuming since you already have the Shiv and the Billy.
Also, bear in mind, Floormen get first pick out of here, so other premium things that are available, like you could do something like, ban Kelvin, pick Page, if you wanted to put side on the other things. Although, I mean, I think Rem is still totally fine, so...
I love the Kelvin ban. I think it's a little doing a lot. I mean, I get Kelvin's back a little bit, but I understood it more last game, right? You had the Shiv Billy on the opposite side. You didn't want the Kelvin AoE healing them all, but then again, maybe the Kelvin Dome with Celeste is like actually super terrifying. You're trapped in the dome with the Celeste Orb just killing you all.
This is where you go back to the names of like, what do you name combos? I don't know, Frozen Circus Death at that point. Like it's not going to end well, but we'll see what they prio here on the first pick out of the bans. Is it going to be something on the support end? Nope, it's going to be Warden that comes on in. So for melee creeps, I will say, okay, Mirage was banned. That makes sense. The melee creeps did not want the Mirage to be picked up. I was saying, well, why not the Mirage? It's like, well, Mirage was banned.
Yeah, Mirage would be nice. I don't love the Warden. I mean, I think Warden is maybe like your last option here, really, but I actually don't love the Warden carry into Celeste because she's just like never ever gonna get trapped, and she's not even easy to hit with like your flask. Just has such good mobility. Where Mirage doesn't care so much about that, right? He's more just beaming, like he's more or less a hit scan gun. Is not as scared of those flyers, and so I think this ban makes a lot of sense. Melee creeps do grab the Bebop, which I think makes sense. I'm really curious to see how this goes in the early game because I think a lot of people have been calling Bebop a little bit of a weaker character, even in the sort of pick hero category. I do think probably feels a little bit more consistent across the game though than something like Viper, which is so focused in the early game.
I'll say here, if it is not a game where Celeste just annihilates the entirety of the game, on paper, the Floormen draft is really, really strong. Like the only X factor here is Celeste just simply that good that she will annihilate a game, which I think is actually pretty possible.
I love the Ram grab.
But yeah, the overall draft though for Floormen, especially if you combine like EU data and what we know is good, I love the Floormen draft. I think this is the strongest draft they have had in weeks. We'll see what Melee Creeps rounds it out with, but I really, really like how Floormen have drafted around here. It's just a matter of, is Celeste that good? And Venda's final pick, actually, I think is pretty reasonable value.
Yeah, it gives you a bit of frontline defense and kind of hold the line against Shiv and Billy in some of these fights and maybe punish them for some over-aggression. I do think you're right, though. I think Floormen have gotten themselves a much better draft than the game one. In terms of the balance of these two teams, you hide the team names. I like Floormen's draft quite a bit better. I think it's like a stronger in more or less every category, other than maybe like the Celeste's impact. But then again, how good is Celeste really against some of these characters like somebody like Mina, who has insane mobility to get away and to maybe outplay some of your more telegraphed damage and to potentially even chase Celeste down at times? I think Goober getting a premium on the Paradox, excited to see what he's going to be able to put on in this one. And then, of course, it's Rem. Like the threat to steal those Sinners, to the macro side of the game is going to be so hard to match. However, I think Saya is probably one of the best IVs right now. Looks really, really clean when it comes to his approach to the macro game, the way he plays the team fights. He's just so much impact across all the aspects of the match. So for Floormen, much better odds here in game 2, but still, this is the melee creeps. Nothing's for free here.
No, not at all. And Ido in perfect position to get MVP tonight, if you think about it, where if we did have just off one map, it would have to be Ido purely off the stats alone in the last game. 11-0, max damage in the game, kind of hard to argue. But now you get the opportunity to be like, hey, you guys messed up by giving me Celeste. What is this level of disrespect to give us this hero that is the destroyer of worlds? At least what people thought last week. She did get nerfed in between then, to be clear, after her 6-ban day. But we'll see. I think that is the story to me here is, can you win while giving up Celeste? And to me, Floormen did get a really big bounty of power here. So the only thing that balances us out really is, does Celeste have an incredible game?
Yeah, I'm surprised Floormen. I would have preferred it if they just banned the Celeste and give the silver over, but maybe they still think the silver is that good and they don't want to give it over into the opponent's hands. But for the Floormen, this is, I think, a cleaner match for them. I'm curious to see the laning phase. I feel like Rem is going to go really well with one of these carries. Maybe it's going to be with the Warden in the side lane to just stabilize that lane. It's a little odd. Maybe it's like Mina and Paradox in mid. The mid lane's a little weird to me, though, because feels like it's got to be Paradox, but there's none of the other heroes, to me, jump out as like an obvious mid laner, as characters we see there all the time. Maybe they'll actually be the Warden in the mid lane with the Paradox, and then Rem joining with Shiver Billy to secure one of those side lanes.
I think you're right, actually, you look at it, because normally you think about mid lane combos, you think of things like, oh, you run something like Paradox Mirage, or, a Holiday, Geist, or, things that where it's just like, okay, this makes sense, you throw in the middle. Yeah, I mean, between the two of it, I think realistically you could throw the Mina middle, even though it's not as natural. I don't think you want to put Billy or Shiv in mid lane, so I'm going to take those two out. I think normally you don't want to put Rem in mid lane, even though I think you could make it work, right? I think it is probably between the Warden and Mina to be paired up with Paradox in middle. It's going to be one of the two. I don't know which. I think based on what we've seen Warden in middle a little bit more than Mina in middle, so yeah, if you think about the overall history of lanes, it's probably Paradox, Warden middle, but there's an outside shot of me.
Yeah, even though these gun carries like Warden and Geist are like pretty soon into the game want to migrate to a side lane where there's a little bit more farm available, I do kind of like in the very early game putting that carry player in the mid lane, because at that 2-minute mark when you're box roaming, the mid laner is the one who really is going to be like one of them is going to be permanently abandoning the lane and just box running 24/7, and that funnels a lot of farm to the carry. As the side lane, I don't think you can stay out of lane quite as long or quite as easily. That being said, I don't think we've really seen both teams do the same thing in that regard. We haven't seen teams try to push in and punish it, but we'll have to see how this one goes.
It's going to be Warden mid for sure. Now that I've thought about it, because they have done that before, whether it be Poshi or AVG, just having the mid lane, in this case would be Goober, just run and give all the farm to the Warden middle. Yeah, that's exactly what we end up with. So yeah, that makes sense. It's if you're going to run this lane, it's not because you want to run over middle lane with intense pressure. It's that you want Goober to roam, and you're going to feed all the farm to Poshi. Like Poshi himself has done this not only at Floormen, but he's also done it with Bunny with Clock.
Wow, it's due on the Geist. Wouldn't have expected that. I thought for sure it would be John on the Geist, right? This being a super comfortable player-hero combination for him. Let's see what Duke can do piloting the Geist if they end up going, like with John typically playing like all the ultra late game heroes for the team. I'm really curious to see who ends up getting that like true side lane farm potential, as normally Geist is a pretty obvious choice for that spot.
John though, I think, peeping some of his stream games recently, John tends to play Venator as more of a late game carry. Like he will just get mega farmed on it. And look, to be fair, Ven is actually pretty good at farming. Like the way grenade works and how you can use melee to take tier 3 camps, like Ven is a reasonable farmer, but this is the star of the show. The thing that everyone's been looking forward to. Ido unleashed to play a little bit of Celeste, and we'll see if he lives up to the hype, because as we talked about in the draft, a lot of the power budget for melee creeps is on Ido for this character.
Yeah, it can be a challenging hero to match up against in lane. I think Billy is probably a good matchup for Celeste. Can kind of throw in some of those quick melees while she's jumping around. You want to get close on Celeste to deal a lot of this damage, but against Billy, you might end up, giving him more heal than you actually are able to deal against him. Both teams playing this is a comfortable, slow laning phase. No burger boxing into this one just yet.
We say right before the burger boxing potentially happens directly into the small creep camp, and Ido getting a whole sandwich of pain by the end of it.
Yeah, Goober just roams into that one. Turning into a quick kill. Little parting gift heal from Chickpea. That's a nice early roam from Goober, right? Already making value out of this Paradox pick. Bebop tried to counter rotate into that one, but just wasn't there in time.
Also, I think he started that roam even pre 2 minutes. I'd have to go back and look, but I wasn't even looking as much for the early roam. And I guess the goal here is, not only get the benefit of the roam, but it's just about getting Poshi ahead of the game.
It's also mind games, right? Everyone knows, okay, at 2 minutes, 2:20, right? I'm expecting that gank to come in, and we know he's going to go box running. But if you leave earlier than that, I think teams might not even quite expect it, or might not realize that you've left before it's just a little bit too late. Venator being attacked here in the mid lane. Trap thrown by Poshi Pop, but yeah, John's too smart for that one. Plays his way right back to the tower.
And right now, I'm very interested to see when the next roam is going to go in. I think we're not going to have to wait long to see Goober go for another attempt. It'll probably happen before 5 minutes. For now, though, more of an even matchup in mid. And as I say that, Goober, Jake, is on the move.
Always looking for hooks for mid for Scout. If he's able to find a kill here and there and Deadlock Pop in the early game, it would really do a lot to slow down that Warden's potential snowball. But this time, Goober's active in the side lane a little bit first. Rocker paused for a crash. I think it may have been AVG crashing, given that he just stopped there. He's inspecting the wall carefully, just in case.
Honestly, real miracle, it's not Ido. I feel like every other week I look at Twitter and there's a message from Ido being like, guys, half the things on my motherboard just exploded again. I don't know what's going on. Hopefully I'll be able to stream Monday. It's just like, what is going on that your computer is just getting busted every other day? AVG, though, also the other crash-prone NA players. So at this point, I'm just not surprised when either of the two have a crash.
He's got the SSD on. He's back into this one. Readying up already. Appreciate that. AVG. Sire returns in back into the action. A little bit of a trade occurring on the side lane. Billy just backing off of this one with the help of a Rem. Little helper.
Honestly, the good part about this game is that we can see John deliver some divine justice to Rem. I think my favorite thing in the game is when you just hear the Latin being spammed in chat and some crossbow bolts go directly in the Rem. I hate playing against Rem, and honestly, biggest dopamine moment in the game, just the drop Rem directly into the depths of hell.
A bit of spam damage on Bebop, but once again, the hook not connecting from Scout. The long CD on hook is like every time you throw one of these, you kind of feel the pain of that. As Goober active already, putting damage down. Even if he doesn't find kills, he's gonna find some pretty meaningful harassment damage. With Backstabber online, you really have to take these trades. You're not, you turn tail and run, and you're at your own peril, right? With the threat of Paradox chasing you down. Poshbot, meanwhile, 3.2k. I wonder if he's doing another time that cultist sacrifice rush that he played for last game.
It seems to be a common strategy, but the hook connecting here on to Goober. Goober, lower HP, still not getting away from the fight. Thinks there's an opportunity, and there is. Scout super low, so is Goober, though. 20 HP and a dream. Down and over, looking, and takes the robot hit to the jaw. His Saya gets the last little bit of damage.
Oh, Perfusion Saya was there, right, to ensure that kill goes the other way. If you find that one on Goober, you feel great about that. And a backstabber connection from Saya could make this a kill attempt. Warden, though, nice moves from Poshbot, just bouncing all around. Saya thinking about chasing a little bit deeper, but Poshbot plays it safe, heads back to base for the full reset.
Mina. Ooh. Uncalculated amount of deaths, but Ido also way low here on the Celeste. 10 HP, not going to be the dream escape. So Ido will not be going deathless, and neither will Rocker on the Mina. Bit of a more grounded game.
Billy actually makes a ton of sense to me as a great Celeste counter, because at any point in the game, you get the ulti connection on Celeste and like pull her in until I guess Celeste is like so fed that she's actually just turning and killing the Billy. That's super scary, right? The chain hard lockdown really prevents a lot of what you want to do on Celeste, unless you're able to get around a corner or get away. But you get like some Goober Paradox initiation into that Billy chain. Could be bad. This B reputation is fully scouted, so Billy's going to be aware of this one. There could be a counter dive here. Yeah, and they end up catching the Bebop away from the tower. Billy's here with the movement buff and the life strike, looking to hunt that one down. Scout feeds away a kill.
Yeah, and you've seen the difference here of when you get Goober on Paradox as opposed to Goober being on the Viper. Ido, though, still out for a little bit of blood here and on the Celeste. No Shining Wonder here just yet. 300 souls away. Be a real benefit to have it here, but not quite going to be online for this fight.
Couple more boxes. We'll see the true potential, but I do think there's a character that wants to play from ahead, right? It's a Spirit Nuker, wants to really tempo out, snowball the game, but Rocker is the one who's getting a lot more in that regard. How did that hook miss? I can't explain it. That looked right on board with Poshbob's Warden.
It's karmic wheel turning there, because that one will miss, and then one that shouldn't hit later down the line is going to hit, and it's going to be absolutely miserable.
I thought you were going to say like because he picked Bebop.
No. I'm not that big of a Bebop hater right now. I'm focused on other tinier things to hate my gameplay. But look, 29k to 30k here. I know. A little bit of creep camp clearing as, in terms of rotations, Billy right now looking to get behind Ido, and Ido just using the movement to gracefully slide away.
Somebody got parried. It is just a creep. A big sleep coming in onto Celeste, setting that one up. Shining Wonder's already starting to bounce, though. Ido getting that one off. Getting that extra Spirit Lifesteal. Look how much he's healing into this one. Enough to keep him alive. And League and Chickpea just have to run for it, but Scout's here looking to find some punishing kills.
That is unbelievable. So especially the healing off of the Shining Wonder. Floormen, though, rotating back in. Goober wanting piece of the action. Saw Scout rotate over, decided to do much the same himself. Now Floormen. Looks like a bit of a retreat here. Things resetting back to normal. 33k, 33k. 2 minutes until buffs. It feels like it's been longer than 8 minutes, Jake.
Yeah, it's been a slow early game. I think neither team wants to make the mistake. I think Floormen know, like, they've got a better draft. And honestly, they don't seem shaken at all by the game 1 results, right? They still feel like this is a winnable game for them, and it absolutely is. The tough part, though, is the mid game, right? When we get into those team fights, that's going to be the much bigger test, I think, for the Floormen, if they can keep up with the melee creeps. But so far, so good. Rocker punishes Sly. He had to pop that stone form to avoid ticking down. Mina was there for the cleanup. Pulled deep under tower as the Abrams, and now Fishcake likely going to be going down here, getting a bit of heal from the passive, but there's no way it's enough. With the help of Chickpea, Billy picks up another, and League's on a 3 streak.
Yeah, and the benefit of Billy here, and again, you think about the different draft strategy. Floormen, they decide to ban the silver. They get Billy early in the draft, along with Shiv, and the frontline difference so far, pretty significant between the two teams. Last pick off now, just going to be used as extra ability to get onto the Guardian. Shouldn't really be anything interfering with it. Fishcake, is alive, but has no interest in going back out there. Off in the middle, Ido out of spawn and not going into lane. Instead goes to the jungle as Nox Nostra comes out.
Big attempt from Do. Stepping up. Pashpop, though, focuses on Saya, takes that kill, and Do's not low enough to really make the soul exchange a relevant factor. So typically, that matchup, I think, is super scary for the Warden, but Pashpop's wise to that. Just goes for the support, gets a secured kill, leaves Do to farm it up. Not worried about that one. Maybe Scout, though, a hook here would be pretty disastrous for Pashpop's game. So he's intelligently has just already rotated away back to the jungle. He's going to leave Rocker to maybe do the more dangerous job of clearing the waves on this Guardian.
ABG could be getting jumped in middle right now. Middle looking a bit chaotic. Saya in off the stone form. Goober already down. And yeah, under assault right now as AVG cannot get away from the full collapse melee creeps in onto the mid lane. 5 seconds here till buffs. Ido again shot in off the jump pad. Doesn't get hit with the hyperline stun. And now vitality buff is up. Who's going to get it? Yep, it's Celeste. Ido gets away with the buff as the urn comes down.
Yeah, Ivy and Celeste so good at zoning away from that urn. Even League just didn't feel like he could go for that melee. Another attempted fight, though. This time, it's Floormen pressing the advantage, saying, hey, you've used a lot of skills. You've used some ultimates in that row mid. We're going to try and punish. Laser beam cooking from Scout, but it's not enough to find any real kills yet. And I wonder if there's not going to be more on the menu. Goober's here looking to find more. It's a big sleep coming in, setting up a key team fight now. Floormen charging forward. This is their moment to maybe find some kills. Ido being suppressed by Goober starts to turn back into this fight, and a stun of the Goober could put him in trouble. Ido, enough damage with that Shining Wonder to clean up Goober. In the end, it's just a 2-for-1. Floormen losing another for that one and only finding Fishcake. Not a great trade for them unless Billy can find more.
Billy a little bit late going in for round 2 and gets the pull on the Scout towards the very end, but I don't think there's a damage to go along with it. Yeah, you got the chain gang. However, looking for Ven towards the back end side. Ido still active in the fight, was able to take down Rem. League trying to balance out a little bit back, gets some of the melee in, still reasonable HP. Scout also full at the same time. Lands the uppercut back the other way as John is really, really low in the back of this fight.
Yeah, John's playing this one so well, using every last bit of his HP. The swap, though, comes back in. Goober's back into the fight. And we've continued the burger box here in North America. Shiv looking for some chase down kills. Scout in very deep, trying to find some damage. With the help of that Guardian Ward from the Rem, the extra heal, no threat to him. And the respawning players have to come back in to finish the job, but Floormen get it done.
In the end, Floormen also with the urn control, but melee creeps have been so aggressive. I don't know if they're going to sit here passively and be like, yes, just rotate the urn across the map. We'll see if they get in for the intercept. For now, the way they're rotating, they're just looking for kills here on the left-hand side instead, and the Guardian. All the while, by the way, Fishcake is fighting Rocker on the left-hand side, even a decent chunk of damage as this goes down. But the priority for Floormen here, it's the urn rotation across the map. but they're really pushed up at the moment, Jake.
And that's a very healthy Guardian you're trying to rotate into with this urn. It's far from a free dunk here. Ivy's harassed, hovering rather near the Shiv, threatening a potential urn steal. And I mean, this is Du, who's been farming up a storm in the side lane now. 11k on this guy. She's going to be happy to get into a fight. Give Venator a bit of free space in the opposite side lane. 6 on 5, though. Floormen have brought every single player to this urn dunk. This is a must-win fight for them, considering they've invested so much into it. But the catch maybe goes good. 4 melee creeps. League getting cut down. That will likely yield the dunk. It's not good just yet, though.
Urn's down. Right now, the urn is in progress. You have Scout creating space here at the Hyper Beam. You got Saya just walks in, picks up the urn for free with the Hyper Beam cover. A disaster for the Floormen, who frankly got engaged on, where they're still down 4 ults. And now let's see if they can at least get a few kills on the back end of it here. Rocker, good HP, coming to run from the side, looking for Saya. Meanwhile, airdrop comes in, and they're just out of there.
A big airdrop away. Pulls players to the high ground, where Scout's here helping to assist this defense. Even threatening some counter kills, but maybe dropping down is going to be a little bit risky. Sleep comes in, does set up a kill there onto Saya. Rocker cleans that one up. And they're maybe going to be looking for more. The Shining Wonder from Celeste doing God's work right now. So much damage from that in the team fight. Du now back off the spawn as well. Coming in, hunting down this kill onto Goober. Rocker decides to turn back around and continue this fight onto Ido, who may have done a little bit too much, but no, just playing his limits perfectly. The team pushes Rocker back, and it's a very contested trade. AVG likely going to be going down in mid. That's a beautiful pin catch from Fishcake.
Fishcake keeping the tempo up for melee creeps, where despite the urn getting grabbed by Sai in that fight here, Jake, actually pretty even, 70 to 67k. Rocker in for it once more, finding Scout on the outskirts and not yet satisfied. Diving in now with Pashi Pop, looking for one extra. Pashi able to finish off Dude towards the end. And just like that, Floormen exchange kill for kill. We're all evened it back up, 71k to 71k.
That's a crazy long fight, and I'm pretty sure the whole time John John's farming the opposite side of the map. So in the end, it's basically a 6 on 5 as John John now putting some of that net worth to use. One shot hit, looking for more. Here's a second, and the third, the holy, the blessed shot. It's good, but maybe not good enough. Hold on, Billy with a little bit of a heal. Surely to be chased down, though. Venator absolutely on the case. You need to hit some sort of a cheeky melee there, and it just can't be done. League hunted down by the Priest.
Now, it does come at a cost. I think the interesting thing about Vendal is that if you use it for a solo kill like that, you might go, okay, just secure the kill. The problem is that you're not going to have Ven ult up for the urn pickup here in a moment, which could actually be a bit of a problem. Like, I think Ven is a little bit old school Warden coded when you had Spirit Warden and you won the fight with ult, right? Ven fighting without ult does not feel that good, and there's a window here for Floormen right as buffs and urn are about to come down.
Yeah, without the threat of those executes, you know, you're a little bit more pokey as a character, right? You don't have that heavy level of burst damage. So we're seeing a lot of presence now from both teams. This time, it's going to be Floormen sending a player down to farm the opposite side of the map. So maybe a slight advantage here for the melee creeps, but hold on, the trap somehow comes in onto Celeste. The lifesteal is good. It's keeping her up quite a long time. What? There's no way, she's got to live. Are you kidding me? The heals from Saya are just barely enough to make the difference. But Rocker doesn't want to let this one go down so easy. It even has to go for the risky melee to finish it.
The fact that even lasted that long, Jake, is all sorts of heinous. That was, I'm just looking at disbelief, but fight still going on here. Take a look at AVG, hooked back here by Scout. A little bit of distraction there, the help support in your own way, courtesy of the Bebop, but the fight's still going on back into the middle. Rocker fishing on Fishcake. And okay, you talk about Celeste being the hero of the hour. What about Rocker on the Mina that is doing his best Ido impression from last game?
Yeah, he's kind of styling on it right now. I mean, so far, there's been some ridiculous moments for the Celeste, but the Mina has been quietly picking up kill after kill. He's 9-1-4 on this Mina. Exactly what Mina wants, right? To be ahead of the game, to be on a streak. League, meanwhile, has also farmed up really nicely on the Billy. And Dude's been kind of struggling in a lot of these fights. Had a good amount of time to farm into this game, but still hasn't invested at all into Vitality. So would have loved to maybe get that green spike online before really forcing these engagements. But he's been caught quite a few times, and by the Warden, no less. Typically, the hero you think of guys as somewhat of a counter to.
So this is interesting. You're doing the urn juggling here, then not run into the penalty for holding on to the urn for that long. And it's buying Floormen a little bit of time to push up waves. Because I think ideally they don't want to go for urn at this point. Okay, especially now when AVG gets caught swapping from Goober. Maybe Push Abrams instead gets brought for a ride himself towards the very end. However, here comes Rocker. That's a huge chunk of HP taken away in just one Love Bites. Toxic Bullets applied at the same time. And even though Fishcake is going to live, you see some of the scary parts of Rocker just having you in your line of sight for a very brief period of time.
Yeah, Fishbake's doing great on the Abrams this game, finding a lot of picks. I don't think Scout's really been finding all that many on the Bebop as far as the hooks, but it's been the Abrams getting these key setup initiations, punishing a couple players. But the game, ZP has 17 minutes, dead even on the soul count. A tiny advantage now for the melee creeps, but absolutely nothing to write home about. Celeste, once again, potentially being caught, but this time with some more mobility to play with.
Just plenty of HP. As long as it isn't zero, she's in a good spot. AVG super low, though, off the early damage. 2 down in favor of melee creeps here at the beginning as the urn gets turned in by Saya. So Floormen, I mean, they were controlling the pace of the urn, get interrupted, and just kind of botch the initiation.
Man, they've been keeping pace this whole game, and then one crack opens, and melee creeps just dive through it. They kill 2, they get the urn dunk. Rocker luckily just escapes with his life elsewhere on the map. Maybe he had to teleport out of that one, but just melee creeps, they're always putting on so much pressure. You make one little mistake and suddenly the game feels a little bit scary now. That it went from essentially no lead to a 10k soul lead in one fight.
Also, I gotta call it out because Vens earlier today were playing melee Venator. John plays a good, honest Venator. No melee items here, just really focusing on things that boost your grenade and you know, the more basics of the characters. So I'm a fan of the John Venator build.
Them from Billy in the mid lane, swapping from Goober. It does catch now onto the Abrams, who's going to be in some potential trouble as Billy's just running this one down. The execute comes in from AVG, but Goober finishes that kill. Laser deployed in mid to help defend this Guardian, but I just don't think it's long for this world. This many Floormen players coming to collapse. Speculative hook attempted from Scout. No joy this time.
One down. Probably not enough to go for mid, but Floormen would love to snowball this advantage if possible. But it may just be a little bit quiet here, Jake. I think you take a look at the time on the map where it's 1 minute away from next buff's urns. That's where things are likely going to go down. And Floormen at this point, you know, even with the pick advantage, are more worried about maintaining their lanes. But, you know, there could be a potential to collapse on the right-hand side. Although, as I say that, they may be eyeing more towards the left on the setup.
Capacitor online for Scout, so he's able to find these hooks. I mean, a lot of these characters really do rely on stamina. Thinking about like Warden and Billy, Shiv in the fights, right, really need their stamina to actually escape when they're hooked in deep like that. So could be a powerful tool. You do get hooked in by Scout into a compromised position, caught with Capacitor. That could turn into some very ugly team fights for the Floormen. They've got to be worried about that. At the same time, he's not very tanky on the Bebop, and a catch is good, but oh, Saya is just always there, saving these initiation targets.
Still, in terms of ults, I think you take the swap for airdrop trade. You have the swap up a little bit earlier, so long as the fight doesn't instantly start here. As you just look for the jump pad damage. Just give us the free jump pad damage as John takes down the Walker on the opposite side. The urn has spawned. One buff is claimed by the Floormen on the left-hand side. And Floormen all over the left, but so are melee creeps as they look to be collapsing from all angles here, Jake.
John and Fishcake are in the halls here, potentially isolated, but there's more players coming in to bail them out of a tough spot. Great team play from the melee creeps, and they end up getting likely a Walker for free. There's a few Floormen players, though, still chasing. Rocker, hunting, trying to find these players on the exit, and they've been a little bit slow to run out of this, so John is going to stick in, go for the full commit here, going to be put to sleep, set up some free damage, and Shiv just dumps the whole load onto John. Meanwhile, Scout also goes down to League. We are getting a free urn dunk for Saya, but this could be expensive. If Fishcake also goes down, I think 3 kills is probably worth it.
3 kills is mid-boss. If they're able to get Fishcake on top of it here, I think you send this mid. This is a really worthwhile trade for Urn if you're able to finish this last kill and immediately go mid-boss. The timer started. John is still down for 35, but the fact Fishcake is able to get away, I think, makes it a little bit more...
They're just letting AVG chase this one. They're not even leaving other players. Saya also down, trying to go for a cheeky contest there, and it's going to be a full triple rejuve. You didn't even have to pop the Warden for that. You're just tanking the Shining Wonder, sharing the load as a team here. And Floormen healthy. Waves are terrible against them, but they've got triple rejuve and a few minutes to farm with. Still, as a soul lead against them, I feel like this game is still just about even. If you get a Geist kill, though, that would go a long way to evening the score.
I think this is really, really smart decision-making so far. And yeah, Do is in all sorts of trouble here, surrounded by rejuved players. Swap already in the tank. Goober finishing it off. But yeah, giving up 2 kills to go mid-boss makes a lot of sense. Iradomini, though, in here from John. Going to take away one of the rejuves at Goober's expense. Now your Iradomini is down, and for Floormen, we'll see what they can do with it here. You don't want either Pashi or Chickpea to go down at this point. Like, you want to maintain your rejuves. Got plenty of time on this to get control of the map and even up the souls.
I was with them until they tried to dive the walker with the wave at their own base. I'm like, I don't know about that one. Even with the Warden ulti, that's a little bit too far. Maybe they got hooked under tower by Scout. Didn't see that one, but I mean, this rejuve should buy you the time to maybe even the soul lead, but melee creeps, you know, classic melee creeps right there, getting as much as they can out of the map, even in a tough spot. The Zip Knock not going to be chased by Goober, as actually it's melee creeps who are looking to potentially continue to take these fights. Kind of wild considering they're down 1 and against rejuves. Pulling away is the Billy Chain. Okay, I was like, I don't know how this interaction works, but I'm about to find out.
That was wild. I looked at it, I was like, it's surely not. But okay, down to the secret shop we go. Melee creeps looking to be skirmishy with it, even with the rejuve up. I mean, the ONC teams do this all that often. It'd be great if it worked. Floormen, though, ideally they would want to fight here so long as people aren't too low. They're still in a good spot health-wise. Yeah, down Chain Gang, but about to have nap time. Ido, though, no fear. Down and over. Shining Wonder 2 seconds up, ready to just throw it out at a moment's notice here. May just say, hey, let's fight in close quarters. Drop the Wonder.
John?
Floormen, though, they're looking for the fight here, Jake.
Washpop starting to cook on this Warden, bringing some carry potential. But still, all 3 walkers available. You really need at least one of these walkers for me out of Floormen to start to equalize the soul advantage and also to open up some of the slots, because I guarantee you it's going to start to bite that they don't have a single walker down. Look under Shiv is something. Pinion comes in, Capacitor as well, so Shiv's going to be struggling to move his way out of this one, but the counterspell blocks the bomb damage, and he doesn't end up taking much of all from that.
Shiv moment right there. It's like, we got a, what do we get? Well, we got a pillow, and now Scout's the one that's in some real danger as the rest of Floormen come in here on the left side. 3 seconds though, and we may be saying our land prayers to God as Iradomini about to be back up here from John. Usually pops it pretty early in some of these fights here as Fishcake gets hit with the carbine. Again, another attempt here on the AVG who doesn't look all that stressed.
Shiv got hooked in very deep, and the execute I don't think was good enough to find those kills, putting a couple players to sleep. No, I actually don't know if Chickpea got anybody. Still 2 rejuves. Floormen might look to take this fight regardless. AVG goes down, losing the first crystal, second crystal already down, so now it's a fair fight. And melee creeps have the soul advantage. Do Floormen want to continue to press this one? Would be risky. Bebop forcing this one under the Warden ult, though, who's starting to pull some advantage, but without a rejuve left. AVG hunted down, punished by the Venator. A second kill now for John. More players coming to test him, but he's still got HP. He's still playing to fight his way out of this one, trapping in the choke point.
This is where Ben wants to fight.
Daring them to come chase him down, and now he's turning immediately and hunting them. It's only Goober and Chickpea. They're running for the hills.
Unreal fight. Rejuvenator or no, melee creeps able to turn it, using the walk to their advantage, and also, I mean, just fighting Ven in close quarters, not a good recipe for success as all his dude just takes down Rem from long range. 1-2 shots gone for the rest of Rem's HP pool. And that turnaround, that could have been the game here, Jake. I mean, you talk about Floormen working with a huge advantage and just a brilliant walker defense, really, from the melee creeps.
Immaculate defense from melee creeps. I will say, despite the rejuves, they were still down. I think it was 20k souls. So, yeah, you have the rejuves, you have the extra lives, but honestly, I feel like the walker itself almost equalizes that. And then on top of that, you are at a soul deficit. So the game was still, I think, pretty tough for the Floormen. I think melee creeps navigating it well, not giving up a single walker, right? Dude defended on the right side of the map, then came in, got active into that fight, and closed it out. John swarming forward, but the rest of the team was right behind him. He was kind of on his own mission there in the side angle. But once the rejuves were down, he knew he could take that fight with the help of the team. And Ido now started to farm into some of these key items. I wonder if there's going to be an escalating soon on Celeste. I think he's probably one of the best escalating buyers, maybe the entire game, if you end up going that direction. It's a little bit late for the item, but could still be powerful this game.
Yeah, it wouldn't be a bad shout. It's going to take a little bit more farm to get there. And I mean, game state-wise, there's still plenty of win conditions for Floormen, especially if the Paradox to land a swap and how active the bit is. They get Fishcake! Just catches him by proximity in the middle.
Look at that timer, ZP. 65 seconds.
It's a long time, especially if you down Abrams, where realistically for melee creeps, you're kind of relying on Abrams for the front line. Like, yeah, you got a Geist, you got a Ven, you have other sources, but the Scout is so at risk of just getting run over in a period of time where Fishcake is down if a full team fight gets forced.
That's a big timer, right? That patch it gives you an opening to snowball. This is a test for the melee creeps. They've got to play this one very disciplined, not give up any more kills. You can see their positions on the minimap now. Everyone's relatively close to walkers, playing their side of the map. They're keeping urn control. It is a comeback urn for the Floormen, who would love to be able to snatch that one, but it is being juggled, I believe, by Saya under the mid walker, which good luck trying to push into that position, even with one player advantage.
Jake, I've been alerted of a nickname from production that Chad is using. They're calling John Venator John Wick. I'll accept it.
That's good. I like the Venator John Wick. A dive here onto Do, but he's got the leech is absolutely cooking. You cannot dive this guy. 10 stacks Berserker. He's happy to take that fight. Here comes Scout. A hook on the exit, and it's going to be good. Billy pulled in deep. Capacitor onto the Billy. Billy's desperate now, trying to look for whatever kills he can. And on a silence and knockdown. Wait, Dude comes down. The hook ends up baiting him forward. Scout thought that was a clean kill. Instead, the rest of Floormen were there. AVG, though, dying elsewhere on the map to the full roam. Melee creeps now deep in the enemy territory, but it's Celeste, man. The whole map is her territory.
So far, the exchange is going a little bit better here from Melee creeps. As we take a look, it's Saya with the Urn once more. The Urn Bandit looking for the turn in, gets the turn in as Ido is in the subway, just taking his piece of goober here with the backup of John. The Circus and the Vatican. A duo that is surprisingly effective here now. Oh, God.
Saya just dunked. Dude, he's the macro mafia, man. He just did the opposing side Urn during that team fight and then killed the Billy in a 1v1. Oh, my goodness gracious. Saya does it again.
Macro Mafia, I like that. And it's not inaccurate at all.
You gotta pay the tribute. You gotta pay protection, man. He is running this town.
Also, it gets a little bit worse here because not only did you just lose Urn, not only did you lose the team fight, but everyone is dead while Rejuve is coming on down, and yeah, Pashi's not going in there. You don't pay him enough for that.
No shot, no shot. You can test this on Morden with no, I mean, and they're even going to get the full uncontested Rejuve. You get that nice delayed grab in the third Rejuve. You know, they don't really delay it that hard. I think Scout would rather just be in the fight and threaten hooks. But we do see that at times, right? Really delaying the third Rejuve, getting your just that little bit of extra timer. Oh, Spellslinger on the buy. Actually, I've seen Ido buy this before in pubs. I mean, the CDR is insane. And on top of that, you get like easy max stacks. Like there's almost no way you're ever not going to be at max stacks on Celeste. So your gun actually kind of becomes a real threat with Spellslinger online.
At this point, Melee creeps have to make a gigantic mistake. They are cruising on their way to another NA championship here. And look, give credit where credit's due. Floormen kept this close for quite a while, and I think had a much better draft. Rocker was a force of nature on the Mina in the early to mid game, but the last few fights, things have fallen off. Melee creeps, as you mentioned, have made some really good macro plays, and also, some of the late game things that have come online. Venator late game, especially the way John's been playing it, just kind of a force of nature in some of these closer fights.
It's not a draft we see much of, but they have 2 late game gun carries. I mean, Venator and Geist, I think either one of these characters can kind of take the game over solo when it gets to this phase, but they've got 2 of them, and they're both online. So we talk about sometimes like the mouths to feed, can everyone be online at once, but Geist has gone a little bit more defensive with the build, and just a little casual spear buff on Celeste. Surely, everything's going to be fine.
Yeah, that's not going to result in
he's going to get
devastation.
movement and spirit. Oh my god.
What?
This is not allowed, CP. Surely. This is
a DQ? Actual DQ on Melee creeps?
He's got the haste and the DDs, EP. That's not allowed. What the hell is this? We just got to stay on this cam. He's about to be server admin. I'm pretty sure he's just unkillable.
Oh my god. That's illegal. Where's the cursed relic when you need it? Like, please.
You need a lot more than a curse. You're gonna need like 3.
Strip him of buffs.
Yeah, right. I mean, something to purge these. He's just covering the whole map. Oh, that side lane on the other side of the map. I'll farm that. I'll be back for the team fight too. By the way,
it's a performance enhancing drugs.
You got 5 charges of the third skill. Like, this is heinous, man.
I don't have words for
boundless. What's the buy? Is it escalating or boundless?
Maybe boundless. Yeah.
It's just classic, iconic boundless spirit game. Ido wants to show us the potential of Celeste. They're going to slow roll this game a little bit, but they're just cleaning up all waves. The macro is going to be as bad as it gets now for the Floormen. All waves crashing against them. The base siege beginning, and still about a minute left on this Rejuve. So a lot of time to work with when it comes to sieging these shrines.
Hook. What comes or airdrop into Ido diving, and the Shining Wonder is out. All the spirit damage is here. You don't have to go to the circus. The circus comes to you, at least when it's melee creeps, and Ido's on the Celeste into the fountain for a moment. No care in the world. That's 5 of the Floormen living up to their name on the floor.
CB, what the hell just happened? They're all dead in like a second. I didn't even see that team fight. They're just all dead. There's like the airdropping the biological weapon on the enemy backline. And this is just over. There's 20 seconds on the clock. They're not going to be up for this. I mean, the game ends not with a bang, but with a whimper. And oh no, ZP. They're going to the fountain. They're taking everything.
We've gone deeper in the fountain than we've ever known possible. The Celeste is still alive. Can't say the same for the Archmother as Melee Creeps defend the throne once more. They are your champions here in Night Shift 26. Still undefeated for the last about 3 months here in North America.
You just can't take anything away from the Melee Creeps. They absolutely forced their will onto this one. And this was not an easy one, right? At times they really had to fight for it. But surely that movement and spirit buff, that's divine signal from Gaben that Melee Creeps destined to remain champions here in the Night Shift. What a showcase. Saya looking amazing. So many saves on that IV, right? Crucially keeping a lot of players alive. Fishcake finding massive pickoffs on the Abrams, setting up a lot of great fights. And then you've got John and Do putting on heavy carry performances in the late game. I mean, this is just an embarrassment of riches, even against a great draft, even against a strong opponent. Melee Creeps rise above, standing above the rest right now in North America.
Yeah, and I think the key here is that Melee Creeps, they just have unparalleled flexibility even when you change things up on them. Look, again, to give credit where credit is due, I think Floormen made the right changes in their draft. They looked a lot more competitive throughout the game. And look, even though the end of the game was just, so heinous, we may be getting banned off our streaming platforms for showing such filth, it was a really, really, I think, valiant way to contest the Celeste. I think it proved that at least in the early mid game she was mortal. Yeah, they lost fights and she looked like a god later, but I don't think Floormen had the wrong idea about how to attack this. But we kind of said at the beginning, okay, you're gonna have to rise to the challenge, you're gonna have to make this pick that worth it, and in the end Melee Creeps were able to do it, and Ido piloted it masterfully.
Yeah, great to see Ido on the Celeste. It didn't feel unbeatable this game. I mean, I do think once he got fully online with the movement spear buff, that's not fair, all right? That's not a fair judgment. That last team fight was obscene. But just the executions, right? So well done. And to be able to even get to this point in the game with how aggressive Floormen were being at moments, give them a lot of credit. They made it hard, but it's the team fighting, supporting from Saya, peerless right now.
I do think, if I had to give a vote just based off the performance, it would be Ido for MVP. You can't say enough about how Saya is the heart and soul of making things happen. Yeah. Really good macro plays, support plays where you need it the most. Of all the players in Deadlock that you go is like, oh, that player is like kind of a support player, Saya's the one that just makes the legendary plays that you would expect from a player in that role, and he just does it consistently time over time.
Yeah, John, another classic John carry game. I mean, it feels like I'm almost not even impressed anymore. I'm like, this is just another day at the office for John. Top damage, top souls, top objective damage, 2 deaths in the whole game. And he was getting active. He was showing up to fights. This was not like a true greed farming game, right? He was playing to the hero and, showing up with the ultimate, finding kills in these early team fights and having a big part in the team getting on that snowball. Like, this was not his, solo farm the jungle until you're unstoppable kind of a game. Like, he earned this kill streak, earned this performance in this match too. So, also want to give some credit to Floormen though. Like, Rocker, great game from him on the Mina. Really had some impressive moments, got the snowball rolling for the team. I feel like Pashupop as well in the Warden showed up to a ton of these fights, got really active and tried to do his best to put that pressure on. Chickpea also, I think, had an overall pretty strong showing today for his first time with the team. Like, I don't think I don't blame the players on Floormen. I don't feel like they're making some big mistake that lets Melee Creeps have an easy time. This is just the level of opponent you're up against when you try to challenge the best in North America.
Yeah, I think if you were to change anything for Floormen, I think where they picked Warden, they picked Warden 4th in this draft, if I recall. And I think the Warden pick is the one pick you can maybe look at and be like, did you need to? I do think they got enormous value at the Mina, though. One thing noted in the stats there, Rocker was real close to having top damage in the game. And that means when they were doing well, Rocker had to be just wildly ahead of the game. His damage done, if you were to take it at 20 minutes, was probably just vastly far ahead. But Jake, we got to talk about our MVP. It can be only one person when you combine games 1 and 2. Who's that MVP?
Let's take a look, and it was Ido. I mean, you got to give it to him. That nuclear bomb drop from Ivy was one of the most heinous things I've ever seen on the Night Shift. I mean, that was like a late game team fight over in 5 seconds or less. Celeste just doing Celeste things, incredible scaling from this character, and who better than Ido to show us what's possible on arguably the best movement hero in all of Deadlock.
You talk about movement, it's not as much off some of the baseline movement, but you still get things done on Mina, just knowing when to go in, when to back out, and in this case, when to drop a metal skin and ruin Pashi's day and prevent the Walker from going down as last gasp moment in game 1.
Yeah, game 2 had that like couple hype moments on Celeste doing crazy things, but game 1 was just an Ido showcase, right? He ran the table on Mina. He snowballed the game and closed it out too. I mean, in style here on the Mina. This was part what made game 1 look so incredibly dominant for Melee, because he was deathless here. Game 2 had a little bit more pressure on him on the Celeste. Couldn't quite get that same level of obscene snowball, but he got there in the end in the late game, right? And some of those moments with the lifesteal, keeping him alive insanely long into those fights, definitely make you see why this character copped so many first bans in the last couple weeks on Night Shift.
But, we've bounced it a little bit. We now have the opportunity to see Celeste get played, which may just be a quick lesson of, oh God, why did we let this hero get played? It does the tactical
crazy.
nuke.
Look at the health bars. The health bars and Floormen.
Yeah, I will. When Celeste got played today, it was a little bit reminiscent of when Kelvin was in the ultimate god mode, and you're just like, how many times do you have to learn the lesson not to let a team play Kelvin? Like, how many times does this need to happen to you? You're like, it's a bad idea to let a team pick this hero.
I talked to you out of the draft, ZB. I was like, man, I think you should let him have the silver. I think the silver's pretty good, but I don't think you should let him have Celeste. In fairness, I do feel like the Warden for Poshpop actually did have a really good game this game, and like there's a world where you're able to make the comeback, maybe finding a bigger team fight off those rejuves, but man, it still feels like there's a gap really between number 1 and number 2 in North America. And Floormen make a great case for themselves as a very solid number 2, right? Like making a very convincing win in the challenger match today. But it just feels like there's another level that you have to go to if you want to go for number 1. And I mean, for any orgs that are interested in Deadlock right now, it's kind of not hard to figure out who are the teams you should be looking to sign when it comes to that first prio, with Melee Creeps and Abrahams both absolutely dominating their regions, just begging for an international land to really get a showcase of who's the best in the world.
I think the thing about this win streak too, it's not like Melee Creeps have stayed stagnant in this period of time. I think if you compare like Melee Creeps that we just saw in Shift 26 to Melee Creeps back in Shift 14, this is a team that has leveled up significantly. They have patched holes in their roster. They have just looked better and better over time. They have added depth where, you think back to the trolley event, it was, John, if you let him get Bebop, he's going to win the game. And nowadays, I feel like the storyline of what Melee Creeps does well, it's just expanded so much more. But Jake, we got a hero priority this week to talk about, and some surprises that some people may not have expected. Not the least of which is that Celeste actually got played today. Some things remaining the same, some things not maybe expected, like Graves getting some play in EU.
I gotta say, I'm kind of looking forward to the next balance pass, because there's a lot of heroes untouched this week. Like, that's more than we typically see in like the truly unplayed category. And so I think maybe there's some parity to be brought back to Deadlock. Interesting to see a character like Holiday getting so much respect in North America and being virtually ignored in EU. Once again, one of those really huge differences between the regions. But some of the classics still on top, right? Shiv, Abrams, core frontliners, Mirage getting a lot of love from both regions, and Venator being, I think, one of the few new heroes that kind of no one thought was particularly strong or OP, that actually looked pretty great all day today, and maybe we'll start to be, I think, a little more contested when it comes to that ban phase, that early pick prio in the draft.
Yeah, I think that's a good shout out. I mean, Venator's kind of at the place where you'd want a new hero to be, where he's useful. He was seen in every game today. He wasn't the highest priority. He wasn't necessarily taking over games in a ultra massive way, but we looked good. He looked really good. I also think, as far as builds go, I do think the melee Venator stuff was a little bit of a meme. I think if you're looking for a good Ven build, you do what John did. Like, I'm not a believer. I will call that out a little bit. Like, yes, you can make it work, but I like the John style more.
Yeah, like though getting the actual wall stun in the late game feels sus, right? Like, how often is that really going to happen in a late game team fight? Early game, I can kind of see it more setup ganks, but feels like it falls off. And I think John just building towards that late game, and I mean, that crossbow hits like crazy in the late game, right? And even just without the crossbow, you have a pretty decent M1 primary for a gun carry, and a lot of nice defensive utility as well on the kit. So that's the hero priority for Night Shift 26. Now let's take a look at some of the top items that we saw today. Counterspell, absolutely on top with a bullet. taking the number 1 spot this week. 5.3 buys per game. I feel like the death of debuff remover, now Dispel Magic, no longer bought nearly as often, has really opened the game up to Counterspell. And honestly, I'm here for it. I feel like Counterspell is probably the highest skill of the green items in terms of what it adds, in terms of a new mechanic to the game. And I think it's a pretty sick item to see on top. I feel like you can't be too mad at Counterspell being a top item.
Also, truthfully, when I look at this tells me that I think the orange and purple items are actually in a really good state overall. I think you would expect the green items to be the most played because you're getting them picked by people regardless of play style, right? And you're not seeing a situation where something is like so overpowering the orange or purple category that you always have to pick it, at the very top. I mean, okay, Point Blank has grown way up in priority, and Monster Rounds is probably always going to have significance because of what it does for your early lane clear, but you don't quite have a K-Dash situation or a Cultist situation that you had in the past. So I look at this and feel like item balance is a pretty good spot, especially when your top greens are Counterspell, which has a really high skill curve, and Stamina Mastery, which again, you need a higher skill curve to get the absolute most out of that extra movement potential. I'm down with this. I actually love that these are the top items right now.
Yeah, seems super well balanced to me. I think we might have to actually start to split this up and maybe talk about the top items in each category to maybe go a little bit deeper, because a lot of people, I feel like people are always complaining whether like gun is OP or spirit is OP, and every patch is like, feels like it goes back and forth. But right now, man, you'd be hard pressed to really say one way or the other. It feels like maybe there's a little bit more spirit, but it's like almost like a 4-2 to 3-3 kind of a situation in the game, and a lot of heroes being built with like a hybrid style, incorporating both spirit and gun items. So I think the meta actually, surprisingly, maybe after all these new heroes, in a pretty cool spot. Still always excited to see what's around the corner, what's next for Deadlock, but this was just a great week here on the Night Shift, ZP.
Also, final donations came in the middle of last game, just to read out. We had Power Kill 89 with a $5 donation to the prize pool, and ID random ID name. I don't know what happens when someone's anonymous. $15 being tipped in saying, quote, "I'm having the time of life watching this Night Shift with my awesome pals, the Post Lamp and Low Dog. You guys are amazing." Thank you so much, of course, to the community for donating and helping make the prize pool bigger and giving the players something to play for here week after week.
All right, ZP. Think that's it for me, man. I got nothing else. If folks are subscribed to the Patreon or also joining us via a Twitch sub, or you have those roles connected on the Discord, we are going to be doing a Graveyard Shift quick podcast with, I believe it's Saya this week after the show ends. So if you're a supporter of the show, be sure to stick around for that one. Check it out in the Discord. You'll be able to watch it recorded live, or check it out via those protected VODs on YouTube to see what went down and to let us pick Saya's brain after the show.
That's right. All the action's going to be there in the post show. Thank you again, everyone, for tuning in, and we'll see you next time on Shift 27.